Preface of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. Preface. As the objects intended to be subserved by this work are explained in the introductory chapter, there is little need for a formal preface. It may, however, be well to state that the chief aim of the work is to present, in a popular and readily understood form, the chief evidences of the evolution of living beings. In this view, whilst I have been content to assume the reality of that process, I have also endeavored to marshal the more prominent facts of zoology and botany, which serve to prove that evolution, broadly considered, is not merely a name for an unknown tendency in nature, but is an actual factor in the work of molding the life with which the universe teems. A considerable experience as a biological teacher has long since convinced me that the hesitancy with which evolution is accepted and the doubt with which even cultured persons are occasionally apt to view this conception of nature arise chiefly from a lack of knowledge concerning the overwhelming evidences of its existence which natural history presents. Doubtless, a training in botany and zoology is required before the case for evolution can be fully mastered, but there need be no difficulty in the way of any intelligent person forming a just estimate of evolution upon even an elementary acquaintance with the facts of biology. I have accordingly sought to bring such facts prominently before the notice of my readers, and I would fain hope that even the complex topic of development, itself a strong pillar of the theory of evolution, is susceptible of easy appreciation when the facts and inferences to be drawn therefrom are plainly stated. It would be invidious to mention any special sources to which I have been indebted for aid in the production of the present work. The field is so vast that one must needs gather details from the stores of many workers. But I cannot refrain from expressing my indebtedness to the works of the late distinguished author of the theory of natural selection, and to those of Professor Huxley and of Sir John Lubbock. My best thanks are due to the latter for his kind permission to use several illustrations from his interesting work on the relations between insects and flower fertilization. The illustrations as a whole will, I trust, be found to materially assist the comprehension of the most important points discussed in the various chapters. A.W. Edinburgh, October 1882. End of preface. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, The Problem Stated. Part 1. The year 1858 may be said to mark a distinct era in the science of biology, or that dealing with the structure, functions, development, and general history of animals and plants. On July 1, 1858, two papers were read before the Linnean Society of London, which were destined to evoke and to direct an amount of criticism and research unparalleled in the annals of scientific history. It was then that Mr. Darwin and Mr. Alfred Russel Wallace laid before the scientific world the results of independent observations and reflections concerning the origin of the varied species of animals and plants which form the diverse population of the globe. Considering that the views expressed in the papers referred to had been formed and elaborated in entire independence of thought, and indeed in well-nigh opposite regions of the earth's surface, the harmonious nature of the conclusions arrived at by the authors was both interesting and surprising. Mr. Darwin's paper dealt with the origin of species. That of Mr. Wallace bore the title On the Tendency of Varieties to Depart Indefinitely from the Original Type. The former, as naturalist on board HMS Beagle, had been, quote, struck with certain facts in the distribution of the organic beings inhabiting South America and in the geological relations of the present to the past inhabitants of that continent, unquote. Mr. Darwin further tells us that, quote, these facts seem to throw some light on the origin of species, that mystery of mysteries, as it has been called by one of our greatest philosophers." Unquote. Mr. Wallace, on the other hand, exploring the Malay archipelago and interesting himself in the problems which the varied flora and fauna of the East suggested to the mind, formed opinions concerning the origin of species which, as we have seen, practically coincided with those of Darwin. In each case, the inspiration, so to speak, came direct from nature, and from the unbiased observation of the world of life itself. An origin, this, as suggestive as it was appropriate for speculations including in their sweep and extent the entire organic universe. The leading ideas of 1858 may be briefly and plainly stated. Mr. Wallace's conclusion may be summed up in his own expression, quote, that there is a tendency in nature to the continued progression of certain classes of varieties further and further from the original type, a progression to which there appears no reason to assign any definite limits, and that the same principle which produces this result in a state of nature will also explain why domestic varieties have a tendency, when they become wild, to revert to the original type. This progression, continues Mr. Wallace, by minute steps in various directions, but always checked and balanced by the necessary conditions, subject to which alone existence can be preserved, may, it is believed, be followed out so as to agree with all the phenomena presented by organized beings, their extinction and succession in past ages, and all the extraordinary modifications of form, instinct, and habits which they exhibit." Unquote. Mr. Darwin's views were no less lucidly expressed. He agreed essentially with Mr. Wallace in attributing the origin of new species to the modification of already existent animals and plants. The Origin of Species itself, a work first published in November 1859, and at present in its 13th thousand, represents the expansion and elaboration of Mr. Darwin's views of 1858, the publication of which raised at once a multitude of scientific critics, and invoked, it may be added, the rancor, bigotry, and often insensate, because ignorant opposition of many persons outside the ranks of biological science. To understand the meaning of the opposition which the views of Darwin and Wallace at first provoked, it is needful simply to take a brief retrospective view of the history of man's ideas regarding the origin of living nature, including, of course, the history of his own genesis. The opinions of 1858 were at first simply branded with the heterodox stamp, as preceding opinions had been similarly treated from the time of Lamarck in 1801, and indeed, as every other statement which was not thoroughly nailed with Scripture had been treated with the apostolic blows and knocks of those who seemed to claim a monopoly of all truth concerning the past, present, and future of the universe. The reason for the stormy reception of views concerning the species of animals and plants, promulgated as a matter of strict science, and formulated without any reference to other or more venerable opinions, can be readily enough understood when it is added that the chief opposition to the origin of species came from the theological camp. Mr. Spencer remarks that early ideas are not usually true ideas. He might have added, with equal truth, that early ideas, when woven into the texture of religious systems, are not given to lose their vitality with increasing age. At all events, the opposition to the views of Darwin and to the evolution theory at large were chiefly combated not from any inherent error they were believed to contain, but simply because they ran in direct opposition to the older and more primitive conceptions of the origin of species which, formulated in creeds and elaborated from pulpits, had come to be received as an article of unquestioning faith by cultured and uncultured alike. Two theories, and only two, concerning the origin of animals and plants present themselves for examination and acceptance by the human intellect. Of these two theories, one dates from a pre-scientific period, when this earth was believed to be the center of the universe, when this world was believed to possess a round and flattened surface, and when the sky was believed to be a solid roof environing the earth above, and constituting at the same time the floor of an upper and celestial sphere. Such rude ideas of cosmogony and astronomy were fully paralleled by as primitive a biological system. The various species of animals and plants were believed, according to the Mosaic cosmogony, to have originated each as a complete and special creation. As man was conceived to have been formed of the dust of the earth, and as all the intricacies and complexities, structural, physical, and chemical, of the human organism were believed to have been set in action at once and perfectly through the operation of a mysterious supernatural fiat, so the varied species of animals and plants, from the monad to the elephant, from the plant specks in the pool to the giant pine or lordly oak, were similarly held to have originated each as a special creation. In this way, a creative interference capable of originating living beings ex nihilo, and therefore capable of literally creating matter, itself an inconceivable act, was credited on the first theory, as it may still be credited in creed and dogma, with the production of the entire universe of living things. The genesis and development of such a theory has naturally been laid stress upon by most writers who have criticized, from an a priori point of view, the worthiness and acceptation of itself and its opponent hypothesis. The fact that the special creation theory was framed in an age when primitive ideas and mythologies, now completely consigned to the limbo reserved for exploded myths, constituted the philosophy of mankind, naturally militates against the truth and probability of the hypothesis in question. Being a primitive imagining, it would, according to Mr. Spencer's view, be most likely a wrong and untrue one. If the interpretations of nature given by Aboriginal men were erroneous in other directions, says that author, they were most likely erroneous in this direction. It would be strange if, whilst these Aboriginal men failed to reach the truth in so many cases where it is comparatively conspicuous, they yet reach the truth in a case where it is comparatively hidden. As we have today rejected the astronomy of the ancients, and as we no longer utilize their geology as serviceable or true, we can afford to dispense with their biological views, and we therefore turn hopefully to the second and scientific conception of the origin of living beings. This conception is the theory of derivation, descent, or evolution. According to the evolutionist, the universe of life, instead of being composed of a series of fixed and unchangeable units, unvarying as when they were first created, on the former theory of life's origin, is the theater of incessant variation and change. Each species or kind of animals and plants, instead of existing as a stable, unvarying group, as the older naturalists defined it, is seen to vary to a greater or less degree, according to internal and constitutional or to external conditions, or under the influence of both combined. The progeny do not rigidly resemble the parents, but continually exhibit differences in color, size, and other peculiarities. Thus, variations in species are produced, and these variations may appear of singularly wide character when conditions favoring change have operated in their production. In this way, the existing species are modified, and the new varieties thus produced, in time give origin to new species. These latter are, therefore, viewed as having been evolved by natural descent, that is, by the ordinary laws of generation and reproduction from the older species. The animal and plant worlds, regarded in this light, are liable to perpetual modification, and the experience of everyday life, seen familiarly in the culture of plants and in the breeding of horses, cattle, sheep, dogs, and pigeons, amply testifies to the mobility and plasticity of the animal and plant constitutions. That is to say, man, in the process of breeding animals, and by selecting the parents of his domestic races, can evolve animals which, in time, differ from the original stock far more widely than ordinary and so-called species differ from one another. But the plasticity of species is far from being the only prop and support of the theory of evolution. When the naturalist attempts to classify animals or plants, he discovers that instead of exhibiting each a specific and individualized structure, as might be presumed, were the special creation theory true, the various groups of animals are linked together in such a fashion as to suggest the existence of some natural bond of relationship between them. With the plant world, the case is analogous. The tribes of plants are harmoniously connected together in such a manner as to indicate a relationship which, as in the case of the animals, is only satisfactorily explained on the idea of connected descent. What explanation, for example, satisfying to the rational mind, can be given to such a striking feature as that illustrated in the literally marvelous correspondence which exists between the fore and hind limbs, respectively, of all vertebrate animals? How, on any other hypothesis, save that of evolution and of the common origin of the animals in question, can we explain why the arm of man, the wing of the bird, the horse's forelimb, the dog's foreleg, and the whale's paddle are constructed on a common plan? Or again, why should the bodies and appendages of lobsters, insects, spiders, and centipedes be similarly identical in fundamental structure, unless on the theory of their common origin? Again, from the region of development, the evolutionist derives a whole host of cogent reasons for the faith he entertains in the soundness of his conclusions. All animals begin life under a similar guise, or, to come to actual details, as protoplasmic specks. In their earliest stages, the germs of a man and of an animalcule are indistinguishable. Furthermore, as human development proceeds along its lines, it assumes its own and special phases only after passing through stages which correspond more or less completely with permanent forms of lower animals. At first, each quadruped is thus fish-like, and after successive developments, leading it upwards through reptile and bird phases, it attains the quadruped type. But even as a quadruped, the human organism itself declares its nobility of blood only as a final feature in its early history. Of all other animals, the same recital holds good. Each animal comes to assume its own place as an adult through stages of development which repeat, as in a moving panorama, the phases of the lower life through which its ancestry has passed. The development of the individual animal is thus the brief and condensed recapitulation, often more or less obscured, of the development of the race or species. If facts like these be not admitted to prove the reality of evolution, then development as a whole must present itself as a series of the most meaningless paradoxes which it has been the fate of man to discover in the universe around. Such are a few of the considerations to be fully illustrated in succeeding chapters, which suggest that evolution is a great truth and a sober fact of living nature. Other topics of equal importance, such as the occurrence of rudimentary and useless organs in animals and plants, the existence of links between distinct groups, the results of degeneration, and other subjects, will also be found fully detailed in the following pages, which partake, indeed, of the character of a continuous series of proofs of the truth of the evolution theory. It requires, however, to be pointed out in the present instance that whilst the general truth of evolution is now admitted by all competent biologists, there exists considerable diversity of opinion regarding the exact factors to which the processes of modification are due. Thus, the title of Mr. Darwin's classic work is The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. And such a designation indicates with sufficient clearness what it was to natural selection that Mr. Darwin attributed the chief power in evolving new species through the modification of the old. Mr. Wallace accepts natural selection as a true factor, but he does not regard it as operating to the same extent in evolution as did Mr. Darwin. Other biologists, again, are inclined to adopt the idea that the evolution of living beings follows particular lines, along which the process is guided or directed partly by internal causes inherent in the constitution of the living being, and partly by external causes and by the surroundings of life. Concerning the relative importance of the various factors which biologists regard as of importance In determining the process of evolution, Huxley remarks that the exact place and power of natural selection remains to be seen. Few can doubt that, if not the whole cause, it is a very important factor in that operation, and that it must play a great part in the sorting out of varieties into those which are transitory and those which are permanent. But, continues this high authority, quote, the causes and conditions of variation have yet to be thoroughly explored, and the importance of natural selection will not be impaired even if further inquiries should prove that variability is definite and is determined in certain directions rather than in others by conditions inherent in that which varies. It is quite conceivable that every species tends to produce varieties of a limited number and kind, and that one effect of natural selection is to favor the development of some of these while it opposes the development of others along their predetermined lines of modification. Unquote. It forms no part of the purpose of this volume to discuss the merits of these varied views respecting the exact nature of the factors to which evolution owes its force and power. Perhaps any exhaustive account of this aspect of the subject is at present impossible with the materials at command. That which is infinitely more important in the first instance is the appreciation, firstly, of what evolution at large is and implies, and, secondly, of the proofs and arguments on which the existence and operation of this process may legitimately be based. A brief statement of the Darwinian theory of evolution may, however, be given, inasmuch as this aspect of the theory is that most frequently discussed and criticized, both in scientific and in popular circles. It should be clearly borne in mind that the broad idea of evolution forms a foundation for every theory of the special fashion in which that process may be conceived to operate. Darwinism, in this light, is therefore to be regarded merely as one, but also as probably the strongest phase of those speculative endeavors to show the how of living nature, just as evolution itself has supplied the answer to most of the biological whys. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, The Problem Stated, continued. The term natural selection applied by Mr. Darwin to his theory of evolution is in itself a highly expressive designation. It indicates an analogy with that process of selection whereby man chooses the animals he intends to breed from. As by human agency, the special features of any given race may be brought to the front in the progeny, or as other characteristics may similarly be obliterated by gradual changes in the appearance, size, color, and structure of the animal and plant units, so it is contended an analogous principle, that of natural selection, is traceable in the world around us. This process naturally tends to effect in nature the same or allied variations in species which man produces for a given end. In this view, natural selection is simply the natural result of a series of interactions between animal and plant life and its surroundings, and the gist of the process may be summed up in the statement that in the process of selection the weeded out units die off, whilst the selected and stronger units, coming to the front, perpetuate their race, and thus tend, through their superiority and strength, to evolve new races and species. It is an easy matter to summarize in a series of propositions the chief data upon which Mr. Darwin's theory rests. These propositions are as follows. Firstly, every species of animals and plants tends to vary to a greater or less degree from the specific type. No two individuals are alike in every respect. Each inherits from its parents a general likeness or resemblance to the species, whilst it tends at the same time to diverge from the parental form. Secondly, these variations are capable of being transmitted to offspring. In other words, by natural laws of inheritance, the variations of the parents appear in the progeny along with the natural characters of the species. This much is proved in the artificial selection by man for breeding of those animals whose characters it is desired should be transmitted to offspring. Thirdly, more animals and plants are produced than can possibly survive. Each species tends to increase in geometrical progression, and all the individuals produced could not find food or even surface area whereon to dwell. Fourthly, the world itself, that is, the surroundings of animals and plants, is continually undergoing alteration and change, represented by climatal variation, the rising and sinking of land, etc. Fifthly, there ensues a struggle for existence on the part of living beings. Overpopulation means a struggle for food and for other conditions of life, such a consideration being really the doctrines of Parson Malthus, applied to the animal and plant worlds at large. Hence it follows that as some forms will be better adapted by variation than others to their surroundings, the former will come to the front in the struggle. Nature, so to speak, will select those individuals which best adapt themselves to their surroundings, and will leave the rest to perish. This is the survival of the fittest. The change of surroundings, already postulated, will further induce and perpetuate variations in those individuals which survive. Sixthly, a premium is thus set by nature upon variation, inasmuch as the varying and surviving individuals will transmit their peculiarities to their offspring. Seventhly, thus varieties of a species are first produced. The varieties becoming permanent form races, and the races in time differ so markedly from the original species whence they were derived as to constitute new species. Eighthly, past time has been, to all intents and purposes, infinite. Hence it is probable that the existent species of animals and plants have been evolved through natural selection, acting through long periods of time, from a few primitive and simple forms of life, or possibly from one such form alone. Such is a summarized statement of Mr. Darwin's views. His theory of sexual selection may be viewed as supplementary to that of natural selection, and as serving likewise to account for certain phenomena of which the former takes little heed. The process of sexual selection is that whereby the males of many species secure the females after contests. The result of these contests is that the stronger and victorious males will transmit to their offspring any peculiarities of form or constitution which they themselves possess, and in virtue of which they became victors over others. In this way, variation is again seen to be favored. Then, secondly, the selection of a mate is often determined not by the males, but by the females. In such a case, it is assumed that those males which exhibit, as seen typically amongst birds, special features in the way of color, plumage, size, or ornamentation will be preferred and chosen. Variations are thus once more produced, since the special characters of the male will be reproduced in the offspring, whilst the perpetuated accumulation of such characters will in due time modify the species and evolve new races therefrom. By aid of the theory of sexual selection, Mr. Darwin accounts for many of the special features and possessions of animal races. Thus, the song of birds, the brilliant plumage and colors of many species, and the curious and peculiar ornamentation of many forms, altogether inexplicable on any ordinary theory of utility, are seen to be useful or necessary adjuncts, on the theory of sexual selection, to the modification of species and to the evolution of new races. The foregoing statement of the Darwinian theory will enable the reader to follow with greater advantage the arguments and illustrations adduced in the succeeding chapters in support of the evolution theory at large. It only remains in the present instance to indicate the order and succession in which the evidences of evolution are herein presented. An account of the methods in which the study of modern biology or natural history is carried out forms the subject of the second chapter. Such an account will serve to place the reader in possession of the chief data, from a knowledge of which the naturalist is enabled to construct a reasonable and harmonious series of details respecting the living denizens of the globe. The special inquiries of the biologist are duly noted, and the divisions of biology which supply answers to the pertinent queries of the scientific investigator are also detailed. Incidentally, the bearings of ordinary biological details on evolution are also discussed, and a suitable introduction is thus afforded for succeeding studies. In the next and third chapter, the reader is made acquainted with the constitution of the animal and plant worlds. The knowledge of the general relationship of animals and of plants to each other, viewed in groups and as individuals, forms a necessary foundation for all biological studies, whether viewed in reference to the theory of evolution or merely as a part of ordinary information respecting the universe of life as a whole. In this chapter, the bearings of the constitution of the animal and plant kingdoms on the theory of descent are duly detailed, and a sketch of the primary classifications of animals and plants is also included in the general history of the worlds of life. The fourth chapter introduces the subject of protoplasm. On the due appreciation of the relations of this substance as the physical basis of life to the constitution of the living body rests the clear understanding of many fundamental points in connection with animal development. Similarly, the inferences which the evolutionist is led to draw from the universality of protoplasm as the common material of living beings are only appreciable when the nature of this curious and all-pervading substance is set forth in detail. No step is possible in biological advance until the facts relating to protoplasm and its relations to life are mastered, and in the discussion of such a topic, certain fundamental truths and propositions of biology therefore fall to be discussed. Thus fortified and prepared by these introductory details, the evidences of evolution as the great process which summarizes in itself the forces and tendencies of living beings fall to be noted. The first of these evidences is constituted by rudimentary organs, and the tale they tell of animal and plant modification. Here the curious nature of these apparently useless parts is seen to be fully borne out by the idea that they refer to a former state of things, and that they represent the natural but deteriorated and vanishing remains of structures once useful in the ancestors of the animals that now possess them. The sixth chapter strikes a somewhat related keynote to that touched in the preceding section. The evidence deducible from the modifications which animal structures have undergone is largely in favor of evolution. The structures specially selected for treatment in this chapter are the tails, limbs, and lungs. It is attempted to be shown that these organs illustrate in the clearest manner how adaptation to new ways of life is induced by alterations in the habits and surroundings of animal forms. Incidentally, formation is likewise afforded respecting certain interesting aspects of the structure of higher animals. The science of likenesses, or homology, forms the special topic of the succeeding section. Herein, the general deductions of homology are discussed and illustrated from both animal and vegetable worlds. The broad likenesses between animals which were discussed in the third chapter are here specialized, and the natural correspondence existing between parts and organs, often of the most diverse appearance, is duly dwelt upon. In its general tenor, this chapter will be found to follow out the line of argument specially selected in Chapter 6. The subject of missing links is treated in the eighth chapter. No topic in all the wide range of evolution demands more detailed treatment than that of the links between apparently distinct groups of animals, the existence of which the theory itself postulates, and the necessity for which is a matter of popular notoriety. The higher animals have been specially selected for treatment in this chapter, not merely because the case for evolution is more likely to be duly appreciated when these forms are selected for discussion, but because the evidence is overwhelmingly clear in favor of evolution when the higher groups are examined, and also because links in lower life are duly treated in succeeding chapters under the head of development. The succeeding three chapters deal with the evidence afforded by development in favor of evolution. All evolutionists may be said to regard the deductions of embryology amongst the chief supports of their hypothesis. Hence, as the subject is not merely important in itself, but also somewhat technical in details, it has been judged advisable to discuss the problems of development at some length. In Chapter 9th, the earlier stages in the development of animals at large form the chief topics treated. In the 10th section, two special groups, the echinoderms or starfishes, etc., and the crustaceans, or crabs, lobsters, and their allies, are selected for discussion, whilst in the succeeding section, attention is directed to the special features observable in the development of the mollusks and of higher animals still. The 12th chapter, devoted to the metamorphosis of insects, is intended specially to show how the development of these animals presents us with a series of highly interesting illustrations of certain modifications affecting the young of animals as well as the adults. The origin of the wings of insects and other details incidental to the structure and physiology of these animals are also discussed in this chapter. The 13th chapter revises, somewhat at length, certain problems in the constitution of animals which appear worthy of study, whilst incidentally the nature of the plant constitution is also treated. Both topics are related to evolution in a broad sense, since the factors which determine the intimate constitution of the animal or plant must also perforce possess a large share of influence in modifying the worlds of life at large. The 14th chapter, dealing with the fertilization of flowers, is intended to illustrate certain of the methods whereby, in the physiology and life of plants, the evolution of new races is favored and assisted. No more typical examples of ways and means adapted to aid and inaugurate the primary conditions on which evolution depends and to ensure variation could well be cited than this department of botanical science. The deductions from flower fertilization tend very powerfully, moreover, to support the doctrine of descent in other phases than those which are connected merely with plant reproduction at large. The 15th chapter, devoted to the subject of degeneration, exemplifies the axiom that the ways of evolution include backsliding and retrogression as well as advance. Many animals and plants have developed all their characteristic features through their adoption of and adaptation to a lower way of life than that pursued by their ancestors, whilst whole groups of animals present features to the naturalist which could not be accounted for by any ordinary phase of evolution, but which the idea of degeneration as a factor in working out the ways of life has fully explained. The concluding chapter deals with the relations of geological science to evolution, and sums up certain geological matters and aspects of evolution which have been cursorily alluded to in the preceding sections. The general development of life on the Earth, as well as the more special phases with which the geologist has to deal, are shown to support evolution fully and completely. The history of life in the past correlates itself so completely and fully with that of life as it exists today that the geological side of the argument in favor of evolution has come prominently to the front in every system which has had for its aim the exposition of the theory of descent. It should lastly be borne in mind that the evidence for or against the theory of evolution must be judged chiefly by biological standards, and from the biological standpoint, if an accurate estimate of its probabilities, excellencies, and powers to explain satisfactorily the phenomena of life and structure is to be formed. The theory of descent has been frequently criticized, with scant success, however, from other points of view than the biological. But as a theory which, above all else, purports to present us with a rational account of the origin and modifications of living beings, it is evident that its weakness and its strength alike must be sought for within the domain which the naturalist claims as his own. Hence the succeeding pages may be viewed as an attempt to summarize in a popular form the chief details of the evidence on the fair and rational interpretation of which the evolutionist is well content to rest the claims of his doctrine for intellectual assent and acceptance. In such a study, moreover, may be most readily found the materials for a comprehension of those aspects of the subject which lie somewhat apart from the main pathways of biological study. The interest of the whole topic need hardly be alluded to in closing these introductory remarks. No subject which can engage the attention of the thinker in these latter days presents so many and varied avenues leading to allied fields of inquiry as the doctrine of descent. As applied to man alone, the evolution theory teems with interest, and suggests endless problems for the consideration of the metaphysician, the ethical philosopher, and the sociologist, not to speak of the multifarious features of anatomy, physiology, and geology, which the purely human phase of the theory presents to view. The concluding words of Mr. Darwin in The Origin of Species eloquently describe the varied interests which the subject evokes, and also summarize his own conclusions concerning the agencies which have wrought out the existing order of living nature. It is interesting, says Mr. Darwin, quote, to contemplate a tangled bank, clothed with many plants of many kinds, with birds singing on the bushes, with various insects flitting about, with worms crawling through the damp earth, and to reflect that these elaborately constructed forms, so different from each other, and dependent upon each other in so complex a manner, have all been produced by laws acting around us. These laws, taken in the largest sense, being growth with reproduction, inheritance, which is almost implied by reproduction, variability from the indirect and direct action of the conditions of life, and from use and disuse, a ratio of increase so high as to lead to a struggle for life, and as a consequence to natural selection, entailing divergence of character and the extinction of less improved forms. Thus, from the war of nature, from famine and death, the most exalted object which we are capable of conceiving, namely, the production of the higher animals, directly follows. There is grandeur, concludes Mr. Darwin, in this view of life, with its several powers having been originally breathed by the Creator into a few forms or into one, and that whilst this planet has gone cycling on according to the fixed law of gravity, from so simple a beginning, endless forms, most beautiful and most wonderful, have been and are being evolved. Unquote. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Study of Biology, Part 1. It may reasonably be supposed that every intelligent person is perfectly conversant with the term natural history, and with the common meaning usually attached thereto. As employed in ordinary life, or even in scientific circles, where exactness of language is a necessity for the clear expression of thought, the term has come to signify the study of the animal world. Hence, popularly, a natural historian is believed to be a person who is much at home in zoological gardens, in aquaria, and in all places where animal life is presented to view, for purposes of study, serious or otherwise. To correct popular and long-standing ideas is a task for which no sensible person can have any great liking, albeit that the task is often necessary, and in matters more serious than the nomenclature of science, has to be undertaken as a matter of conscience. The work of reforming old established notions of things is frequently the labor not of one lifetime, but of many generations. Still, effort is and must be cumulative in its effects, and if in the present instance I can succeed in showing the rational use of the name natural history, I may perchance not merely preface this chapter by a necessary and appropriate explanation, but likewise aid in diffusing better, because truer, ideas of the aim and scope of natural science. The term natural history finds different meanings according to the latitude in which it is used, and according to the prevailing ideas which the name has been accustomed to convey in the minds of those using the name. In the North, for instance, in academic circles, the name is used to signify zoology, or the study of animals alone. A student who, in a northern university, attends a class of natural history is understood to concern himself solely with the animal population of the globe. Elsewhere, the name has been used to indicate the study of plants and animals together, the student of natural history in this latter sense extending his researches into the field of botany in addition to that of zoology. But a third meaning of the name comes to hand in which it is used in strict accordance with its etymological significance to signify not the study of any one or two departments of nature, but to denote the whole range of natural science studies. Employed in this latter sense, the name natural history is found to include not merely the knowledge of animals and plants, but the study of minerals and of the inorganic or non-living world at large. Whilst it may also be shown to include the study of the planets because, as a history of nature, it is bound to take account of everything whereof nature consists. To be a natural historian in this latter sense would imply a man's knowledge of the whole universe. But as human life, in one view at least, is conveniently short, and as wisdom and knowledge are apt to linger long, the most ardent devotees of science may reasonably shrink from laying claim to a full or even moderate knowledge of natural history, as thus defined. The admirable Crichton in these days is an unknown creature, and although now and then a master mind sweeps across the horizon of knowledge, although an occasional century may see a Darwin or a Helmholtz with a profound knowledge of nature science in well nigh all its branches, still the bounds of this wide science of natural history, as we have defined it, threaten to prove beyond the powers and grasp of any one mind amongst us. It will thus be seen that the correct use of the name natural history is that in which it is employed to mean a knowledge of universal nature. This being so, what are the branches which this great science may be said to include? I have already indicated that geology and mineralogy, in addition to astronomy and natural philosophy or physics, find a natural place within its limits. Chemistry is as truly a branch of natural history as geology, and when we have placed these sciences in the category of the natural historian, there yet remains an important branch which in one sense may be said to unite the others, and which concerns itself with the living things of this world. The child in his elementary lessons is accustomed to speak of the three kingdoms of nature. This division into animals, plants, and minerals is a perfectly correct method of parceling out nature's belongings. Although possessing obvious relations with the animals and plants, the sciences of chemistry, geology, and mineralogy deal chiefly with the mineral or lifeless section of nature, as does natural philosophy, and its offspring, astronomy. It becomes clear then that the interests of living things require to be considered under a special department of natural science. In former days, as we have seen, the natural historian was the scientific guardian of the animal and plant interests. Abolishing this phrase, what term, it may be inquired, do we now employ to indicate the study of living beings? The answer to this question may fitly conclude these introductory remarks. As Huxley has shown in his lecture on the study of biology, whilst the name natural history was used in the broad sense to include all departments of natural knowledge up to the middle of the 17th century, the growing specialization of scientific studies tended thereafter to separate the sciences into the sciences of mathematics and experiment, such as chemistry, astronomy, and physics, whilst the sciences of observation, geology, mineralogy, zoology, and botany remained to represent the wider natural history of olden days. Buffon and Linnaeus wrote their natural histories under this latter idea, namely, that they professed the study of rocks, fossils, plants, and animals. Further limitation of scientific aims and names was, however, soon necessitated by the increase of knowledge. It was clearly perceived that, as living things, the animals and plants remained more closely connected than did the geological and other branches of natural history. Hence, in due course, a new name crept into use to indicate the sciences which specially select life and living beings as subjects of study. In 1801, Lamarck, the French naturalist, first used the name biologie to indicate the collection of sciences dealing with the manifold relations of animals and plants. There seems to be a faculty in the human mind for acquiring a liking for a name or method which exhibits a special appropriateness in its description of the objects it is destined to describe. And we find that, despite the firm hold which the name natural history had obtained as descriptive of the study of life, it is being gradually superseded by the name biology, in every sense a most appropriate term. Although chiefly in the northern parts of these islands we still cling with a striking proclivity, favored by a reverence for antiquity, to the name natural history, the term biology has already gained a secure hold as a scientific expression. Today, when we study natural history, we should be understood to take the widest possible view of natural things, and we may include in our studies subjects as diverse as the origin of chalk flints, the anatomy of the brain, the liquefaction of gases, and the fertilization of flowers. But when we assert that we study biology, we thus limit, with some degree of exactness, the objects of research. Then we take for granted that our studies limit us to the fields of life, to the history of animals and plants, a history which, be it remarked, however, stretches its interests far afield, and relates itself in many and diverse ways to other and even widely separated branches of knowledge. Thus, much may be said by way of introduction to the nature of biological study. In the field before us lie the manifold concerns of the world of life, and it is straining no analogy to assert, with Mr. Herbert Spencer, that preparation in biology may after all be the best preliminary for the successful study of the human race, and for the understanding and regulation of its interests, whether regarded as pertaining to the individual, the family, the race, or the nation at large. It is no startling thought that the laws of human life and society can be demonstrated to be founded upon wider laws which prevail in animal life at large, and that the analogies and resemblances betwixt the ways of humanity and the acts of lower life are too close to admit a doubt of their intimate relationship. Spencer is stating no mythical idea, but a solid fact, when he remarks that, quote, "The science of life yields to the science of society certain great generalizations, without which there can be no science of society at all," unquote. Nor is the statement to be viewed as aught else than reasonable that, quote, "all social actions being determined by the actions of individuals, and all actions of individuals being vital actions that conform to the laws of life at large, a rational interpretation of social actions implies knowledge of the laws of life," unquote. Such a subject, however, the connexus between biology and human interests, would require a volume to itself, and at present I merely mention the fact of such relationship to impress the idea that the future of biology will undoubtedly include in its scope much of human affairs that now appears wholly at a distance from the interests of animals and plants at large. Nor have I the intention at present of discussing the relations of biology to religion, or of trenching even cursorily upon those modifications in religious opinion and in theological reasoning which, of all the sciences, biology has been the most plainly instrumental in inaugurating and fostering. At present, therefore, we may simply endeavor to discover how biology is to be studied, to what that study leads, and the nature and direction of the paths wherein the modern biologist pursues his research. If, according to Spencer, preparation in biology is the great necessity for a true knowledge of the laws which govern human society, so, for us, preparation in the methods of the science of life is a needful preliminary for an understanding of the influence which modern biology has exerted upon men's ideas concerning the order and origin of living nature. The study of the standpoints of biology may be fitly commenced by a reference to the manner in which the investigations of the biologist into the history of animals and plants are carried on. It is the province of science, to be exact. It is the first and highest duty of its professors to secure correctness in their methods of discovering facts. In science, we are not at liberty to begin anywhere, as in truth our researches, if pursued completely, will terminate in a definite fashion. Organized method is, in short, the great essential for scientific success in the pursuit and discovery of truth, and it is in his adoption of such methods that the scientific investigator differs most notably from the student in many other departments of thought. We may note in passing that another and equally important characteristic of scientific investigation exists in the fact that, having no prejudices to defend or prepossessions to consult, the man of science stands in no dread of the results to which he may be led, and is placed at no disadvantage when he replaces beliefs, however time-honored they may be, by the newer phases of thought to which his studies have led. 4 very definite questions may be said to contain in their replies the materials for constructing the full history of any living being. The queries to which I allude are such as the child might well ask respecting any object presented for the first time to his view. And it is worthy of note that the methods of inquiry through which the cumulative experience of ordinary life is gained find in the questionings of science a striking parallel. First, and most naturally, we inquire concerning the living being. What is it? Next in order comes the question, how does it live? Thirdly, the query, where is it found, appears as a most natural inquiry, and the question, how has it come to be what it is, may fitly close the list of scientific interrogations. It may be said that, could we perfectly and fully answer these 4 queries as applied to any living thing, the history of such a form might be regarded as being, in every sense, complete. Its present history, its past existence, its way of life, its bodily mechanism, its evolution and descent, these and other points in which the life and being of an animal or plant is summed up are included in the replies to our 4 queries. Answer these questions fully, I repeat, respecting an animal or plant, and you leave no item in its history unexplained. When they shall have been fully answered respecting the known organic world, then will dawn a millennium in biological and other sciences, of which, however, not the remotest shadow of a dream has yet crossed the scientific expectation. Full as our knowledge is on many points of structure and life history, biologists too frankly recognize the gaps in their information to hope for or expect the completion of their science even in the most distant years that from the present horizon we care to scan. Still, the labor of investigation proceeds apace, slowly it may be, yet hopefully, and every scientific advance which the present sees or the future may know may assuredly be regarded as filling up, wholly or in part, one or more of the replies to the 4 questions wherein, as we have seen, the gist of biology is comprised. The principle of the division of labor which has wrought such wonderful changes and improvements in human affairs, political, social, and commercial, has extended its advantages to the domain of life science, in that each query possesses its allotted branch as the agent for supplying its answer. Part of the excellence of biological reasoning and of scientific method at large consists in the fact that the labor of investigation is divided amongst 3 well-marked branches of inquiry, whilst the answers to the 4th and last question on our list are in reality supplied by the concentrated knowledge of the 3 preceding replies. Thus, to the question, what is it, the science we name morphology gives us an answer. This department of biology concerns itself with structure alone. Under this head, we gain a complete knowledge of the mechanism of the living being. A watchmaker, taking a watch or clock to pieces to ascertain the structure of the timepiece, investigates its morphology. An engineer, describing to a bystander the principles of the mechanism he has constructed, is similarly detailing its morphological composition. The structure and build of the living body, animal or plant, high or low organism, be it remembered, is investigated under this first head of inquiry. It is morphology which places before us the few facts of structure perceptible in the animalcule, and it is this science, in its highest development, which investigates the complexities of the human organization itself. But morphology can readily be shown to possess a subdivision into 3 important branches, each dealing with a special phase of living structure. There exists, firstly, the subdivision anatomy, which deals with the structure of the fully developed or adult animal or plant. Next in order comes development, a study all important, as we shall hereafter see, in the eyes of modern biologists. Through development, we obtain a knowledge of the manner in which the adult body, which anatomy investigates, came to assume its perfect and completed form. Development, in short, initiates us into nature's manufactories and shows us her methods of evolving living organisms. Just as even a rapid run through a watch manufactory and a glance at this table and that, or a look at the various stages in the progress of the watch towards perfection, would afford an idea of the fashioning and forming of the watch, so development gives us an insight into the process and method employed and followed in the formation of the animal or plant. The pin or pen we think so little of came to be what it is through a highly complex process of manufacture. To thoroughly know what the pin or the pen is, we should naturally require a knowledge of how it was made. Just so in nature. Development teaches us how the animal and the plant is made. Nay, more, it tells us also, by the way, a wondrous tale respecting the causes of the manufacture and the circumstances which have led nature to frame her living possessions according to one fashion or another, and to relate, it may be, apparently diverse articles of her handiwork in the closest bond of intimacy and union. Last of all, a third department of morphology, or the science of structure, exists in the shape of taxonomy or classification. It is the plainest of truisms that we can only classify and arrange any set of objects truly and satisfactorily when we really know the objects, and when we possess a perfect acquaintance with their structure. Hence, classification falls into a most natural place when, after the acquirement of knowledge concerning the structure and nature of living beings, we are able, as a consequence, to place together those which are truly alike, and to separate those which are unalike. By way of illustrating the application of morphology, and on the principle that example is better than precept, let us select as an example of scientific inquiry the history of a fish. Under the head of morphology, the biologist is bound to take account of every detail of structure which that animal exhibits. Through the aid of anatomy, he will make its acquaintance as a fully formed being. He will ascertain the full details of its structure, note the form, number, position, and relation of its organs, and in general obtain a thorough knowledge of its composition and bodily mechanism. But anatomy does not inform him of the prior history of the fish. Hence he turns to development as a means of showing him the manner in which the fish body grew and was fashioned. Beginning as a small speck of protoplasm, indistinguishable from the matter which forms the whole body of the lower animalcule, he would trace for us the evolution of the complex body from materials of extreme simplicity. Hour by hour and day by day, he would chronicle the changes in the division of the egg, the first appearance of the embryo, the beginnings of the heart pulse, the formation of brain and nerve, and the outlining of body at large. And finally, he would show how the completed being, evolved by strange artifice from literal nothingness, grows to its adult form and takes its place amongst the finished products of nature. Such are the details of development. Finally, asking himself concerning the place and rank of the fish in the scale of creation, the biologist would turn to classification to aid him in his search. Ascertaining the structure and development of other fishes, he would know accurately enough the proper sphere to which science calls, and in which science places the form before him. He would find cause to utterly reject classifications and systems of arrangement not founded upon a true knowledge of structure. The whale, for instance, is classified as a fish by primitive man, and, I may add, also by persons amongst ourselves whose culture professes to be by no means of a low grade. It is fish-like in form and appearance. It inhabits the sea. Its conditions of life are evidently those of the fish. Why, then, asks popular opinion, is the whale not a fish, seeing that in any case the latter is very like a whale? To this question, the biologist can but reply that if nature has modeled whale and fish on the same lines, he can have no quarrel with nature on that account. His, however, is the duty to assure himself that the fish and whale are really alike. Through anatomy, he learns that, outwardly alike as the two animals are, things in this instance are really not what they seem. The fish, his study of morphology informs him, has cold blood and a heart consisting of but two cavities or chambers. The whale, he finds, has warm blood and a heart constructed on the same type as that of the biologist himself and consisting of four chambers. The fish is covered with scales. The whale's body covering consists typically of hairs. And whilst the fish out of water dies, as a rule, because its gills are then removed from the medium from which they derive the oxygen for breathing, the whale breathes by lungs, and as everyone knows, requires to ascend periodically to the surface of the water to inhale the air directly from the atmosphere, like ourselves. The whole internal economy of the fish, albeit that it exhibits the same general type as that of the whale, is of much less complex kind. And not to penetrate more deeply into the distinctions which separate the whale race from the fish tribe, we may lay stress on one last fact of primary importance in distinguishing the two animals, namely, that whilst the fish was developed from an egg, which was hatched externally to the parent body, the whale was born alive and was nourished in its early life by the milk secretion of its parent. Now, all of these characteristics infallibly demonstrate to the merest tyro in zoology that, so far from a whale being in any sense a fish, it is a true quadruped or mammal like ourselves. It finds refuge in the same class, which includes the kangaroos and their neighbors as its lowest members or democracy, and apes and man as its aristocrats. The whale, in short, is a mammal with but two well-developed limbs, and occasionally rudiments of two other members, the two front and developed limbs being converted into swimming paddles or flippers. It is a quadruped modified for an aquatic life, and resembles the fish only in the fact that its body is built up on one and the same general type, and in its outward modification as a tenant of the vasty deep. Thus clearly do we observe that the true position of an animal or plant in the living series can only be determined by a reference to the facts of structure. Classification, in other words, is the natural termination to the work begun by the anatomist and the student of development. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Section 4 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Study of Biology, Part 2. Turning to the second question asked by biological science regarding every living being, how does it live, we find the science of physiology credited with furnishing the reply to this latter query. Physiology is the science of functions, a term translatable into meaning that branch of inquiry which shows us how the living mechanism works, and how life is supported in virtue of defined actions which it is the duty of that mechanism to perform. The watchmaker or other artificer who, setting the mechanism he has constructed in motion, professed to instruct us in the manner of its working, would be showing us the physiology of the machine, just as previously, when describing its structure, he taught us its morphology. We may go further still and add that, without a preliminary knowledge of structure, the intelligent appreciation of function or working is impossible of attainment. The exact manner in which a watch performs its duties can only be comprehended after an examination of its anatomy or the disposition of its parts. Hence, in living beings, how life is carried on is a question only to be answered from the knowledge and by the aid of the considerations which the examination of their structure affords and supplies. Summing up the history of the living being in action which physiology writes for us, we may say that three great functions are performed by every animal and by every plant. The living being has first to nourish itself, to provide for the continual wear and tear to which, in the mere act of living and being, its frame is subjected. The first function of nutrition thus provides for the support of the individual animal or plant. But death is continually thinning the ranks of animal and plant species. As local death, or the decay of the particles of the individual body, is a constant concomitant of individual life, no less true is it that general death is an invariable accompaniment of the life of the race or species. As nutrition, the act of taking and assimilating food, repairs individual loss, so the function of reproduction repairs the loss and fills the gaps which death has made in the ranks of the race. New beings, through the exercise of this latter function, are brought into the world to take the place on the stage of life of the actors whose parts in the biological drama have already been played out. Lastly, in the exercise of its living powers, the animal or plant is found to possess certain means for acquiring relations of more or less definite kind with its surroundings. An amoeba, in its way a mere speck of protoplasm, is seen under the microscope to contract its jelly-like body when a food particle touches its substance, and, as the result of the contact, the protoplasmic speck engulfs the atom in question and duly assimilates it. But for this property of sensitiveness, the life of the animalcule would be equivalent to the existence of the mineral. Its power of nourishing its frame and of receiving food really depends on its sensitiveness to the outward impressions produced by the chance contact with its body of the external particles on which it feeds. Withdraw from the protoplasm this sensitiveness, and your animalcule would starve. Sensation and a power of acting, like human units of official nature upon information received through sensation, is a universal attribute of life. Even the fixed plant may, as in the Venus flytrap, Dionaea, develop a more sensitive and elaborate apparatus for the capture of prey than many animals of tolerably high grade. And in all plants there exists living protoplasm which, as its first characteristic, exhibits sensitiveness and a power of contraction. A snail irritated by touching the tip of its tentacles withdraws into the obscurity of private life for a while, and indicates that it possesses not merely a nervous apparatus analogous to our own, but that such apparatus is used in an exactly similar fashion. A broad likeness exists between a snail's retirement into its shell when touched and the human act of withdrawing the head from a threatened blow. And so we find that from the animalcule to man, from the lowest plant to the highest member of the vegetable kingdom, there exist means whereby the living being, through the property of sensitiveness or irritability, as we may term the general function of nervous tissue or its representative, is brought into relation with its surroundings. This act of relating itself to the outer world in which it lives constitutes the third function of life wherever found. The nerve acts whereby man is enabled to think, feel, and move, the actions whereby a daisy closes its florets when the chill of evening falls upon the world, the act of a Venus's flytrap or a sundew in capturing the insects on which, like vegetable spiders, these plants feed, and the humbler manifestations of sensation seen in the sluggish movement of an animalcule or in the cells of a seaweed, are bound together in one harmonious function, which we name that of relation, innervation, or irritability. To nourish itself, to reproduce its kind, and to maintain relations with the world in which it lives, such is the whole physiological duty of man and animalcule alike. And in the survey of these three functions is comprehended the answer to our second question: how does the animal or plant live? The third inquiry of the biologist, as we have seen, relates to the place and position of the living being on the surface of the world, whether it be found on the earth itself or in the waters under the earth, whence by deep-sea research the knowledge of its habitat has been drawn. Every animal and every plant, besides a name and designation, possesses a local habitation on the earth's surface. The study of structure and the knowledge afforded by physiology take no account of the dwelling places of animals and plants. Where is it found is thus a question which must also be asked of the biologist, and for the answer we depend upon a third branch of biology to which the name of distribution has been given. The purport of the inquiry, where is it found, requires no explanation. The most natural of queries concerning a living being is that which the child might ask concerning the native habitation of an animal or plant. Outward nature applies too forcibly to us to render the question, where does it come from, an unnatural one when applied to the animal or plant. The difference between our own land and habitation and those of other men being included in some such interrogation as that involved in the questions which the science of distribution professes to answer. No more interesting queries can well be imagined within the whole of natural history study than those included within the sphere of this third division of biology. Why, for instance, are kangaroos and animals of like grade only found in Australia and adjacent islands? Why are the opossums, near relations of the kangaroos, absent from the Australian home of their nearest kith and kin? And why do they occur in America when natural expectation would have placed them in Australia? Why are antelopes well nigh confined to Africa, which has no true deer, whilst the deer are otherwise worldwide in their distribution? Why are hummingbirds only found in the New World, over the length and breadth of which they are widely distributed? Why are the monkeys of America absolutely different from those of the Old World? And why are those found in Madagascar, in turn, so varied from their neighbors of Asia and Africa? Why are sloths and armadillos only found in South America? Such are a very few which distribution asks, and to which this science endeavors to supply an answer. We thus perceive clearly enough that the situation and position of an animal or plant on the surface of the earth is no mere matter of chance, but it is as much the result of law and has been as clearly brought about by the circumstances which regulate existence as a whole as its structure is the result of laws of development acting in definite fashion and ordered sequence. Distribution, it is true, is a biological science as yet in its infancy. It presents us, we may note, with two aspects, under one of which we settle the place and position of an animal in space, that is, in the world as it now exists. Such is geographical distribution. Through the other aspect of this science, we determine by the aid of the history of fossils whether it had an existence in the past history of our Earth, and if so, under what conditions it lived. This latter phase of the subject is named geological distribution, or distribution in time. The importance of distribution as a branch of biology grows and increases daily, as we perceive that the answers to many puzzles and problems of life are bound up in the replies we are able to furnish to the question, where is the animal or plant found? At this stage of biological investigation, many naturalists might be tempted to call a halt. Having ascertained as fully as may be the structure, physiology, and distribution of an animal or plant, the investigation of the living form might be regarded as complete. Contrariwise, however, the tendency of the biology of past years has been to lay increasing stress on a fourth inquiry concerning every living thing, namely, how has it come to be what it is? Such a question is tantamount to the inquiry, how and why was the living being created so? An interrogation which, even a few years back, would have sounded as an attempt to probe the mystery of divine intent, and which, as such, would have been relegated to the domain of the unscientific, if not to that of the impious, as well. But considerations of theoretical impiety have no effect in face of the need for knowledge. If the speculation how any planet was framed, and if the formation of a nebular hypothesis or the promulgation of a theory of elliptical orbits was a warrantable procedure, nay, even a necessity, of astronomical knowledge, one may well be excused for failing to discover the unwarrantableness of speculation concerning the origin of animals and plants. Especially, too, if the way of creation, as biological science believes, has not been through successive acts of supernatural interference with the matter of life and the manner of living, but through the modification, slow, gradual, natural, and prolonged, of pre-existing species, the justification for the query, how has this animal or that plant assumed its form and place in the world, lies on the face of nature itself. If, as is apparent to all biologists at least, the way of creation is traceable in the forms and developments of living beings, we are bound to investigate that history as a part of the duty laid upon scientific truth-seeking and upon biological investigation. The impiety so much talked of in past years, but of which one happily hears but little now, if it exists at all, is illustrated solely in the absolute skepticism of those who refuse to admit and believe in the right of man to read and construe, as reason dictates, the records written in the fair face of creation itself. Persons who deem it impious in the scientist to assert that he can trace the evolution of this animal or that plant present the best possible frame of mind for the development of the very skepticism the existence of which they are the first to deplore. The willful folding of the hands in deprecation of scientific investigation and the shutting of the eyes in a so-called orthodox and slumbering ignorance of the facts of nature is the procedure of all others best calculated to sap the foundations of religion itself. It is such ideas which Dr. Martineau, with his accustomed ability, has ably denounced when he says, quote, "What indeed have we found by moving out along all radii into the infinite? That the whole is woven together in one sublime tissue of intellectual relations, geometric and physical, the realized original of which all our science is but the partial copy. That science is the crowning product and supreme expression of human reason, unless, therefore, it takes more mental faculty to construe a universe than to cause it, to read the book of nature than to write it. We must more than ever look upon its sublime face as the living appeal of thought to thought." Unquote. These are words worth reflecting upon, and they certainly admit from the side of liberal theology the full, free, and unrestrained right of science to investigate fully, and hopefully whatever facts or aspects of nature lie to her hand. They present, if need exists for such apology, the fullest justification of the scientific investigator's work, when he endeavors to trace, through the mazes and byways of evolution, the manner in which the living world and all that is therein comprised has been formed, molded, and perfected as we now find it. If, therefore, as we shall hereafter see, there are means and ways, clues and traces to be found in nature for the study of the method through which living beings have come to assume their existing order, it were but folly to deny our right to utilize such means to the full, and to extend that knowledge, the increase of which Bacon wisely declared tended to the relief of man's estate. Etiology, or the science of causes, thus supplies us with the reply to the last of the four queries which concern the nature of animals and plants. In itself, this branch of inquiry connects the other three departments. It utilizes the knowledge which structure, physiology, and distribution collect and systematize. It supplies the natural termination to all inquiries respecting the history of living beings, since we believe that the causes which have wrought out the existing order of nature have left traces of their operation in the living universe, which traces, like the silver thread running through the many-colored pattern, serve to link together the interests and to show the harmonies which underlie the varied warp and woof of life. To fix these methods of biological study the more firmly upon our minds, we may select, as the subject of a brief exposition, the natural history of a kangaroo, an animal form sufficiently distinct and specialized to render the details of its biological study a matter of easy comprehension. No animal form is more familiar as being foreign to our own country than the kangaroo, and its history, like that of every other living being, familiar or otherwise, must be investigated along the lines we have just laid down. The question, "What is it?" is answered by morphology, and a large number of very interesting replies would be found amongst the answers to the questions of the science of structure. We should thus be informed, as a primary fact of kangaroo history, that it is a vertebrate, or backboned animal, that it agrees in the general type of its body with all fishes, reptiles, birds, and quadrupeds, and we should, moreover, speedily discover by even a cursory anatomical examination that it belongs to the quadruped class, and presents, essentially, the same general characteristics which all mammals or quadrupeds, from the whale upwards to the lion, dog, rat, sheep, ape, and man, agree in possessing. But the more personal history of our kangaroo would show wide differences in structure from the organization of ordinary quadrupeds. We should be struck by the low type of its brain as compared with the brain of ordinary quadrupeds. We should note two curious bones unknown in common animals, and which arise from the front of the kangaroo's haunch bones. These are the so-called marsupial bones, on which the pouch these animals possess is supported. In connection with this fact of kangaroo structure, we should also discover that the young kangaroo is born in an immature condition, that it is thereafter transferred to the pouch of its mother, and that it exists therein for many days after birth, being duly nourished by the secretion of the milk glands which open into the pouch. We might also note that the kangaroos, as every visitor to the zoological gardens knows, possess hind limbs which are developed out of all proportion to the forelegs. In its resting posture, it sits upon a kind of tripod, or three-legged stool, formed by the tail and two hind limbs. And when the skeleton of the hind limb is examined, we find further that the great apparent length of the foot is in reality due to the elongation of the animal's instep bones. The foot, we may lastly note, possesses 4 toes, whereof one, the 4th toe, is very large and conspicuous. The 5th toe is smaller than the 4th, and the remaining 2, placed to the inner side of the other toes, are very small and united together by a fold of skin. There is no first or great toe in the kangaroo, and the 2 large toes forming the bulk of the animal's foot are the 4th and 5th toes. The 2 small and rudimentary toes corresponding to the 2nd and 3rd toes in ourselves. Thus much a brief study of anatomy would teach us about the kangaroo. Of its development, nothing need be said, beyond noting the fact that it is formed and fashioned after the manner, firstly, of all vertebrates in general, and, secondly, of all other quadrupeds in particular. Kangaroo development stops short, so to speak, at a lower level than the development of such an animal as a dog, and at a considerably lower level than that of an ape or a man. But if any proof of the exact nature of the kangaroo were wanting, such facts as those elucidated by its development would at once and indisputably settle its relationship to ourselves as a low member of our own great class. Next, as to its classification. What, it may be asked, is the kangaroo's place in nature? As the claims of structure settled the place and position of whale and fish in the animal series, so the morphology of the kangaroo allocates it to a situation in the quadruped class. The structure of many other animals is found to present a striking likeness to that of the kangaroo. The opossums, the wombats, the native bears and hyenas of Australian colonists, the kangaroo rats, the phalangers, the bandicoots, and allied forms, all, with the exception of the opossums, confined to the Australian province, exhibit evident affinities to kangaroo structure. Relying upon structure, and development would be found to strengthen the evidence of morphology, we should place these animals along with the kangaroo in a special order of quadrupeds to which we give the name of marsupials, or pouched animals. These animals would agree with the kangaroo not merely in lowness of brain structure, in the possession of the curious marsupial bones, in the general arrangement and even special form of internal organs, and in the peculiar shape of the lower jaw, but also in the matter of the foot structure. Very striking is it to observe the prevalence of the one type in the feet of this varied assortment of quadrupeds. How curious it is, says Mr. Darwin, that the hind feet of the kangaroo, which are so well fitted for bounding over the open plains, those of the climbing, leaf-eating koala, equally well fitted for grasping the branches of trees, those for the ground-dwelling, insect or root-eating bandicoots, and those of some other Australian marsupials, should all be constructed on the same extraordinary type, namely, with the bones of the 2nd and 3rd digits extremely slender and enveloped within the same skin, so that they appear like a single toe furnished with 2 claws. Notwithstanding this similarity of pattern, it is obvious that the hind feet of these several animals are used for as widely different purposes as it is possible to conceive. The case is rendered all the more striking by the American opossums, which follow nearly the same habits of life, having feet constructed on the ordinary plan. End of Section 4, Chapter 2, Part 2. Section 5 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Study of Biology, Part 3. The science of structure thus settles the questions which naturally arise respecting the relationships of the kangaroo by uniting it in classification with those forms which truly resemble it in structure. So also with its physiology. The second question, how does it live, would be answered in an exact fashion by the investigation of the life processes of the animal, and by the knowledge which physiology would bring to bear upon the manner in which kangaroo existence is divided, like that of all other animals, between supporting its frame, increasing its race, and maintaining relations with the world around. The question, where is it found, involves in its reply, in the case of the kangaroo, a large number of highly interesting and instructive considerations. Kangaroos are found in Australia and adjacent islands alone. Why are they limited to this region of the Earth's surface? And why, to put this question more generally, has Australia no native quadrupeds other than these marsupials and their near relations? For it need hardly be added that the horse, cow, sheep, and allied animals are all of recent introduction by the hand of enterprising, colonizing man. Looking at a zoological map of the world, a chart prepared solely with reference to the distribution of animal life, we should observe that the animals peculiar to Australia stop short on one side of a line called Wallace's Line, which passes in one part of its course between the little islands of Bali and Lombok in the eastern archipelago. The Straits of Lombok are about 15 miles in width, yet that narrow sea divides the land of marsupials, Australia and adjacent islands, from other lands and islands in which no marsupials are found. Why then should the kangaroos and their marsupial kith and kin stop short at Wallace's Line? The answer to this query involves considerations which extend over the whole domain of life science. The briefest possible explanation of the kangaroo's distribution must therefore suffice for our present purpose. Let us go back in imagination to that far back time in the history of our Earth when the Triassic rocks were being formed. That period existed ages before the chalk in point of time. It was the period, moreover, when the first quadrupeds appeared on the Earth's surface. These primitive animals were wholly of marsupial kind, and entirely of the type of which our kangaroos and other Australian mammals are the existing representatives. Not a single higher mammal thus graced the Triassic forests. No elephants roamed in Triassic jungles. The plains of these early times were unenlivened by the agile deer or by the grace of the antelope herds. No carnivora roamed about to slay and devour the weaker races, and the humblest quadrupeds were lords of animal creation, and represented in themselves the fullness of the mammalian life which the later ages were destined to see. Over the whole land surfaces then in existence, these low marsupial quadrupeds of the Trias in due course spread. In Britain, on the continent, in the New World, the fossil remains of these early Triassic quadrupeds are found, the best known of them being represented most nearly by the little banded anteater, Myrmecobius, living in Australia today. In the Triassic period, also, Australia obtained its marsupials. For that island continent was then part of the Asiatic or Palearctic mainland, and the connecting land was not then broken up into the islands of the eastern archipelago of today. The next phase in the drama of Australian quadruped life shows us that, at the close of the Triassic and of the succeeding Oolitic periods, that land became disjointed from the mainland. Geological change made Australia the island continent we see it today. And what of its quadrupeds? These early marsupials, left to themselves, shut off from all possible invasion by and competition with higher and later quadrupeds, flourished and grew apace in the Australian land. Elsewhere and in the rest of the world, the early marsupials were distanced in the struggle for existence, which ensued on the evolution of higher types of life. Elsewhere than in Australia, they were killed off, and at the close of the Oolite Age, or that immediately succeeding the Trias, hardly a remnant of the great marsupial life of these two periods was left to bear witness to the first beginnings of mammals on the earth. In Australia, how different was, and still is, the quadruped life. In the recent bone caves of Australia, we meet with the remains of giant marsupials, compared with which the largest kangaroo of today appears a pygmy form. These are the lineal descendants of the first mammalian population which Australia obtained from the Triassic period. Thus left unopposed until the advent of the colonists, the marsupials have lived and flourished in Australia, which still retains the main features of its Triassic and Oolitic life. For in its seas swims the Port Jackson shark, elsewhere known only by fossil representatives from the Oolitic rocks. In its rivers lives the curious fish Ceratodus, whose teeth occur fossil in Triassic and Oolitic formations. The cycads and araucaria, representing a typical and universal plant vegetation of the Oolitic times, still flourish in Australian soil, though elsewhere scanty or non-existent. And even the shellfish on the shores of Australia belong to types which flourished in our own Oolitic seas, but which have since practically died out over the world, save the Australian shores. Thus, Australian life of today is merely the survival of the general life which prevailed over the world in the Trias and Oolitic periods. The history of the kangaroo points out clearly enough that only on the theory of evolution, having given rise to new species from the ancient and original Triassic stock, can we account for the persistence in a corner of our existing world of the otherwise lost and extinct population of the first quadrupeds. Lastly, the opossums, which as a family of marsupials we should have expected to find in Australia, are discovered, as already remarked, in America. How came they then to inhabit the New World is a question worth answering, along with that which inquires into the distribution of the kangaroo. The opossums, firstly, represent a family which never entered Australia. They were plentifully existent in Europe and elsewhere in the Oolitic period, and even nearer our own day, namely, in the Eocene and Miocene formations. The opossums lived in the Old World. These facts are accurately told us by the history of their fossil remains. Thence their range extended to the New World, and when a subsequent eruption of higher quadrupeds killed off the opossum race elsewhere, these animals continued to flourish and grow in the New World, presumably because the struggle for existence was and is less severe in the latter region. As the kangaroos are survivals of a quadruped life worldwide in Triassic and Oolitic times, so the opossums are survivals in their turn of later marsupials than the Australian animals. Finding in the New World, to which they migrated, a suitable home, the opossums, distanced in the competition in the Old World and now extinct therein, have flourished apace across the sea, and have extended their bounds even into the northern part of the American continent. The deep water of the narrow Wallace's Line between Bali and Lombok, therefore, indicates a channel of great antiquity, which severed Australia from the nearest land, and which, presenting an impassable gulf to migrating forms, has kept the original quadruped life of that island continent free, separate, and unmingled with the higher types of life evolved since Triassic and Oolitic times. Thus do we answer the question, where is the kangaroo found? The remaining question, how has it come to be what it is, or in other words, how has it assumed its present place in the organic series, has been answered in greater part by the preceding observations. If the first quadruped population of Australia was, as we know it to have been, of marsupial nature, our existing kangaroo must be the descendant of pre-existing species. Laws of descent, affected by variation, have unquestionably produced and evolved the existing kangaroo from ancestors more or less resembling itself. This much is clear, at least, that although the exact lines of descent and variation of the marsupial families of today are as yet undetermined, the great principle of descent through variation from pre-existing species remains not a theory merely, but an inferred and unmistakable fact from the circumstances of the case. as the various opossums now inhabiting America are the descendants of the one or more primitive species which first colonized the New World, so the varied marsupial life of Australia is the legitimate outcome, through variation, of the primitive quadrupeds which first peopled that strange land in the old Triassic days. As Professor Flower has remarked, even the likeness between the feet of the marsupials is too close to admit of any doubt of their derived relationship, of inheritance from a common ancestor. And the causes which have produced the striking likeness of this one feature in marsupial history are simply those which have also evolved from a common origin, the varied features and new offshoots which mark the marsupial life of today. The somewhat extended survey thus taken of the means and methods of biological study obviates any necessity for extending more fully our researches into the remaining characteristics of modern biology. What remains to be said on this latter head may, however, be shortly summed up in the light of previous remarks. Natural history science, as prosecuted of old, was a mere collection of descriptions of species. It was a science in which the search after new species, merely for the sake of adding to the number of known forms, was the paramount aim of the zoologist and botanist. Classifications grew apace, but the relations of one species to another, of group to group, or the general plan upon which the animal world was constructed and organized, were either undreamt of as subjects of study or were cursorily dismissed from scientific view. We have but to open a volume of natural history lore of the past decade of zoology to realize the truth of this statement. We may readily perceive that attention to outside characters and to the construction of artificial systems of classification represented the chief labors of the biologists of past years. But impelled by the researches of Cuvier, who laid the foundations of morphology, and who clearly mapped out the animal world into 4 great types, 3 of which to this day remain much as his genius left them, biology awoke to a new lease on life. Placed in possession of some definite aim in the investigation of animal structure, zoologists began the systematic examination of the great divisions of the animal world which Cuvier had mapped out. Next in order came the era marked by the speculations of Lamarck. In turn succeeded that characterized by the imperishable deductions and suggestions of Darwin. Then was supplied the guiding clue, for want of which zoology and botany had been left to progress in slow and desultory fashion. The impetus given by Darwinism and evolution to biology may be fully appreciated when we reflect that in evolution we perceive the suggestion of a rational purpose in the researches we undertake into the structure, physiology, and distribution of living beings. When we discover that life everywhere exhibits progress, that the development of animals and plants has been a work of progress in the past, that modification proceeds apace even now, and that it is possible to discover the clear plan and method of creation in the forms and development of living things, we may readily appreciate the incentives to research in all directions which the idea of evolution as the method of nature has given to the biology of today. Understanding something of the theory of the living universe, the biologist can set himself to work, hopefully to unravel many of the so-called mysteries of life, asking himself regarding every living thing the question, how has it come to occupy this or that place in nature? He firstly studies its development as a clue to its descent and origin. The modern biologist looks to development above all else to teach him the true nature and relationships of animals and plants. If a sea squirt's development runs in parallel lines to that of the lowest fish, then he naturally concludes that like results in this case follow from similarity of origin, and fishes and sea squirts become organically connected through community of descent. If a saculina, existing as a mere parasitic bag of eggs on a hermit crab, passes through essentially the same stages in its development as a shrimp, a water flea, a barnacle, a crab, and all other crustaceans, he feels bound to believe that these varied forms have sprung from one and the same rootstock. If he finds that a frog in its early life is essentially a fish in structure and physiology, he assumes that he is being taught the descent of the frog race from aquatic and fish-like ancestors. Otherwise, why, he may reasonably ask, should nature trouble herself to develop a fish stage in the formation and growth of the land-inhabiting frog? If he finds that man's development proceeds along the same lines as those of all other vertebrate animals, if he knows that man, like the fish, has gill clefts in his neck in early life, which clefts are of no use whatever to their possessor, if he finds that other structures, found permanently in lower animals, have a temporary existence in human development, is he not morally bound to believe that, human development being a moving panorama of lower forms of life, man himself has had his beginning in some pre-existing and lower form? If he finds that it is impossible in early life to distinguish the human embryo from that of other quadrupeds, is he not logically bound to regard such likeness as a proof of man's lowly origin? Such are the queries which the biologist of today is forced to face, and when the facts of development are fairly stated, the answer is not for a moment doubtful, if only from the overwhelming conviction that nature has written her method and way of creation in our evolution, and that it is, or should be, our highest pride and glory to read aright that strange, eventful history. No less powerfully are the deductions and studies of the modern biologist aided by such considerations as those which deal with variation in species as a great fact of life. Formerly, when the fixity of species was deemed a grand fact of biology, the idea that variation might exist was unwillingly entertained, if allowed to have any weight at all. Now, with exact knowledge that variation exists to a greater or less extent in every living species, that change is the law and fixity in species the exception, we can clearly discern nature's purport in inaugurating such change as the preliminary to the formation of new races and species. We know that variation proceeds apace in the existing world of life. We ourselves evolve at large new races of cattle and sheep, of pigeons and dogs and horses, and even if it be fully and freely admitted that the causes of variation are still obscure, there will be found no competent biologist to deny either the reality of the changes in species now proceeding in the world or the results such changes have wrought in the past. Subsidiary methods and aids in studying the biology of today exist in such subjects as rudimentary organs, homologies, missing links, and the like. If we discover that a whalebone whale, which has no teeth in the adult state, develops before birth teeth which never cut the gum and are gradually absorbed, we must either assume that nature is woefully improvident in developing useless structures, or that these useless teeth have a meaning. If we find that, whilst a horse walks upon the single toe of each foot, it possesses other two rudimentary and useless toes in its splint bones, the same idea of meaning or no meaning comes vividly before our minds. Rudimentary organs teach us, like development, valuable lessons concerning the past history of the race which possesses them. The useless teeth of whales represent organs once well developed in the ancestors of our existing toothless cetaceans, and when we find in our horse rudiments of two toes, we expect that the single-toed animal is descended from a three-toed race. Is such an idea probable, may be asked. If we visit Yale College in America and observe the array of fossil horses there displayed, we shall be able to trace the evolution of the horse in time from not only three-toed but four-toed and five-toed ancestors. There, placed in a graduated series, is the proof that evolution is a stable fact. No missing links require to be supplied in the series of Yale College, and those who can maintain in the face of such an array of testimony that evolution is an impossibility and development a myth may be regarded as possessing a hardness of heart against honest conviction, compared with which the Egyptian obstinacy against which Moses declaimed and Aaron battled is mildness indeed. Homology, or the science of likenesses, again, teaches us that when organs are built upon the same type, like the feet of marsupials or the limbs of all vertebrates, from the arm of man to the wing of the bird and the breast fin of the fish, they must have had a common origin. The true nature of organs and parts in animals and plants is only discoverable after a careful study and comparison of their structure and affinities as declared by homology. Such are a few of the aids to biological study which the modern naturalist has at his command. Under the light and countenance of evolution, every new fact fits sooner or later into an appropriate niche in the biological fabric. No one fact remains isolated and distinct, as in days of old, but all our knowledge of the past and present of living beings tends to supply us with a rational understanding of their origin and progress towards their existing structure and position in nature. Evolution thus takes its stand on the rational interpretation of the facts of nature. Its reasonable aspect presents its strongest claim to support. Its rational explanation of former mysteries commends it to the unbiased truth seeker as the key to the former mysteries and inexplicable problems of the past. Founding its data upon observed facts, the evolution theory holds that the living species of this world are in a state of constant change and variation. It maintains that animals and plants are produced in greater numbers than can obtain the necessaries of life. It postulates, what observation confirms, the operation of a struggle for existence in which the weakest forms, which are those that do not vary, go to the wall, whilst the strong, those that do vary, survive. It holds that nature thus appears to set a premium on variation, that she encourages change in species, and that firstly new varieties, then new races, and lastly new species are thus produced by the modification of the old. The theory thus presented calls to its aid all the facts of biological science. It shows by development that the way of nature is that of progressing from the general to the special. It notes that extinct forms of life can frequently be shown to be intermediate between living forms, and that missing links are capable of being supplied as knowledge grows and as research advances. It correlates outward or physical changes in land and sea with the change in species, and shows how varying conditions of life modify the living form. It enlists, as we have seen, the facts of geographical distribution in its favor, and proves, by an appeal to geology as well, that the modification of life through the changes of land and sea accounts for the otherwise puzzling phenomena viewed in the distribution of living beings over the world's surface. Laying hold of every detail of natural science, this theory of nature has thus wrought a mighty revolution in biology, whilst geology and other sciences have molded their conceptions on the consistent theory of the universe which evolution lays down. It is the pride and boast of evolution that the avenues to which knowledge leads through this theory of the universe are illimitable, that knowledge may truly grow from more to more under its benign influence. And best of all, whilst science is thus made the handmaid of truth, we also find that the spirit of reverence in face of the facts of nature is also inculcated by the study of development. There is no room for the idea of arbitrary interference with the laws of nature when evolution has fairly asserted its right to be heard. As in the inorganic world around us, law reigns supreme. As planets revolve in their cycles with unchanging regularity, so in the world of life there is demonstrated to us the existence of law and ordered sequence which prevails in lowest as in highest spheres of being, which directs the destinies and development of man equally with the movements of the animalcule, and which as fully explains the evolution of a leaf as it does the formation of a world. End of Section 5, Chapter 2, Part 3. Section 6 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Constitution of the Animal and Plant Kingdoms, Part 1. The intelligent foreigner visiting a country which to him is practically a terra incognita, and desirous of acquainting himself as fully as possible with the constitution of the land wherein he intends to sojourn, would contrive, before departing from his native coasts, to gain some adequate idea of the new country itself, its government and laws, its social, political, and religious condition, its geographical and geological features, and its general history in so far as these details were necessary for the comprehension of what he expected to see and hear during his foreign tour. If to the details of its present condition he was able to add information concerning its past, if he could trace its history along the lines of centuries, and discover how this event or that occurrence had tended to mold the country and its constitution into its existing form, his appreciation of the strange land as presented to his view today would tend to become of still more complete nature. And if, lastly, from his study of the past and present of the foreign territory, he ventured to indulge in any reflections on its possible or probable future, and on its chances of further development or possible decline, such reflections would possess every claim to rank as rational thoughts, deducible from his knowledge of the land as it was and is. The parallelism between the process of acquiring an adequate knowledge of a foreign state and that of gaining some idea of the constitution of the worlds of living beings can readily be shown to be of the closest possible description. The most superficial acquaintance with the study of zoology and botany, if carried out in any fashion worthy the name of a scientific and intellectual exercise, must proceed along lines which follow out in all essential details the pathways whereby we gain an intelligent idea of a foreign land. No study of animals or of plants can be satisfactorily carried out without at least a brief preliminary discussion of the constitution of the worlds of life, and without some acquaintance with their mutual relationships and their fundamental characters. In the light of recent researches concerning the why and wherefore of the animal and plant kingdoms, such preliminary knowledge becomes not merely of high importance, but of absolutely essential nature. In the days before evolution was anything but a name, and ere natural selection had become a striking reality to the biological mind, such knowledge formed the basis of every study of zoology and botany worthy the name of a scientific investigation. Today, when the burning questions of biology center around the evolution of the living universe and include in their sway and limits the details of the development and structure alike of man and monad, it need hardly be urged that some acquaintance with the general constitution of the animal and plant worlds is absolutely necessary for the intelligent comprehension of all that is interesting in the study of life. If the making of England, to quote the expressive phraseology of a historical authority, be regarded as at once the summation and foundation of all knowledge of the genesis of the English race, so the fundamental nature of animals and plants and a knowledge of their existing relations may be legitimately viewed as the only sound preparation for a knowledge of the great questions that deal with the becoming and making of living things. The most cursory survey of the worlds of animal and plant life leaves, as the prevailing impression on the observer's mind, the idea of extraordinary variety and diversity of form, color, and habitat. From the grand sequoia or Wellingtonia of California to the humble moss that covers a rock, the gray lichens of the walls or the minute algae that color the pools, there is an endless variety in the ranks of the plant kingdom. No less distinctly is the diversity seen in the hordes of animal life, from the giant quadrupeds that find a home in the tropical jungles, through the teeming life of the waters, to the insect life that everywhere surrounds us, and to the animalcular swarms that find a world in the water drop. There is to be viewed endless and well-nigh undeterminable variation in every feature of existence. Indeed, so wide is the range of the naturalist's sphere of observation that one might be readily tempted to believe that, save for the one common belonging and possession of life, there seems no bound of union which may link together the hosts that people the earth. The variety in question tends somewhat to puzzle the uninitiated observer when he attempts to form some adequate ideas regarding the relations of animals to each other, or concerning the bonds that connect the apparently diverse forms of plant life. It is this variety also which in some degree tends to discourage the popular study of natural history, the apparent hopelessness of overtaking in a human lifetime even a small portion of the inexhaustible fields of research, having its own share in the work of discouragement and in demonstrating the theoretical vanity of human knowledge. But the student of living nature is destined to find a speedy and satisfactory solution of many of these preliminary difficulties at the very outset of his studies. The first tendency of scientific investigation is to correlate the objects of its research, or, in other words, to effect a classification and arrangement of subjects destined for investigation. When the child groups the objects by which he is surrounded into animals, vegetables, and minerals, he is unconsciously laying the foundations of a scientific system. And in reality, the naturalist simply enlarges the conceptions of the child when he shows that differences, as fundamental in their nature as those the child learns to note, can be determined between the varied tribes of animals and the equally diverse groups of plants. Prior to the time of Cuvier, naturalists concerned themselves chiefly with the description of the different species of animals and plants, and with the determination of the characters whereby one species was distinguished from another. The writings of Linnaeus, for example, are largely composed of such descriptions, and if we add to such details others dealing with the habits and distribution of animals and plants, we shall have completed the enumeration of the chief aims of naturalists in bygone days. The popular zoology and botany of today, which do not concern themselves with matters beyond form and the recognition of species or the description of habits, reflect in a very characteristic and exact fashion the natural history studies of the past. It should be remembered, however, that the classic naturalists, among whom Aristotle stands out conspicuously, dived somewhat more deeply into the history of the animal kingdom than their modern successors. But it may be fairly assumed that the ordinary naturalist, prior to Cuvier's time, concerned himself not so much with the structure or morphology of living beings as with the description of their external forms, peculiarities, habits, and habitations. With Cuvier, a new and higher era of natural history study dawned. Linnaeus had mapped out the animal world into 1. Mammalia, 2. Aves, or birds, 3. Amphibia, reptiles, frogs, etc., 4. Pisces, or fishes, 5. Insecta, insects, spiders, etc., and 6. Vermes, or worms, this latter group being, like that of all the Linnaean insects, a most heterogeneous division, and including all known and lower forms of animal life, from the worms themselves downwards as far literally as the senses could reach. It has well been remarked that such a classification as the foregoing possesses a representative in the vocabulary of well nigh every language. In this view, it might be maintained that a popular conception of a unity of animals underlying their obvious diversity was early formed in the human mind. This is undoubtedly true, since the division of the animal world into beasts, birds, fishes, insects, and worms is a step in the construction of animal types, to one or other of which any animal may be referred. But the system in question exhibits, after all, but little advance on the classification of childhood, and it serves, moreover, to indicate very cursorily indeed the scientific and further delineation of the animal constitution. Lamarck, whose name is associated with views concerning the transformation and evolution of species, contributed a very decided addition to the knowledge of the constitution of the animal world when, about the close of last century, he showed that the beasts, birds, reptiles, and fishes, instead of being regarded as distinct and unconnected divisions of animals, might be grouped together to form a large and characteristic division of the kingdom. He pointed out that each and all of these animals, as he knew them, possessed, firstly, a spine or backbone. Within this spine, whereof the skull formed merely a front expansion, the nervous system was contained as within a tube, whilst below that system and contained within the body itself, as bounded, say, by the ribs, were the heart, digestive system, and other organs. Lamarck, commenting upon this arrangement of parts, which a glance at the carcass of a sheep, as vertically bisected in the butcher shop, will illustrate, demonstrated that no other animals save mammals, birds, reptiles, and fishes possessed such a disposition of their organs. The worm or the insect, for instance, possesses a body we may legitimately compare with the lower tube of the fish or beast, since neither the worm nor insect has a spine containing a nervous system. Hence Lamarck, taking his chief character from the spine or backbone, composed of separate bones or vertebrae, named the beasts, birds, reptiles, and fishes the vertebrata, whilst all other animals became accordingly known as invertebrata. That Lamarck's discovery and his subsequent arrangement of the animal world into these two leading divisions marked a distinct era in zoology, no one can doubt. Best of all, his deduction laid the foundation of the method which a little later, that is, about 1795, Cuvier so successfully enunciated and followed out to a practical result. Other hands, in addition, labored at the scientific edifice, which was practically completed when Cuvier laid before the world his elementary scheme of the history of animals, and showed that at least 3 common types or plans could be instituted amongst the invertebrate animals. Placed in tabular order, then, the main outlines of the animal world, according to Cuvier, might be thus rendered. 1. Vertebrata, backboned animals, fishes, frogs, reptiles, birds, and mammals. 2. Mollusca, soft-bodied animals, cuttlefishes and shellfish at large. 3. Articulata, jointed animals, insects, crustaceans, worms, etc. 4. Radiata, rayed animals, starfishes, corals, jellyfishes, zoophytes, and all lower animals. Cuvier's own words, expressive of the nature of these types, may be quoted. Quote, "It will be found that there exist 4 principal forms, 4 general plans, if it may thus be expressed, on which all animals appear to have been modeled, and the ulterior divisions of which, under whatever title naturalists may have designated them, are merely slight modifications, founded on the development or addition of certain parts." Unquote. It may be added that the distinguished embryologist von Baer, attacking the problems of animal form from the standpoint of development, and watching the phases observable in the early history of animals as they advanced from the egg towards their perfect forms, came to the same conclusion as the great French anatomist. According to von Baer, also, there were 4 types or plans in the animal world, the distinctive nature of the type to which any given animal belonged being indicated at an early stage in its development, so that, as early as the beginning of the present century, it became clear to the minds of naturalists that, instead of each animal being built up on a type peculiar to itself, it fell into one or other of 4 groups. In a word, it was found to possess a broad and fundamental plan or type of structure, with which a greater or less number of other animals agreed. To render the type constitution of the animal world plainer and more readily appreciated, we may select 1 or 2 examples by way of illustrating also how, with the increase of knowledge since Cuvier's day, the original types have remained stable in some respects, whilst they have undergone modifications in others. No 2 animals can well appear more varied in form, nature, appearance, and habits, and inferentially in structure likewise, than a lobster and a butterfly. The aerial habits of the one contrast very markedly with the slow aquatic life of the other, whilst the general constitution of the former appears to be separated by antipodean differences from that of the other. Are there any bounds of common nature which can link together beings so diverse? And can the butterfly and the lobster be shown to possess any relationships in common? Are questions which it is reserved for the scientific but plainly understood deductions of zoology to answer. The superficial examination of the lobster would show that its body consists essentially of a series of some 20 joints, each possessing a pair of appendages modeled, despite their apparent differences, on one and the same plan. So that, although the amalgamated joints of the animal's head and chest are seemingly different from those of its tail, the zoologist could readily show the uniformity of the series by a comparatively simple dissection, wherein, aided by the knowledge of the animal's development, legs, nippers, jaws, feelers, and even eye stalks would be referred to modifications of one and the same type. Furthermore, our dissection of the lobster would show that, whilst its heart lies on its back, its digestive system runs through the middle line of its frame, and its nervous system, in the characteristic form of an essentially double chain of nerve knots, lies on the floor of its body, so that we might diagrammatize with strict accuracy the essential build of a lobster's body by constructing a jointed figure, wherein the heart lay the highest, the nervous system the lowest, and the digestive system between the two. Now this figure, it may be remarked, would accurately represent every known lobster. It would also stand for the essential structure of every crab, which is merely a tailless lobster, and of every shrimp, barnacle, water flea, slater, and a host of allied animals as well. Turning now to the butterfly, we should discover from even a rough examination of the insect's frame that it possesses an essentially similar disposition of parts to those of the lobster. The butterfly's heart lies on its back, its digestive system occupies the middle position, and its nervous system lies on the floor of the body, and moreover consists of the same knotted and double chain we see in the lobster. Again, the appendages of the butterfly body are in pairs, and resemble those of the lobster in all essential particulars, although they are less numerous, in the adult state at least. So that, beyond and beneath all differences in appearance, form, and habits, material as these differences appear to be, we discover the great truth that both animals are built up on the same fundamental type. In a word, the ideal diagram we have constructed of the lobster's body will serve equally well to indicate the broad features of butterfly structure. And further, as all crustaceans can be shown to possess bodies modeled on the lobster type, so all insects, numbering many thousands of species, may, without exception, be referred to the butterfly type. From which declarations a third may naturally be drawn, namely, that the bodies of all insects and all crustaceans are built up on one and the same fundamental plan. Nor is this all. The diagram which, as we have seen, conveys to our mind the essential features in the anatomy of a lobster and a butterfly, and which, through these animals, presents us with a general idea of every insect and every crustacean, can be shown to possess a more extended application still. Every spider, scorpion, and mite agrees with the lobster and insect in its essential structure, and every centipede and millipede likewise has its heart above, its nervous system below, and its digestive system in the middle of its body. Whilst if we, lastly, examine the worms themselves, we shall find that our diagram still serves to show the main details of the structure of that extensive class. In this way, therefore, the language of the zoologist becomes clear when he states that all of the foregoing animals constitute a type of animals. The type in question is, in fact, Cuvier's Articulata, or as it is rendered in modern zoology, that of the Annulosa. And there remains yet one important addition to the zoological statement, namely, that no other animals, save the Annulosa or articulates, exhibit the arrangement of parts just noted. The heart above and the nervous system below are characters as distinctive of these animals as is the particular impress on coins of the country or territory from which they were issued. End of Section 6, Chapter 3, Part 1. Section 7 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Constitution of the Animal and Plant Kingdoms, Part 2. Yet another illustration may be given of the constitution of animal types by way of impressing their distinctive character on the mind. If we bisect the body of a fish by splitting it through the spine from head to tail, we discover a highly characteristic disposition of its organs and parts. Lying along the back and enclosed within the skull and spine, as within a tube, we find the nervous system, consisting of brain and spinal cord. Lowest down and lying on the floor of the body is the heart. Above the heart and in the middle position is the digestive system, and above this system, in turn, is a second nervous system, distinct from the brain and spinal cord and known as the sympathetic system. Thus, the positions of organs in the fish, with the exception of the digestive system, are exactly reversed from those of the lobster and butterfly, whilst in that its chief nervous system is enclosed within the bony tube formed by skull and spine, the fish presents a most material difference from both animals. Furthermore, we should find that the fins of the fish, which represent the limbs of higher animals, are never more than 4 in number, and that they are disposed in pairs. A simple diagram, then, might be constructed of the fish, showing the positions of the various systems as just narrated, whilst a similar idea of vertebrate structure is afforded by the cross-section, and such a diagram would hold true for every known fish, just as the diagram of the jointed animal, constructed from the details of the lobster, served to represent the essential anatomy of every known crustacean. If, now, we examine the structure of a frog or other amphibian, or that of any reptile, we shall find that, like the fish, these animals have a nervous system lying along the back and enclosed within a bony tube. Again, their hearts are lowest, their digestive system occupies the median position, and their limbs are never more than 4 and are invariably developed in pairs. Hence, the diagram of the fish represents the essential anatomy of other 2 distinct classes, namely frogs and reptiles. But it is easy to show that the fish type is also represented in animals still more widely removed from all apparent relationship with the finny tribes. Between a bird and a fish there seems at first to be no relationship, absolute or comparative. Yet the diagram of the fish will serve to express all the structural features of the bird. The latter exhibits, in short, the same arrangement of its nervous, digestive, and blood systems as does the fish. Its nervous system is similarly protected by a bony axis, and its limbs are likewise in pairs. And ascending, last of all, to the highest confines of the animal world, and entering into the domain of the quadrupeds or mammals, at the head of which latter group stands the human subject, we find the type of fish, frog, reptile, and bird to be accurately adhered to as the fundamental plan of the quadruped body itself, so that the diagram of the fish may be left to express accurately and truly the broad outlines of human anatomy. In this way we discover that a type of animals, the vertebrata, first outlined by Lamarck, as already noted, can be constructed on precisely the same lines, and for the same structural reasons that made the constitution of the articulate type a reality of living nature. Fishes, frogs, reptiles, birds, and quadrupeds or mammals, including man, thus possess bodies constructed on the same fundamental type or plan. To continue the illustration of the formation of natural groups or types of animal life through the discovery of broad or fundamental correspondence in the structure of the body were an easy matter. It may readily be shown that all ordinary shellfish, such as oysters, cockles, snails, whelks, along with the sea butterflies, pteropoda, and the cuttlefishes, from another well-marked type, distinguished by the peculiar disposition of the nervous system in 3 great masses, as well as by other definite characters, writ large enough in the textbooks of zoology. These animals form the type of the mollusca, a group from which many animals therein, included by Cuvier, have been weeded out to form other divisions, or to find a place in other types. Similarly, the fact that the starfishes, sea urchins, sea lilies, sea cucumbers, and the like, form another and distinct type, Echinodermata, distinguished by the radiate shape of the body, and by other characters, might be dwelt upon. A diagram of the starfish type would merely extend our illustrations to show how the hydras, zoophytes, jellyfishes, corals, and sea anemones form another type, Coelenterata, noted for its curious digestive system, which communicates freely with the internal cavity of the body. Whilst last and lowest of all, the protozoa, represented by the sponges, amoebae, the foraminifera or chalk animalcules, and many other and equally simple forms of animal life, constitute the lowest type. These animals are distinguished rather by their want of organs and tissues than by the possession of the belongings of higher animals, and exhibit bodies which consist, for the most part, of simple masses of protoplasm, but which nevertheless exhibit all the fundamental characteristics of living organisms. The diagram of a protozoan might thus be adequately enough rendered by a simple figure representing an indefinite mass of protoplasm. It will thus be seen that the 4 Cuvierien types have become largely extended and modified by modern research. But notwithstanding these modifications, the principles whereon that great anatomist laid the foundations of the constitution of the animal world remain solid and enduring as of old. If today our list of types is of a more extensive character than was the Cuvierien repertoire, it must be borne in mind that such a result was inevitable from the improvement of the ways and means of scientific research. What remains to be effected in biological research is the enlargement and extension of the types themselves, an increase of knowledge which has, indeed, been carried out along the very lines which led Cuvier to those remarkable generalizations that have formed the basis of modern natural history studies. Although naturalists are by no means agreed concerning the exact number and relationship of the types represented in the animal world, the following table may serve to show the fundamental divisions of the animal kingdom as expressed in modern systems of zoological classification. Starting from the bottom, protozoa, lowest animals, amoeba, etc. Above and to the left, Coelenterata, corals, anemones, hydrae, zoophytes, down to sponges. Above and to the right, vermes, worms, down to infusorians. Above vermes to the right are the echinodermata, starfishes, sea urchins, etc. Above the vermes, to the left and above the echinodermata are the articulata, insects, spiders, crustacea. To the far left, above the vermes, are the mollusca, cuttlefishes, shellfish, etc. And in the center left, above the vermes, we have the molluscoida, polyzoa, and sea squirts, and further up that branch, the vertebrata, fishes, reptiles, birds, quadrupeds. Having thus endeavored to show the chief types of animal life, we may now glance at the conclusions bearing upon the constitution of the animal world to which our researches may legitimately be presumed to lead. It thus seems clear, so far as our studies have led us, that the constitution of the animal world is one in which the development of its included units has followed a series of definite plans or types, leading to the construction of the 6 or 7 primary groups into which the naturalist is accustomed to divide the hosts of animal life. These types, it must further be noted, are not in any sense theoretical groups, but are founded, as we have seen, on exact and fundamental likenesses in structure. Nor must we lose sight of the exact meaning of the word fundamental as thus employed. The use of this term implies that the likeness and similarities in the plan admits of variation in the carrying out of its details. The lobster and the butterfly, for example, are fundamentally alike. Their bodies are constructed on an essentially similar plan, and the positions of their organs are identical. But whilst these two are fundamental likenesses, they do not imply that of necessity the two bodies should be similar throughout. The tissues of a butterfly may be more complex than those of a lobster, or vice versa, just as the heart or brain of a frog is a more complex organ than that of a fish, and as each organ of a bird or a man shows in turn an advance upon that of the frog. The variations, however, are all more or less plain and evident elaborations of one type. As Cuvier put it, the ulterior divisions of each type, or in other words, its arrangement into subordinate groups, drawn upon differences in the included animals, are founded upon slight modifications of the type, or by the development or addition of certain parts, which parts, it may be added, can, as a rule, be shown to be represented in one form or another in the original constitution of the type. A second consideration of importance in discussing the constitution of the animal world consists in the emphatic declaration of the modern naturalist that it is impossible to arrange animals in a linear series, beginning with the lowest form and ending with man. The nature of the constitution of the animal world, in short, does not admit of any such arrangement, since it would be manifestly impossible to determine in very many instances which of two animals, or of two groups, should be ranked the higher. It would be a puzzling, if not an impossible task, for any naturalist to determine, for example, whether a cockroach or a cuttlefish should be ranked highest in the scale. The fact that the body of the one is constructed on an utterly different type than that of the other constitutes a primary difficulty of no mean order, and there intervenes a second consideration, namely, that of the impossibility of settling any standard whereby the organization of the one might be legitimately compared with that of the other. As Professor Huxley has graphically remarked, quote, "Regarded as machines for doing certain kinds of work, animals differ from one another in the extent to which this work is subdivided. Each subordinate group of actions or functions is allotted to a particular portion of the body, which thus becomes the organ of those functions, and the extent to which this division of physiological labor is carried differs in degree within the limits of each common plan, and is the chief cause of the diversity in the working out of the common plan of a group exhibited by its members. Moreover, there are certain types which never attain the same degree of physiological perfection as others do." Unquote. These words indicate clearly enough that the high or low character of any animal in a type depends chiefly upon the complexity of the functions, and necessarily of the organs whereby life is maintained. As the household whereof the labor is performed by a maid of all work is functionally less complex than that whose work is performed by a retinue of servants, each discharging a special duty, so in the animal world, the rank of any one of its members or of its groups can only be determined by the complexity of the body and by the corresponding degree of intricacy with which the functions of the body are performed. Furthermore, it is the development of this complexity, or the reverse, from the common plan, which, as Huxley has so well expressed it, is the actual cause of the variations we see in each type. The frog is not higher than the fish because of its type, since both exhibit the same fundamental plan, but because the frog's functions are more specialized. There is a more minute physiological division of labor in the frog, and there exists a more complex staff of organs developed from the common plan of fish and frog to discharge the increased work. Of the differences between a frog and a bird, and between both and a man, precisely the same remark may be made. The higher or more complex life involves and demands from the common type the more complex frame. To quote Professor Huxley's words once more, quote, "A mill with 10 pairs of millstones need not be a more complicated machine than a mill with 1 pair, but if a mill have 2 pairs of millstones, one for coarse and one for fine grinding, so arranged that the substance ground passes from one to the other, then it is a more complicated machine, a machine of higher order, than that with 10 pairs of similar grindstones. In other words, it is not mere multiplication of organs which constitutes physiological differentiation, but the multiplication of different organs for different functions in the first place, and the degree in which they are coordinated, so as to work to a common end in the second place. Thus, a lobster is a higher animal from a physiological point of view than a cyclops or water flea, not because it has more distinguishable organs, but because these organs are so modified as to perform a much greater variety of functions, while they are all coordinated towards the maintenance of the animal by its well-developed nervous system and sense organs. But Continues Huxley, it is impossible to say that, for example, the arthropoda, insects, spiders, centipedes, etc., as a whole, are physiologically higher than the mollusca, shellfish, and cuttlefishes, inasmuch as the simplest embodiments of the common plan of the arthropoda are less differentiated physiologically than the great majority of mollusks. Unquote. Whilst the difficulties which lie in the way of determining the higher or lower rank of many organisms are thus apparent, it may be remarked that the means already specified, namely, the physiological perfection of the animal, may in turn assist us in assigning to many forms their relative place in any type or group. Thus, the possession of air-breathing organs, or lungs, is admittedly a mark of a higher organization than that which possesses gills, the life of the air-breather being, as a matter of fact, associated with a structural perfection excelling that of the aquatic and gill-bearing animal. So also the degradation of organs and parts which accompanies parasitism naturally lowers an animal in the series as compared with its non-parasitic neighbors. Thus, within the limits of any one type of animals, we may discover many examples of tendencies to higher as well as to lower development, these tendencies determining the position of the organism within its own type, and either elevating itself or its group collectively, or, on the other hand, degrading it, and assigning it to a low place in the type. The impossibility of any scientific or natural arrangement of animals in a linear series can thus be shown to depend simply upon the constitution of the animal kingdom as a whole. If any arrangement of the great types it presents to view is permissible, and naturalists are agreed that some such relationship is embodied and included in the constitution of the kingdom, such an arrangement will find its clearest expression in the metaphor of a tree. As represented indeed in the foregoing table, the various types may be regarded as the great branches of the animal tree, rising here and there from a common stem or root, and developing, each along its own special line and type, into the variety and fullness of form exhibited before our eyes today. The impression which is liable to be left on the mind of the observer who thus far has traced out the constitution of the animal world into its fundamental types or plans will undoubtedly take the form of the idea that the mere existence of these types or plans as we behold them represented in living animals would appear to indicate the separate and disconnected nature of the great groups in question. Considerations of this nature inevitably lead to others, dealing with the origin of these plans of animal life, and the conclusion that these types have each had an independent origin might seem, at first sight, to possess actual warranty for acceptation and belief. But a fuller consideration of the constitution of the animal world will tend to dispel any such tacit agreement concerning the actual independence and distinctness or regarding the separate origin of the animal types already noted. On the contrary, a deeper acquaintance with facts as they stand will inevitably tend to show us, firstly, that the limits of the types are by no means so rigidly circumscribed as the older naturalists supposed, whilst, secondly, we may discover that evidence exists to show not merely that the various types are by no means sharp demarcated from each other, but that in the nature of things they exhibit relationships of the highest importance in the attempt to discover the exact nature and constitution of the animal world. With regard to these latter contentions, it is easy to show, for example, that the great types of animal life, whilst remaining distinct enough to constitute divisions of utility in classifying animals, nevertheless often merge into one another and become connected by intermediate forms, that is, are linked together by animals or by groups which may be termed transitional in every respect. If the existence of such links between any of these types be proved, the distinct and utterly separated character of all may logically be denied. The fact that the types are connected in any fashion must also be held as showing that some form of progression from one to the other must be postulated as an essential part and feature of the animal constitution. In other words, we are led to believe in the continuity of these types, as opposed to the idea of their separate origin. We are led to espouse the idea of an uninterrupted development, as opposed to that of the separate and independent origin of the great plans of animal structure. It is interesting, however, in the first place, to find that there is an unmistakable reflection of such a continuous development to be discovered within the limits of each type, and to this latter aspect, or that concerning the types themselves, it may now be well to direct our attention. End of Section 7. Part 2 of Chapter 3, Constitution of the Animal and Plant Kingdoms. Section 8 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Constitution of the Animal and Plant Kingdoms, Part 3. If we select any type from the lowest to the highest, we may readily discover that its included animals exhibit amongst themselves a connected relationship, such as the mere fact of their bodies being built upon one and the same plan would of itself be sufficient to suggest. Amongst the articulate animals, for instance, this relationship is plainly seen, and it is no less evident amongst the vertebrates and mollusks, as will be more plainly shown in succeeding chapters. Why, it may be asked, should the segments or joints of the lobster's body and of the insect frame be constructed on one and the same plan? Or again, why should the appendages of the bodies of these animals, which resemble each other far more closely in the early stages than in the adults, present a striking correspondence of type that is only marked by the modifications they undergo through adaptation to varied ends? Why again should the mouth parts of a butterfly, adapted, as everyone knows, for suction, be formed of essentially similar and corresponding parts to those which are found in the biting mouth of a beetle? And why should the arm of man, the wing of the bird or bat, the forelimb of the horse, the paddle of the whale or dolphin, and the forelimb of the frog, as will be more fully shown in a future chapter, be constructed on one and the same type? The answer to these pertinent inquiries can only be found in some conception which demands and postulates some intelligible relationship between the varied and yet fundamentally similar parts. Mr. Spencer, speaking of similar facts in the structure of articulate animals, asks, quote, "What now can be the meaning of this community of structure among these hundreds of thousands of species filling the air, burrowing in the earth, swimming in the water, creeping about among the seaweed, and having such enormous differences of size, outline, and substance, as that no community would be suspected between them? Why, under the down-covered body of the moth, and under the hard wing cases of the beetle, should there be discovered the same number of divisions as in the calcareous framework of the lobster? It cannot be by chance," continues Mr. Spencer, "that there exist just 20 segments in all these hundreds of thousands of species. There is no reason to think that it was necessary in the sense that no other number would have made a possible organism. And to say that it is the result of design, to say that the Creator followed this pattern throughout merely for the purpose of maintaining the pattern, is to assign a motive which, if avowed by a human being, we should call whimsical. No rational interpretation of this and hosts of like morphological truths can be given except by the hypothesis of evolution. And from the hypothesis of evolution, they are corollaries. If organic forms have arisen from common stocks by perpetual divergences and redivergences, if they have continued to inherit, more or less clearly, the characters of ancestral races, then there will naturally result these communities of fundamental structure among extensive assemblages of creatures that have severally become modified in countless ways and degrees in adaptation to their respective modes of life." Unquote. Choosing thus the doctrine of evolution, we can clearly enough account for the general likeness exhibited by the various members of an animal type. The animals of each type resemble each other because they are descended from a common stock. Descent with modification is the key which unlocks whatever mysteries hedge about the fundamental likeness we see in each type of animal life. In a future chapter, we shall endeavor to trace the evidence which has already been gathered in favor of the accumulation of transitional forms between the main divisions of the vertebrate type, as illustrative of missing links at large. In the present instance, we may sum up the testimony which tends to support and prove the biological declaration that, between the types themselves, there exist intermediate forms, the presence of which tends to substitute the idea of the gradual and continuous nature of animal development as opposed to that of interrupted or special creations. For example, it is a comparatively easy matter to demonstrate that the gulf between vertebrate animals and their invertebrate neighbors has been largely bridged over, so that today no competent naturalist doubts the connection of the highest type of animal life with lower forms. The evidence of such a connection will be more fully detailed hereafter, but it is permissible to refer to its main details in the present instance. The vertebrate animals have already been shown to be those which alone possess a spine enclosing the nervous system, and which, moreover, of all animals, are those having the heart lowest and possessing never more than 4 limbs, these latter appendages being developed in pairs. But when we pass to the lower confines of this group, we discover that the lowest fish, the lancelet, or Amphioxus, presents us with a clear-bodied organism, attaining a length of only an inch or 2, and destitute of nearly all the special belongings of the fishes themselves. In place of a spine and skeleton, it possesses a soft cellular rod, the notochord, such as every other vertebrate develops in early life, but which in all, save a few fishes, is replaced by the backbone. It breathes in an enlargement of the throat. Its nervous system lying upon the notochord is a mere nervous cord destitute of a brain. Its eyes are mere specks of color, and it wants a heart, kidneys, spleen, and also the sympathetic nervous system found in all other vertebrates. When, therefore, we attempt to place the lancelet in an animal type, we are met by the difficulty that whilst in the possession of certain important characters it is undoubtedly a vertebrate, in the want of other characters it appears to lie outside that type. Again, we discover an equally important fact when we learn that the lancelet presents distinct affinities with the sea squirts or tunicates which belong to the molluscoid type, and the commoner species of which may be compared each to a veritable bag or leather bottle firmly attached to rocks, shells, and like objects. These likenesses, to be more fully discussed hereafter, in Chapter 9, are seen not merely when the structure of the adult sea squirt and lancelet are compared, but are still more clearly discernible when the development of the two animals is studied. The lancelet, in short, resembles a fish or lower vertebrate, whose development has been arrested, so to speak, and it is equally interesting to discover that there exist certain sea squirts which, in their special features, approach very nearly to the lancelet, and in which the notochord, long supposed to be the special possession of the young of vertebrate animals, remains, as in the lancelet, persistent throughout life. Thus the lancelet remains before us, constituting in every sense of the term a link between vertebrates and invertebrates. It agrees wholly neither with the highest type nor with the molluscoids or sea squirts themselves, but exhibits a series of characters strictly intermediate between the two types. We may readily enough understand, on these grounds, why this little clear-bodied animal, which at first was regarded as a worm, and then as a kind of slug, should, from the peculiarity of its position as the apparent root of the vertebrate type, have been styled, next to man, the most important vertebrate. As Professor Huxley has pertinently remarked, in 1859 there appeared to be a very sharp and clear hiatus between vertebrated and invertebrated animals, not only in their structure, but what was more important, in their development. I do not think that we even yet know the precise links of connection between the two, but the investigations of Kowalewski and others upon the development of Amphioxus and the tunicata prove, beyond a doubt, that the differences which were supposed to constitute a barrier between the two are non-existent. There is no longer any difficulty in understanding how the vertebrate type may have arisen from the invertebrate. though the full proof of the manner in which the transition was actually effected may still be lacking." Unquote. For these weighty reasons, the vertebrate type, in the tabular view of the types of animal life, is represented as having its root laid within the sea squirt or tunicate line of descent. If at random we selected other types of animal life, we should similarly discover that they exhibit more or less distinct relationships with other divisions or plans of the kingdom. The molluscoids or sea squirts themselves, for example, appear to be related through a curious worm-like creature named Balanoglossus to the worms on the one hand and to the starfish group Echinodermata on the other. Or if we select the last-named group itself, we may discover that the starfishes and sea urchins are not more isolated from other types than are the vertebrates. The starfishes, in fact, present many points of affinity to certain worm-like forms, and their development, to be hereafter alluded to, clearly relates them, in the eyes of the naturalists, to lower types of animal life. Again, the lowest animals, or protozoa, appear to be linked to the coelenterate type, or that of the zoophytes, corals, sea anemones, etc., through the sponges, which unite in a most characteristic fashion the features of the lowest forms with organisms of a higher grade. And lastly, as amongst the worms we find the roots of the starfish type, so in that class we also discover the beginnings of the great articulate plan, which possesses the insects, crustaceans, and allied animals as its chief representatives. As has well been remarked, quote, "It may reasonably be doubted whether any form of animal life remains to be discovered which will not be found to accord with one or other of the common plans now known. But at the same time, this increase of knowledge has abolished the broad lines of demarcation which formerly appeared to separate one common plan from another." Unquote. Lastly, it will be shown in future chapters that the various animal types start in their development from a common basis and agree in the earlier and essential stages of their progress towards their adult forms. There is a literally amazing likeness to be discerned between the early stages of the development of many animals which, as adults, and as belonging to different types, present not the slightest resemblances to one another. Each animal, in fact, traced backwards in its history, approaches the earlier stages of all the rest, that is to say, all start from a common morphological type, and even in their extremest divergence retain traces of their primitive unity. Such unity will form the special subject of the succeeding chapter, when the common and universal matter of life, or protoplasm, is discussed in detail. It may thus be demonstrated as a fact, and as a matter removed entirely from the domain of theory and hypothesis, that whilst the great world of animal life exhibits a constitution, in the study of which its component elements are seen to be resolvable into several distinct types or plans of structure, the development of these types has followed a pathway and progress comparable to the growth of a tree. The connections between types and the existence of intermediate and transitional groups of animals, apparently belonging to one type, when studied from one aspect, but exhibiting the closest alliance with another type or plan when different details of structure are regarded, prove in the clearest fashion that continuous development has been the way of life in the animal world. Whilst, lastly, the bare fact that as we trace the histories of all the types backward towards their early life, the likeness grows in exactitude until it merges in absolute identity, constitutes in itself a detail which is all eloquent in favor of the idea that only on one theory can the entire constitution of the animal world be explained. That idea, it is needless to remark, is embodied in the theory of evolution, which postulates descent from a common root or stock, with subsequent modification as the only satisfactory explanation of the constitution of the animal world. The constitution of the plant world may be briefly alluded to by way of close to these observations, because the issues of botanical science tend to support, in the plainest fashion, the deductions and generalizations just detailed concerning the origin of the types of animal life. The variety of plant life is not less profuse than the diversity presented by the tribes of animals, but, like their neighbor organisms, the plants exhibit certain broad types, to one or other of which it is possible to refer any single plant or group. If a table of the plant types be constructed, it would assume a form such as that indicated. At the top are 1. Thallophytes, for example, algae or seaweeds, etc., and fungi. 2. Mucini, for example, liverworts and mosses. These plants are composed of cells only. These constitute the cryptogams, or flowerless plants. Next are 3. Pteridophytes, for example, ferns, horsetails, and club mosses. These also are cryptogams, or flowerless plants. 4. Phanerogams, higher plants, plants composed of cells and vessels. A. Gymnosperms, or those having no seed vessels, for example, firs, pines, etc. B. Angiosperms, or those having distinct seed vessels, which include A. Monocotyledons, for example, palm, lily, and B. Dicotyledons, for example, oak, primrose, etc. These constitute the phanerogams, or flowering plants. Discarding all botanical technicalities, save those absolutely necessary, the types of plant life may be readily enough appreciated. If we examine such a plant as an oak, a primrose, a buttercup, a palm, a lily, or indeed any ordinary member of the plant series, we may discover that it possesses conspicuous flowers, and that accordingly it may be distinguished from such plants as the ferns, mosses, and fungi, in which no flowers are developed. Such a state of matter suffices, along with other and equally distinctive points of structure, to separate the higher plants, or phanerogams, from the lower or flowerless plants, cryptogams. But selecting the flowering and higher plants themselves, we may readily discover that certain highly distinct types are represented within their limits. Thus, when we watch the development of an oak, a bean, a primrose, or a buttercup, for example, we discover that the young plant develops or possesses two primitive leaves named seed leaves, the cotyledons of the botanist. Again, such plants have their flower parts arranged in 4s or 5s, and whilst their stems grow outwards, the leaves present us with the network of veins so well seen in the skeleton leaves. These characters suffice to group the highest plants into a type known as that of the dicotyledons. If now we examine a palm, a lily, a tulip, or a hyacinth, we shall find that only one cotyledon or seed leaf is developed by the young plant. Furthermore, the leaves have parallel veins, a conformation well illustrated in the tulip leaf and the onion leaf, for example. Again, the stem of these plants is an inward growing structure, and the parts of the flowers are developed in 3s or in multiples of that number. Hence, a second type of plant is constituted by the palms, grasses, lilies, and their allies, and to this type the name of monocotyledons is applied. A third type of plants is also included in the group of flowering plants. This latter type is constituted by the conifers or cone-bearing plants, such as the larches, firs, cedars, cycads, araucarias, cypresses, junipers, etc., and presents in many respects clear evidence of its title to be regarded as a highly distinctive and specialized group of plants. The chief characters of these plants consist in the peculiarity of their flowering arrangements, which are represented in the well-known cones. Again, the seeds are not contained within a seed vessel as in ordinary plants, such as the pea, but are borne on the cones. Hence arises the technical name of gymnosperms, naked seeded, applied to the pines, firs, and their allies. The foregoing types constitute collectively the flowering plants of the botanist. Ranking below these plants, however, is a number of types containing plant organisms of highly characteristic nature. Thus the ferns, horsetails, equisetae, and club mosses or lycopods form one section of the flowerless plants. In these forms, the true plant arises not directly from a seed, as in the higher orders of plant life, but from a curious leaf-like structure called a prothallus, which in its turn arises from the spore or germ of the parent plant. Thus, from the spore of a fern falling from the back of its frond, springs the leaf-like prothallus. On the underside of this body are developed organs giving rise, in turn, to the young fern, which is thus developed intermediately and indirectly from its parent. This character, united with others, which need not be specified here, serves to render the fern type clear and individualized. It may be added, however, that the stem in such plants grows chiefly at its summit, and that its leaves or fronds, which bear the reproductive organs, exhibit a forked arrangement of their veins. Equally flowerless with the ferns and their neighbors are plants which, however, rank below these well-known forms in the botanical scale. Thus the Muciniae, or mosses and liverworts, appear as a distinct type of lower plants which are composed solely of cells, and which do not possess true roots comparable with those of higher plants. And in the lowest of the plant world we meet with the seaweeds, fungi, and a host of microscopic plants, equally flowerless, equally cellular in composition, and which, moreover, do not develop the stem and leaves of the mosses. Many of these lower plants are represented by single cells, the well-known diatoms, the yeast plant, and many others illustrating such a constitution, whilst a mushroom or other fungus is simply a mass of cells and nothing more. These details prove that the plant world exhibits a constitution in which types appear as prominently as in the animal kingdom. Furthermore, it can readily be shown that the plant types are not more distinctly separated from one another than are those of the animal world. It is demonstrable, for instance, that the algae or seaweeds are connected by intermediate forms with the lichens and fungi, whilst no botanist questions the idea that the ferns, club mosses, and their neighbors lead the way from the lower or flowerless plants to the gymnosperms, or firs, pines, etc., amongst the flowering plants. Between the monocotyledons and dicotyledons, again, there are obvious links, and hence we discover that the whole plant kingdom may be regarded as being bound together after the actual fashion of its own product seen in the tree, which, whilst possessing its individual parts, likewise exhibits a continuity of development that forms one of the chief characteristics alike of the single organism and of its relationship with its neighbors. In the lowest deeps of plant life we may discover organisms which possess, at the best, a doubtful title to be regarded as the objects of botanical study. In the animal world, likewise, are included lower organisms which may be regarded in certain aspects as possessing true relationships with plants. Modern biology today frankly admits its inability to pronounce whether certain lowest forms of life are animals or plants. Certain monads, for example, consisting each of a speck of protoplasm provided with the microscopic whiptails, exhibit a highly confusing identity of structure and function, which renders their exact nature indeterminable, or at least highly doubtful. Hence we discover that apparently at the lowest confines of the animal and plant realms we enter a biological no-man's land, whereof the included inhabitants may legitimately claim relationship with both kingdoms. They exhibit in this latter respect, in the eyes of the biologist, the actual survivals of that early epoch in the history of life's development when the specialized kingdoms of animals and plants were not, and when existence passed placidly along the common lines which were soon to diverge into the two great series of living beings that environ our footsteps today. The great lesson which a study of the constitution of the living worlds is calculated to teach the independent observer may be summed up in the contention that the entire subject testifies to the continuous and connected nature of the development of life at large. The beginnings of higher and lower life alike are represented by humble stages, wherein specks of protoplasm, or at the most simple cells, discharge all the functions of existence. From such simple beginnings the highest being is developed. The difference between the highest and lowest organism is therefore not so much one of kind as of the degree of perfection to which elaboration and development has carried the living form. We may be unable definitely to indicate why one organism speeds along this pathway to assume a place in one type, or why another, apparently identical in its early life with the first, should develop into a widely different being. But beyond such questions lies the biological surety that to understand the way of the becoming of both animal and plant is to deny any independence of creation, and to assert that unless the phenomena of life be without meaning, all nature testifies to continuous development as the main feature of the living constitution. To collate the evidence which widely different branches of inquiry supply in favor of this view is the chief aim of the succeeding chapters. But Mr. Spencer's words may be once again quoted by way of showing succinctly and plainly the general conclusion of the present study. The general truths of morphology, says Spencer, thus coincide in their implications. Unity of type, maintained under extreme dissimilarities of form and mode of life, is explicable as resulting from descent with modification, but is otherwise inexplicable. The likeness, disguised by unlikenesses, which the comparative anatomist discovers between various organs in the same organism, are worse than meaningless if it be supposed that organisms were severally framed as we now see them. But they fit in quite harmoniously with the belief that each kind of organism is a product of accumulated modifications upon modifications. End of Section 8. Chapter 3, Constitution of the Animal and Plant Kingdoms, Part 3. Section 9 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Concerning Protoplasm, Part 1. The nature of that curious collocation of actions we commonly denominate life, and the connection which exists between life and the bodies it invests and whose interests it directs, have ever formed subjects of extreme speculative interest to cultured mankind. In the classic ages such speculation was rife, and modern biology but repeats the procedure of the ancient world, when, with additional sources of knowledge and wealth of research, it proceeds to discuss anew the great question of the origin and nature of life. Each year brings its own quota of detail and argument concerning this important and fundamental matter of modern life science, and in more than one aspect it may be said to be the pivot around which the research of today turns. The subject of the origin of species, itself a burning question of biology, leads directly backwards to the origin of those powers and properties in virtue of which the species retains its hold on the world, and which lie at the root and foundation of the universe of animals and plants. Investigate the development of a living being, and you are led directly backwards to the germ from which it springs, and to the consideration of the power in virtue of which the shapeless evolves the formed, and the general grows to become the special. Study the differences and distinctions, or the likenesses and resemblances that biology brings to view between animals and plants, and you will inevitably touch upon the subject of the nature of the common life which invests both regions of living beings, and which even in its most varied aspects appears to present features of strange and confusing identity between the animal kingdom on the one hand and the plant creation on the other. Pass to consider the records of the rocks themselves, and in due course the question of the first beginnings of life on our planet, the when, whence, and whither of vitality, will crop up like some unperceived but felt presence, which hovers around the biological arcanum. The subject of life and its nature thus awaits us at the beginning of existence, as it faces us at its close. We cannot, therefore, feel surprise that of all questions of philosophy, the nature of life should be deemed the most important, and that those who sit in high places in temples biological should so often dwell upon its varied aspects as a fit and proper theme for philosophic consideration by both gentle and simple, learned and unlearned in scientific ways. The investigation of life from any point of view leads us to seek in the lower confines of the living worlds the subjects which are most likely to present us with the simplest and most elementary manifestations of living force. The life history of the higher animal and plant appears before us as the acme of intricate operations, and as a complex collection of manufactories and organizations, the working of which may well puzzle and perplex us even in its plainest details. The mere study of a single function in the higher organism is beset with difficulties of greater or less kind. The circulation of the blood, the evaporation of sap, not to speak of the problems involved in considering animal and plant sensibility and the functions of nerves, are illustrations of points in the history of the high animal or plant which involve problems of well-nigh inexplicable nature in their study. Hence, the prevailing tendency in research of the kind before us has been indicated by the selection of the lowest fields of life as the ground best adapted to yield promising results to the scientific inquirer. The lower animal or plant, as we shall presently see, makes its appearance before us as a body apparently of extremely simple structure and nature. Presenting us at the most with the appearance of a single cell, the lower organism might be thought to yield to scientific scrutiny some clear knowledge of the nature of the powers which rule its destinies. And such a supposition might likewise be presumed to gather strength in the hopefulness of the idea that, as the higher animal or plant is but an aggregation of units, each representing the single cell of lower life, the study of the low organism should reveal to us, as by deputy, the secrets of the higher organization. But the problem is hardly resolvable into conditions such as have just been indicated. The living being in higher life is not a mere collection of units, the disposition of which can be mathematically calculated and mechanically analyzed. The conditions which might well enough bound the discovery of the mechanical contrivances of mankind are not those which environ the puzzle of life. The problem which faces us as we gaze at the complex organism with its multifarious functions is just as recondite as when, by aid of the microscope, we can look through and through the speck of protoplasm which seems hardly to warrant the term animalcule bestowed upon it. Thus, the mere environments of the problem of living and being constitute a difficulty of no ordinary kind, and hedge the nature of life which is in the animal or plant with a mystery that appears to loom darkly enough, even before the shining lights of these latter days. Although the solution of the problem concerning the nature of life may be said in some respects, therefore, to have gained but little aid from researches into the lower worlds of life that people the stagnant drop, beings which find a home in dimensions that would hardly have contained even the convenient angels of the schoolmen, whose ability to accommodate themselves within the limits of the minute is matter of common knowledge, still the extension of biological knowledge concerning lower organisms has been fraught with importance in certain easily discernible ways. If we have not been enabled to shout out Eureka to the waiting races of today, we have nevertheless gained some useful ideas regarding the true directions in which our difficulties must be attacked. Through the comprehension of what the lowest animals and plants are, we have been led to form certain reasonable ideas concerning what life may be. The knowledge of the conditions required to perpetuate the normal existence of living beings has led us to recognize, in some measure, the true nature and extent of the problem that awaits the fuller knowledge of coming years for its solution. Let us, therefore, in the first place, endeavor briefly to gain some adequate ideas concerning the conditions or environments demanded for the exhibition of life in its lowest grades, since haply we may find in such a study a clue which may lead us towards the understanding, in theory at least, of the nature of the forces which make and control the living organism. One of the first decided steps towards the simplification of a theory of life was taken when the living contents of vegetable cells were discovered to present a striking similarity to the substance representing the essentially living part of the cells of animals. Mulder thus recognized the vegetable protoplasm, as he termed the soft, gelatinous matter of the vegetable cell, and Remak, in turn, described the animal protoplasm. Needless to remark that this substance, described as locked up within the cells or units composing the tissues of the higher organism, animal or plant, and as constituting the active or vital parts of every living being, was identical with the matter closely resembling white of egg in appearance, which Dujardin had named sarcode, and of which the bodies of the lowest animals are entirely composed. Max Schultz had indeed shown that the protoplasm of animals was chemically and microscopically indistinguishable from that of plants, and that beneath the variations of form and the diversities of life, there thus remained a curious uniformity of substance in living organisms. The life and growth of the animal was seen to depend on a substance which was apparently identical with that constituting the living basis of the plant. A curious community of substance was thus proved to underlie wide and apparently irreconcilable differences of life and habit, and out of this primary fact grew new and bolder conceptions of the nature of life than had before been ventilated by biologists at large. To appreciate clearly and fully what is implied by the statement that the substance now widely known as protoplasm is a sine qua non for the manifestation of life and vital action, let us examine a few of the aspects in which this substance makes its appearance as the medium for the exhibition of living actions. It is by no means unusual to find that familiarity with a name in the abstract implies a total inability to appreciate the concrete aspects of the substance which the name describes. Despite the wide acceptation of the name protoplasm, it is a matter of common observation that the nature of the substance itself, as well as its qualities and traits, are frequently unknown by those to whom the term is as a household word. As a preliminary study, then, the discussion of protoplasm itself and its varied phases will not be without its value in the determination of its importance as the physical basis of life. What protoplasm is, chemically and physically, may be very briefly and readily described. Chemically, it stands as the type of a class of compounds to which Mulder gave the name of protein substances. Of such substances, common albumin seen in white of egg is a familiar example, and white of egg, indeed, hardly differs, save in minute chemical particulars, from protoplasm itself. The latter substance is resolvable by chemical analysis into the elements carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, along with mere traces of sulfur and phosphorus. Physically, protoplasm presents itself as a clear, viscid, and semi-fluid substance, often highly granular from the presence within its substance of fatty or other particles. By immersion in a carmine solution, dead protoplasm may be stained deeply, whilst living protoplasm resists all such contact with color. And when we have added that protoplasm can be made to contract under electrical stimulus, and that it coagulates at from 40 to 50 degrees centigrade, we shall have completed our examination of its readily observed properties. Let us now turn to consider some of its living aspects and characters. The low-life deeps, which it is the province of the microscope to explore, present us with a suitable starting point for our inquiries, and the stagnant pool, or decomposing infusion, may be made to render from their unsavory depths the means for scientific sweetness and light. Wandering in its own erratic fashion, ever in search of fields and pastures new, stumbling over the fragments of weed that lie in its miniature path, and presenting us with a substance which may be paradoxically described as exhibiting every conceivable form, or as possessing no definite shape at all, we see the animalcule known as the amoeba, a form which has had the honorable distinction of providing a most typical illustration of lower life for all stages of biological teaching and instruction. The name amoeba signifies change. Of old, the being in question, drawn from the stagnant drop and placed under the object glass of our microscope, was named the Proteus animalcule, and its more modern cognomen testifies to the same characteristics of alteration and change described by the protean simile of former days. A mere microscopic speck is the being before us, its size being measurable only in the hundredths of an inch. It will require some diligent looking ere its transparent body be clearly discerned, for it seems now and then to merge into the water amid which it lives and moves, and appears frequently to fade away into physical nothingness. Just as in the sense of its vitality, it may be said to hover on the verge of existence itself. When the eye lights upon the amoeba and becomes accustomed to the dim outlines it exhibits, we are enabled likewise to note the prevailing characteristic of the animalcule in the continual tendency to well-marked physical change and contraction which its body exhibits. At no one period can it be described as exactly resembling its look or appearance at any previous stage of existence. Each moment brings new changes of shape and transmutations of outline. Now it has launched forth its soft body in one direction until it appears in a long, drawn-out line. Now it has drawn this same body forwards and has protruded its soft substance on each side into so many processes that it resembles some solitary island with capes, headlands, and promontories jutting out in a sea of its own. We note an animalcule of, it may be, higher organization than itself to approach the amoeba. There is a momentary contact of the foreign body with the soft protoplasm of the amoeba, and instantly the latter extends its frame outwards so as to encompass the living particle, which is shortly engulfed within the contractile mass. Protoplasm is thus seen to live on protoplasm, a procedure which, by the way, in higher animal life is exactly repeated and imitated in its essential details. By this process of surrounding and enclosing its food particles within its body, our amoeba obtains its nutriment, and one may well imagine the horror which the appearance of this gelatinous monster, engulfing like some formless octopus all that came in its way, would excite in lower life, were the processes of thought and thinking extant among the animalcular worlds. Thus also we see how the amoeba, like so many of its near neighbors, nourishes itself in the absence of a mouth and digestive system, feels, whilst it wants even the first beginnings of nerves, and moves despite the fact that no organs of motion are developed. Watch the food particle that has just been enclosed within the soft frame, and in due time you may perceive a little space to surround it, as if the particle were being separated from the surrounding protoplasm. Soon, the particle, if digestible at all, will disappear through the solution of its substance, and you will see it no more, save for the little space that remains a while to mark the place where the work of digestion was carried on. Thus, the process of nutrition is subserved by any part of the interior of the animalcule's frame, just as, through any part of the body, the food, in the absence of a mouth, may be ingested and received. Nor is it less important to note how the simple acts of sensation in the amoeba are performed similarly by means which appear all inadequate for their performance. That which distinguishes the animalcule most conclusively from the great majority of its plant neighbors is this power of receiving sensations and of acting upon them. But for this power, the animalcule would be essentially in the position of an inorganic or lifeless mass. A solid particle floating about in the miniature sea which contains the amoeba and its neighbors impinges upon the soft protoplasm of its body. Upon such a stimulus, the protoplasm, as we have seen, contracts, and the food particle is duly surrounded and engulfed by the living mass of the animalcule. It may truly be affirmed that the first nervous acts are strictly utilitarian in their nature. Their use and purport is that of enabling the animalcule to obtain its food. Sensation is thus unquestionably present in this low form of animal life. Indeed, there are few, if any, naturalists who would not assent to the statement that an amoeba, lowly organized as it is more highly sensitive than a tapeworm possessing an organization of some complexity, or a saculina which attaches itself to the bodies of crabs, and whose only sign of life consists in the slow pulsations of its bag-like body. But this power of receiving sensations is not the only likeness which the amoeba, in respect of its innervation, exhibits to higher animal life. Its protoplasm not only receives sensations, it is also able to act upon information received. The mere contact of the food particle with the protoplasmic body is but the prelude to the active contractions of its mass, which are directed towards the seizure of nutriment. And thus, we become aware of the fact that not only is this power of contractility or of acting upon sensations received, the distinctive property of protoplasm, but that in such a power the actions of higher life are closely imitated. The nervous phenomena which, when occurring in higher existence, are collectively named reflex action, are essentially of a kind similar to those acts which we see taking place in a body composed of a speck of protoplasm. There is the closest parallelism between our acts of withdrawing our head from a blow or of closing our eyelids from the same cause and the action of the animalcule in ingesting its food. Both higher and lower organisms experience a sensation and are capable of acting upon it. The real difference exists in the complexity of the mechanism which responds, and not in the manner in which the stimulus is received or the corresponding act performed. Summing up the facts which a study of the amoeba has elicited, we learn firstly that a minute speck of the sensitive living matter we term protoplasm may of itself constitute a living being, capable perfectly of maintaining its existence and its relations with the external world, and presenting in its life history many striking analogies with life in its higher and more complicated developments. We next see simplicity of structure united to a complex physiology or way of life, and we learn that, even in its simplest and most primitive condition, this protoplasm of ours may present us in the endeavor to explain its actions and behavior with problems whose solution is practically the despair of many minds amongst us. If it puzzles such minds to see the connection between the molecular stirrage of the human brain cells and consciousness, the question, how does a sensation received by the soft protoplasm of an amoeba become converted into contraction of that body, must be regarded as equally unanswerable. Nay, we may go further and affirm that the difficulty of reply arises primarily because of the identity of the two problems. As we shall presently see, both questions involve like considerations. Both deal with states of protoplasm. Both consider the problem of protoplasmic molecules and their movements as related to actions and motions, which exhibit in higher life the addendum termed consciousness, although whether the latter term may not, after all, be simply a name implying another phase of protoplasmic motion is a suggestion worth our consideration. Suffice it to say, however, that as yet there is as much mystery involved in the explanation of the movements of an amoeba as in the molecular play of the brain cells of a man. And although the admission may furnish considerations which inveigh against the theory of evolution of the higher mind from the lower sensations, the argument is two-edged after all. If so much that is inexplicable and apparently complex exists within the narrow compass of the animalcule's irritability, it may be reasonably said that, of all things, it were most foolish to deny the possibility of these as yet unknown beginnings of nerve force having been the forerunners of brain and mind. Eliminate these beginnings from view, indeed, and you will find it hard on any save a theory of special and independent creation to account for the origin of the mental powers which successively mark the higher animal and the man. End of Section 9, Chapter 4, Concerning Protoplasm, Part 1. Section 10 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Concerning Protoplasm, Part 2. We have, however, been studying but one phase of protoplasmic existence, and as such, our knowledge can afford us but little aid towards the consideration of the wider part which this substance plays in the phenomena of both animal and vegetable existence. Selecting the field of plant life for our next essay on the powers and nature of protoplasm, we find in this particular region abundant proof that the peculiarities of protoplasm are in no wise affected by its forming part of the plant regime. Suppose we study under the microscope the nature of the protoplasm which is locked up within the cells of such plant organisms as Chara, Tradescantia, and Vallisneria, or within the cells comprising the stinging hair of the nettle's leaf. We may readily see that active and incessant motion is the attribute of the imprisoned living matter of the plant cells. Ceaseless currents of particles agitate the plant protoplasm, which, but for the insidious operation of osmosis, whereby fluids pass in and out of the cells, would seem to be literally shut out from all participation in outward or external affairs. The cell of the leaf hair of Tradescantia, for instance, exhibits an incessant flow of protoplasmic granules, hurrying steadily in definite directions like the ordered traffic in the streets of a great city. Stream of protoplasmic currents unites with stream, and ceaseless mutation of the contents of the cell is the result. In the nettle hair, the same phenomenon meets the gaze of the microscopist. Here we find the same protoplasmic substance lining the woody matter that forms the external wall of the cell. Constantly does this living lining alter and change its shape with wave-like contractions of its substance, and the granules which exist in the fluid contents of the cell hurry in various directions with the same activity that we remarked in the cell of Tradescantia. We thus awaken to the fact that in the seemingly inert and unconscious field of plant life there is activity enough, if we may but fortify our seeing powers with the microscope, and peer a while into the inner recesses and into the nooks and crannies of the vegetable world. Nor may we neglect to note in passing that, upon some higher development of this same protoplasmic sensitiveness and activity than is usual and common in vegetables, the marked powers of sensation of such plants as the Venus's flytrap and the sensitive plants must depend. Locked up within the hard cell wall, which as a rule it is the business of plant growth as distinguished from animal increase to develop, there is little wonder that we have come to regard the plant as an organism which feels not, and which is apparently as destitute of all sensation as the world of inorganic things. But the deeper view of plant existence shows us the fallacy of the common notion regarding the non-sensitiveness of plants. Their protoplasm is as highly contractile under stimulus as is that of the animal. Conceive of a vegetable cell being ruptured, as indeed takes place in certain phases of lower plant life, and we should find escaping therefrom protoplasm as active as that of our amoeba, and which, indeed, would comport itself in an exactly similar fashion to that animalcule. Consider, for instance, what takes place in the multiplication of the lower plant life that forms the green mantle of the stagnant pool. Here, in due season, the protoplasm found in the interior of the cells of which these green confervae of the stagnant pool are composed will break up into minute particles, which are duly discharged from custody by the rupture of the cell wall that formerly imprisoned them. These minute bodies, thus liberated, are named zoospores. They flit about in the water and exhibit as free and active an existence as the animalcules which disport themselves side by side with these plant germs, and they likewise exhibit an identity of protoplasmic composition with the lower animals that people the stagnant depths. After a period spent in this active existence, the zoospores settle down and grow each into a new plant resembling that from which it sprang. Or, mayhap, meeting with a fellow spore, a more intricate relationship may be induced, a third and new body may be produced as the result of this contact, and from this new body, foreshadowing the seed of the higher plant, the adult conferva will in due time grow. Thus we find that, in addition to the resemblance between the protoplasm of the animal and that of the plant in respect of appearance and composition, there exists a closer likeness still in the common movements which protoplasm, whether derived from the animal or the vegetable, exhibits. It is not necessary that we should dwell upon other examples of the marked irritability of protoplasm in lower plant life to demonstrate the community of phenomena which this substance is everywhere seen to exhibit in its simple and primitive condition. The life history of the commonest seaweed that fringes the rocks would show phenomena of similar kind, and would convince us that power of motion, by common consent the exclusive right and property of the animal, is rather to be viewed as a quality of the protoplasm which forms the living parts of both series of organisms. For, like many of its lower neighbors, the seaweed begins its existence as a minute speck of protoplasm, which possesses from nature a roving commission, and swims about freely in its native waters by means of cilia or filaments, resembling those by which the animalcules propel themselves. Ultimately, this roving life is abandoned for the stay-at-home existence of the mature seaweed, which in due course arises by cell growth and protoplasmic multiplication from the once active spore. Whether studied in the lower animal or in the plant, protoplasm is thus seen to possess essentially the same qualities and properties which everywhere and primarily distinguish it as living matter. It remains to be seen whether the examination of higher animal life will destroy the analogies and similarities which are so plainly apparent in the lower confines of the kingdom of living nature. In its complex entirety, the body of a man appears to present us with no features of structural kind which can serve in the least degree to approximate the higher type to lower forms and types of life. Organ and parts in systems and series, more or less complicated, constitute the framework of the body, whose physiology or functional activity is in turn of a correspondingly intricate character. The simplest tissue of man's frame would, at first sight, appear to present a complexity defying reconciliation with any simpler phase of structure or life. What seems true of the human type may be held to be equally correct when applied to the case of much lower animals, which appear to be far enough removed in their own way from the primitive simplicity of the protoplasmic amoeba and its allies. A snail or a worm, at first sight, appears, in fact, to be as distant from the protoplasmic and primitive stage of organization as man himself, in that each is built up of organs exhibiting a complicated structure and highly specialized arrangement of parts. In such a case, what are the likenesses or differences between the higher and lower organisms which the scientific examination of the complex frame reveals? Let anatomy and physiology together furnish the reply. The microscopic anatomy of the tissues of which man's body consists reveals to us a fundamental unity of organization, which is both striking and important in all its particulars and aspects. Every primer of physiology teaches us the lesson that man's body, like the frames of all other animals above the rank of the amoeba and its nearest kith and kin, consists of definite layers of minute cells, grouped together to form the definite tissues of the body. When we speak of the skin, for instance, we are merely indicating a layer of microscopic cells. When we speak of brain tissue, we are again discoursing of cells. And bone itself, in its essential and living parts, is a true cellular tissue. In the human body, it is true, there are muscular fibers, nerve fibers, tendon fibers, and other structures of like nature. But the physiologist points out that the presence of these latter elements does not invalidate his previous statement concerning the universal cellular composition of the frame. For the body at first consists entirely of cells, and most of the fibers of the body, as for example, the fibers of muscle by means of which we move, or those of the crystalline lens of the eye, can be shown to be formed directly from cells by the elongation or modification of the latter, whilst the growth and renewal of all fibers take place through the production of new cell elements. It may be assumed as an axiom of physiology that the bodies of all animals, man included, are formed of cells, which become differentiated to form cellular tissues in the one case, or still further modified to form fibers in the other. Such information, all important as it undoubtedly is, leaves us, however, on the mere confines of our physiological and anatomical study of the higher frame. To understand clearly the relations of the primitive protoplasmic animalcule with the Lord of creation himself, it is needful to pay a little attention to some further details of microscopical study. Suppose that we examine under the microscope a transverse section of bone. In such research, we shall assuredly light upon some facts of interest as assisting our comprehension of the true typical structure of the most complicated organism in nature. A cross-section of bone shows us that the apparently solid tissue is everywhere perforated by the minute canals to which Clopton Havers gave his name, and which contain and protect the blood vessels that nourish the bone. Each Haversian canal of bone is seen to be surrounded by concentric circles of bony matter. When these circles are minutely examined, it is found to consist of elongated spaces called lacunae, placed at irregular intervals, and which communicate with each other by minute processes called canaliculi. Imagine a central lake to be surrounded by circles of smaller lakes, the latter communicating with each other by a complex series of branching rivers, and a fair idea will be gained respecting the arrangement of the minute elements of a bone. In a living bone, the disposition of parts is not altered from that disclosed in its microscopic section. The blood vessels ministering to the nutrition of the bone traverse the Haversian canals already mentioned. Each lacuna, or lake, however, is occupied by a minute mass of protoplasm, which in all essential respects might be compared to an amoeba. And the protoplasm of one lacuna sends out minute processes of its substance along the communicating channels already alluded to, and thus communicates with the living matter of the neighboring spaces. So that, could we obtain a perfect view of the living protoplasm of a bone, we should find that, when removed from the lacunae, these living parts would appear before us somewhat like a spider's web, and as a connected series of amoeba-like masses of protoplasm, adhering together by the minute processes just described, and roughly reproducing for us the form and outline of the bone. These masses of protoplasm are the cells of the bone on which depend the life, nourishment, and general welfare of that structure. We thus learn the curious fact that the most solid and enduring tissue of our body, in its essential nature, represents a collection of amoeba-like masses of protoplasm absolutely undistinguishable, be it also remarked, in nature, from the similar matter which moves and gropes in the gutters of our housetops or in the stagnant pools. As the plant cell imprisons its protoplasm within a thick cell wall, so our bone cells in like manner form our skeleton by their special manner of growth and development, and it requires no great depth of thought to perceive the similarity of the elements of the human tissue to those which constitute the essentials of lower life at large. Not less striking are the revelations which research into the fundamental structure of the nervous system displays. Nerve cells and nerve fibers together comprise the body's telegraph system, the fibers of nerves being primitively formed, like other fibers of the body, from cells. The nerve cell has come to be fully recognized as that part of the nervous mechanism which produces and evolves nerve force, that subtlest of life's forces, now seen to be represented in the movement of a limb and now in the impassioned utterances of mind. The nerve fiber simply carries and distributes the nerve force generated by the cells, but possesses on its own account no power of evolving the characteristic force that in varied fashions rules the wide universe of human life, and of lower existence as well. When the structure of the brain and spinal cord as the two chief nerve centers of the body is examined, both cells and fibers are found to enter into their composition, but the cells alone exist in those parts, such as the gray or external layer of the brain, in which nerve force is evolved. Nerve cells vary in size and shape. They may be simple or complex in form, and range from the round or spherical to the branched and irregular in form. Some of the multipolar nerve cells, as those possessing a polarity of processes are named, might well enough suggest to the imaginative mind a resemblance to amoeba in shape, as they of a certainty are related to that animalcule in the protoplasmic nature of their contents and structure. For the essential element in the nerve cell is protoplasm, pure and simple, undistinguishable in its chemistry and histology from the substance which we discern in the animalcule or in the bone cell. Whatever mental powers are exhibited by man or by animals which possess a brain or nerve centers of any kind are the direct products of the nerve energy stowed up within the cells of the nerve centers. And as we have seen, protoplasm constitutes the essential materies of these cells. That differences of function, wide and apparent, exist between the protoplasm of the bone cell and that of the nerve cell need not be even alluded to as a fact of primary significance when considering the physiology of these varied organs. But sufficient for our present purpose is the still broader fact which demonstrates the community of protoplasm as the one living essential of the human frame, whether concerned in the work of forming bone, secreting bile, producing movement, or evolving thought. Thus it remains a stable fact of human existence that on the special qualities and properties of the protoplasm or living contents of cells depend all the actions and the total activity and individuality of our lives. It is by means of protoplasm that the cells of the liver secrete bile. It is through the properties of protoplasm producing new cells that a scratch heals or other breach of bodily continuity is repaired. And it is by means of a peculiar functional development of this same substance that we are enabled, quote, to lay the flattering unction to our souls, unquote, that we are the possessors of mind, intelligence, and will. It might also be shown as one of the most curious facts of physiology that we harbor in our arteries and veins thousands of protoplasmic specks which, when viewed under the microscope, behave as do veritable amoebae. Such are the white corpuscles of the blood, which may be seen to undergo mutations of form strictly comparable to the changes of shape which give to the amoeba its characteristic aspect, and which alterations from this resemblance have been named amoeboid by the physiologist. Enough has already been said of the structural composition of the human body to show that it derives its living activity from the protoplasm which is everywhere scattered throughout its tissues, and which represents the typical living center of each cell or tissue in which it occurs. But the case for the universality of protoplasm, as the true and only medium by which life is exhibited, increases in importance when the early outlines and forecasts of development are even briefly chronicled. The nearer we approach the primitive condition of living organisms, the more apparent does the similarity between the earliest stages of all organisms become. An amoeba gives origin to new animalcules by simply dividing its body in two, when each half swims away as an independent being to begin life on its own account. Here there is an absolute and necessary identity of substance between the producer and the produced. But even in higher grades of life, where the process of development is by no means so simply carried out as in amoeba, there is a wonderful similarity between the individual germs of higher animals as well as between such germs and the adult and permanent stages of animalcular life. No anatomist would venture, for instance, to express an opinion as to the identity of the germs of the highest class of animals. A protoplasmic germ, presenting essentially the same structure and appearance as that of the dog and sheep, gives origin to man himself. And the stages of development which evolve the one are strictly comparable in all save the very latest to those that produce the other. Thus man arises from a germ of protoplasm measuring about the 120th part of an inch in diameter, the material substance of which cannot be distinguished by any microscopic or chemical tests from that which is destined to give origin to his canine friend, or from that of which the shapeless frame of the amoeba is composed. Indeed, the eggs and germs of many animals are strictly amoeba-like in their nature and motions. The germ of a sponge creeps about within the parent organism in a fashion undistinguishable from the familiar animalcule. And there are zoophytes and other animals whose eggs exhibit the same exact amoeba-like appearance which man's own white blood corpuscles evince. It is thus a plain fact that whatever complexities of body or of mind we find exhibited in the animal world arise from matter and similar substance. That man, equally with the monad and the conferva, owes his origin to a protoplasmic germ in which are contained all the potentialities and possibilities of his after development, is no piece of scientific romance, but demonstrable truth. Protoplasm begins our life, as it continues that existence for us, and in this respect the amoeba may be regarded as the type of all living things, or, like the famous freebooter of the ballad, as veritable Lord of all that lives. End of Section 10, Chapter 4, Concerning Protoplasm, Part 2. Section 11 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Concerning Protoplasm, Part 3. The universality of protoplasm as the basis of life may be held as fully proved. Apart from the presence of this substance, life is unknown to exist. It is seen constituting the essential living parts of animals and plants, from lowest to highest. Whale and animalcule, triton and minnow, the giant pine and the lichen, each and all owe to protoplasm their primary vitality and the powers which mark their varied lives. As Dr. Allman puts it in an address to the British Association, quote, "We are thus led to the conception of an essential unity in the two great kingdoms of organic nature, a structural unity in the fact that every living being has protoplasm as the essential matter of every living element of its structure, and a physiological unity in the universal attribute of irritability, which has its seat in this same protoplasm and is the prime mover in every phenomenon of life. We have seen," continues Dr. Allman, "how little mere form has to do with the essential properties of protoplasm. This may shape itself into cells, and the cells may combine into organs in ever-increasing complexity, and protoplasm force may thus be intensified and by the mechanism of organization turned to the best possible account. But we must still go back to protoplasm as a naked, formless plasma if we would find, freed from all non-essential complications, the agent to which has been assigned the duty of building up structure and of transforming the energy of lifeless matter into that of living." Unquote. How much nearer to the great question of the origin and nature of life do such considerations lead us? It is a justifiable query which faces us at the close of these inquiries, as it formed the keynote with which we began our brief study of the mystery of living and being. It cannot be doubted that the research of recent years has at least brought us nearer to our real difficulties than before. It counts for something in a subject like the present that even the boundaries of our knowledge and the environments of our ignorance should be clearly perceived, and this much, at least, the inquiries concerning protoplasm have accomplished. We now know that at last we are face to face with the final stage in the question before us, that the puzzles of protoplasm collectively constitute the one mystery of life. To such a decision, every fact of recent research seems to lead. The knowledge that there is not one life of the animal and another existence of the plant, but that both lives are really similar in their essential manifestations, is one fact which leads us directly to regard protoplasm and its constitution as the repositories of the secret of life's nature. One consideration which merits special remark in connection with the subject of protoplasm and its relations to life exists in the apparent truism that all forms of protoplasm, however alike in appearance and composition science may and does declare them to be, are not identical in their potentialities. They do not, in other words, all possess similar powers of becoming similar organisms. The speck which remains an amoeba has no power of evolving from its substance a higher form of life. The protoplasmic spore of a seaweed is a seaweed still, despite its similarity to other or higher forms of plant germs. The germ of the sponge, again, remains possessed of the powers which can convert it into a sponge alone. And the differences between such protoplasmic specks and the germ which is destined to evolve the human frame can only be declared as of immense extent, and as equaling in their nature the wide structural and functional distinctions we draw betwixt the sponge and the man. Of such differences in the inherent nature of protoplasm under different conditions, we are as yet in complete ignorance. Their elucidation is really the explanation of heredity or the law of likeness. The mystery why family, face, and features, along with even habits and gestures, should be rigidly and perfectly transmitted from parent to offspring really includes the puzzle which besets the real differences between one speck of protoplasm and another and apparently similar speck. But our want of knowledge of such points may not leave untouched the primary question concerning the nature of life, to which all the properties and qualities of protoplasm, all the varied forms and faces of living beings, are due. On the contrary, it is possible by analogy to arrive at some broad views concerning the nature of life at large, and to such considerations we may now shortly attend. Physiology points out to us that the properties of protoplasm and all its powers of being and becoming are resident within its own substance, and are dependent upon the energy of which it is the seat. Supply appropriate conditions, and the forces of the protoplasm will convert the primitive germ into the form of its progenitor. There is a transformation of force and matter of one kind into force and matter of another kind therein involved. Such facts point to material powers and forces resident in and peculiar to protoplasm as the prime movers of the changes and developments that substance undergoes. As clearly, too, does the transmission of parental likeness from generation to generation argue for the existence of some material and physical basis for the carriage by the protoplasm germ of the features of the species. If so much be admitted, it seems logical to deny that whatever properties the protoplasm of germ or adult exhibits depend, strictly speaking, upon the chemical and physical properties of that substance. Thus we approach the idea that this mysterious life, which no one has yet successfully defined, for the plain reason that the terms of the definition are unknown, simply represents the sum total of the energies of the physical, chemical, and other properties of protoplasm. Nowhere do we find life dissociated from protoplasm, and this fact alone argues in favor of the view that the vital force of the scientist or the vital spark of the poet is in each case merely the convenient and summary expression of that high form of energy which corresponds to no one force in nature, but to all combined. If this hypothesis be deemed essentially materialistic, as unquestionably it will be from certain points of view, its supporters still possess a distinct coin of vantage and a simple and logical appeal to the facts and phenomena of nature and life as they stand. In addition to the pregnant fact just mentioned, namely that life requires for its exhibition a material basis seen in protoplasm, the mere considerations that this substance is composed of no unknown elements, but of well-defined and common substances, and that its composition is not ethereal but material, support the view that life is no mysterious aura, but a collocation of the forces and energies and of the material substances which make protoplasm. Life is a property of protoplasm. Such is the latest product of scientific thought and research. The forces which make protoplasm are regarded as those which make life. And although the exact relationship of these forces is as yet unknown, analogy leads us to believe that they are not materially different, if they are different at all, from those which have made the world of inorganic matter what it is. It is analogy, too, which reminds us that certain forces produce, under combination, very different results from those which they exert when acting in separate array. The relationship and correlation of the physical forces not merely teems with examples of such results, but leads us to think of the possibility and probability that life remains a mystery to us simply because the terms under which its component forces are combined are as yet unknown. In any case, we require to postulate a life force of one kind or another. It remains for us to choose between the vital force of former decades of biology, a term committing itself to no explanation of vital phenomena whatever, and the idea that in the properties of protoplasm, derived whence and how we as yet know not, we find the true nature of life. But analogy rests not here. An extension of thoughts like the foregoing leads us towards the world of inorganic matter with the view of inquiring whether there exist any links or connections between that lifeless universe and the living world which claims protoplasm as its universal substratum. The forces which act upon the lifeless world are those which also affect animals and plants, but the latter are unable to resist, alter, and modify the action of these forces in greater or less degree, whilst lifeless matter exists and is acted upon without response. Otherwise, however, the phenomena of the inorganic world, despite their sharp demarcation from the phases of life, may be regarded as presenting us with many facts of origin as inexplicable as those exhibited by living beings. It has well been remarked that the growth of the crystal, taking place in virtue of physical laws to attain an exact and unvarying form, is as mysterious as the growth of the tree, and that common salt should crystallize in the form of the cube is as profound a mystery as that an acorn should become an oak, or another protoplasmic germ evolve the human form. If we are to assume that the forces which rule the world of life are inexplicable simply because they are living forces, it might equally well be maintained that the inorganic world and its ways should be the subjects of similar mysticism. Far more rational, because more likely to be true, are the ideas which lead us to note in the living world the highest term to which matter may attain. As the living world is dependent on the non-living for its support, as we are both in the earth and of the earth, so may we conceive that the forces which mold the world, which disperse the waters and rule the clouds, have contributed in their highest manifestations to combine matter into its most subtle combinations in the form of the animal and in the guise of the plant. Huxley's words are worth weighing when he says, quote, "It must not be supposed that the differences between living and non-living matter are such as to bear out the assumption that the forces at work in the one are different from those which are to be met with in the other. Considered apart from the phenomena of consciousness, the phenomena of life are all dependent upon the working of the same physical and chemical forces as those which are active in the rest of the world. It may be convenient to use the terms vitality and vital force to denote the causes of certain great groups of natural operations, as we employ the names of electricity and electrical force to denote others. But it ceases to be proper to do so if such a name implies the absurd assumption that either electricity or vitality is an entity playing the part of an efficient cause of electrical or vital phenomena. A mass of living protoplasm is simply a molecular machine of great complexity, the total results of the working of which, or its vital phenomena, depend, on the one hand, upon its construction, and on the other, upon the energy supplied to it. And to speak of vitality as anything but the name of a series of operations is as if one should talk of the horologity of a clock." Unquote. Although research has not placed the puzzle of life and its solution at our feet, our inquiries have at least served to indicate the direction towards which modern scientific faith is slowly but surely tending. The search after a material cause for phenomena, formerly regarded as thoroughly occult or supernatural in origin, is not a feature limited to life science alone. Such a characteristic of modern research indicates with sufficient clearness the fact that, as biology and physics become more intimately connected, the explanations of the phenomena of life will rest more and more firmly upon a purely physical and appreciable basis. That life has had a distinct beginning upon this Earth's surface is proved by astronomical and geological deductions. That life appeared on this world's surface not in its present fullness, but in an order leading from simple forms to those of an ever-increasing complexity, is an inference which geology proves, and which the study of animal and plant development fully supports. That the first traces of life existed in the form of protoplasmic germs, represented today by the lowest of animal and plant forms, or rather by those organisms occupying the debatable territory between the animal and plant worlds, is well nigh as warrantable a supposition as any of the preceding. And last of all, that these first traces of protoplasm were formed by the intercalation of new combinations of the matter and force already and previously existing in the universe is no mere unsupported speculation, but one to which chemistry and physics lend a willing countenance. Living beings depend on the outer world for the means of subsistence today. Is it more wonderful or less logical to conceive that, at the beginning, the living worlds derived their substance and their energy wholly from the same source? The affirmative answer seems to be that which science tends to supply, with the qualification that, once introduced into the universe, living matter is capable of indefinite self-reproduction, without necessitating any appeal for aid by way of fresh creation of protoplasm to the inorganic world. As Dr. Ullman has remarked, it is certain, quote, that every living creature, from the simplest dweller on the confines of organization up to the mightiest and most complex organism, has its origin in pre-existent living matter, that the protoplasm of today is but the continuation of the protoplasm of other ages, handed down to us through periods of indefinable and indeterminable time, unquote. The harmony of these inferences with the doctrine of evolution is manifest. The common origin of animal and vegetable life, and the further unity of nature involved in the idea that the living worlds are in reality the outcome of the lifeless past, constitute thoughts which leave no break in the harmony of creation. There is grandeur, to quote Mr. Darwin's words, in this view of life, which, founded upon scientific research, simply commits its supporters to the wholesome philosophic truth that the ways of all living beings are ordered in conformity with the great system of natural law, whose operation is seen with equal clearness in the formation of a world or the falling of a tear. End of section 11. Chapter 4, Concerning Protoplasm, Part 3. Section 12 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The Evidence from Rudimentary Organs, Part 1. In the exercise of his scientific attainments, there is one aspect in which the naturalist of today bears a certain likeness to the detective officer. The latter is perpetually endeavoring to strike the trail of the offender through his dexterity in the discovery of clues to the movements of the pursued, and attains his end most surely and speedily when the traces he has selected are of trustworthy kind. The naturalist, on his part, has frequently to follow the history of an animal or plant, or it may be that of a single organ or part in either, through a literal maze of difficulties and possibilities. His search after the relationship of an animal may be fraught with as great difficulty as that which attends the discovery of a missing heir or lost relative in actual life. And his success in his mission is found to depend, as that of the detective's work, simply on the excellence and trustworthiness of the clues he possesses, and on the judicious use to which he puts his information received. It cannot be denied, however, that modern aspects of science and present-day tendencies in research have largely increased the resemblance between the enforced duties of the criminal investigator and the self-imposed task of the biologist. When formerly the order of nature was regarded as being of unaltering kind and of stable constitution, naturalists regarded animals and plants simply as they existed. There was of old no looking into the questions of biology in the light of what might have been, because the day was not yet when change and evolution were regarded as representing the true order of the world. When, however, the idea that the universe, both of living and non-living matter, had an ordered past dawned upon the minds of scientists, the necessity for tracing that past was forced upon them as a bounden duty. With no written history to guide them, the scientific searchers were forced to read the sermons in stones which nature had delivered ages ago. Without clear and unmistaken records to point the way, they had to seek for clues and traces to nature's meaning in the structure and development of animals and plants, and as frequently happens in commonplace history, the earnest searcher often found a helping hand where he least thought it might appear, and frequently discovered an important clue in a circumstance or object of the most unlikely kind. Readers whose tastes are not materially scientific have doubtless heard much of missing links of nature, especially in connection with the gaps which exist between the human territory and apeland. Indeed, the phrase has come to be understood as applying almost entirely and specifically to the absence of connecting forms between man and the apes, forms for which, in one sense, no necessity exists, inasmuch as Mr. Darwin's theory does not demand that the gorilla or any of his compeers should be directly connected with man. The gorilla with his nearest relation lives, so to speak, at the top of his own branch in the great tree of life, whilst man exists at the top of another, higher, and entirely different bough. The connection between the human and lower types is made theoretically to exist at some lower part of the stem when, from a common ancestor, the human and ape types took divergent roads and ways towards the ranks of nature's aristocracy. But although in some cases the need for missing links is seen, even theoretically, to be non-existent, or at least of a widely different nature from that supposed by the popular mind, there are yet cases in which that need is very apparent, and wherein, through the persistent tracing of the clues nature has afforded, the past history of more than one race of animals and plants has been made plain and apparent. Of such clues, which are really mere traces and nothing more, there are no better examples than the curious fragments of structures found in many animals and plants and named rudimentary organs. An animal or plant is thus found to possess a mere trace of an organ or part which, so far as the highest exercise of human judgment may decide, is of not the slightest utility to the being. It is invariable in its presence, and as fixed in its uselessness. It bears no relation to the existing life or wants of the animal, but may in some cases, as for example, in a certain little rudimentary pocket in man's digestive system, serving as an inconvenient receptacle for plum stones and like foreign bodies, prove a source of absolute disadvantage or even danger. On what theory can the presence of such organs and parts be accounted for, is a question of extremely natural kind. The replies at the command of intelligent humanity are but two. Either the animal was created with the useless appendage in question, a supposition which includes the idea that nature, after all, is somewhat of a bungler, and that nothing further or more comprehensible than the fiat, "it is so," can be said on the subject. Or, secondly, we may elect to explain the puzzle by the assertion that the rudimentary organ of the existing animal represents a part once fully developed in that animal's remote ancestors, but now dwindled to the shortest span. The rudimentary organ or appendage is regarded by evolution as being represented in the animal or plant of today as a legitimate heritage derived from its ancestor. It is, in short, a family feature to which the living being is the rightful heir, but which has fallen through the operation of natural laws and conditions into disuse, and has accordingly suffered in the career of living nature down the ringing grooves of change. Necessarily, this second and rational explanation of the rudimentary appendages of animals and plants is founded on the supposition that nature and nature's creatures are continually undergoing alterations, and that they have been modified in the past as they will be in all time to come. The explanation thus afforded of the nature and origin of these disused parts is endorsed by the fuller knowledge of their history, whilst from a study apparently of insignificant interest may be shown how certain of our living neighbors, along with ourselves, have from lower states and from the dawning epochs of the world literally taken their place in the foremost files of time. As most persons who have attentively looked at any common plant can tell, 4 parts are included in a perfect flower. These parts or sets of organs, as seen in the wallflower, consist, firstly, of an outer covering colored green and named the calyx. Then comes the blossom or flower itself, forming the corolla. Inside the corolla we find certain stalked organs, each bearing a little head or anther filled with a yellow dust, the pollen. These organs are the stamens. Lastly, in the center of the flower, we note the pistil, or organ devoted to the production of ovules. The latter, when duly fertilized by being brought into contact with the pollen of the stamens, become seeds, and are capable of growing up, when planted, into new plants. Now, the botanist will inform us that it is a matter of common experience to find some individual plants of a species with well-developed petals or blossoms, and other individuals of the same species with petals in a rudimentary condition, thus proving that the production of imperfect parts in flowers occurs as an ordinary event under our own eyes, and under the common conditions of plant life. The natural order of plants to which snapdragon belongs presents a peculiarity, inasmuch as, in most of its members, one of the 5 stamens is abortive or rudimentary. It should be borne in mind that the botanist possesses a highly interesting and exact method of ascertaining how many parts or organs should be represented in plants. He places his reliance in this respect on the working of what may be called the law of symmetry. The operation of this law, which may be said to be founded on wide experience, tends to produce a correspondence in numbers between the parts in the 4 sets of organs of which we have just noted a flower to be composed. Thus, when we count 5 parts in the green calyx of a plant, we expect to find 5 blossoms or petals in its corolla, 5 stamens or some multiple of 5, and 5 parts or some multiple of that number in the pistil. Where there appears to be a lack of this numerical correspondence, the botanist concludes that some violation of the law of symmetry has taken place, and that some parts or organs which should normally have been developed have been altered or suppressed. His reasoning, in fact, proceeds on the plain basis of first establishing, through experience, the normal number and condition of parts in the flower of any given order of plants, and of thereafter accounting by suppression or non-development for the absence of parts he expected to have been represented. Now, in the snapdragon tribe we find, as a general rule, 5 parts in the calyx, 5 petals in the corolla, but only 4 stamens. Such a condition of matters is well seen in the flower of frog's mouth, Antirrhinium, where we find 4 stamens, 2 being long and 2 short, as the complement of the flower. We account for the absence of a 5th stamen by saying it is abortive, and the rudiment of this missing stamen may also be found in the flower. But a natural reflection arises at this point, in the form of the query, have we any means of ascertaining if our expectation that a 5th stamen should be developed is rational and well-founded? May not the plant, in other words, have been created so? Fortunately for science, nature gives us a clue to the discovery of the truth in this as in many other cases. In one genus of these plants, Scrofularia, we find a rudiment of a 5th stamen, and in snapdragon itself, this 5th stamen becomes occasionally developed, whilst another plant of the order, Verbascum, possesses 5 stamens as its constant provision. Unless, therefore, we are to maintain that nature is capricious beyond our utmost belief, we are rationally bound to believe that the rudimentary 5th stamen of Scrofularia and the absent 5th stamen of other plants of its order present us with an example of modification and suppression, respectively. The now rudimentary stamen is the representative of an organ once perfect and fully developed in these flowers, and which is perpetuated by the natural law of inheritance until conditions, to be hereafter noticed, shall have caused it to entirely disappear. The case for the natural modification and that against the imperfect creation of such flowers is proved by an ingenious experiment of Kohlreuter's upon plants which have the stamens and pistils situated in different plants, instead of being contained in the same flower as is ordinarily the case. Some staminate or stamen-possessing flowers had the merest rudiment of the pistil developed, whilst another set had a well-developed pistil. When these 2 species were crossed in their cultivation, the hybrids or mule progeny thus produced evinced a marked increase in the development of the abortive organ. This experiment not only proved that, under certain conditions, the rudimentary pistil could be improved and bettered, but also confirmed the identity of the 2 pistils, and the high probability that the abortive organ in the one flower was simply the degraded representative of the well-developed part of the other. As a final example of the manner in which we receive clues toward the explanation of the modifications of flowers, the case of the wallflower is somewhat interesting. This plant and its neighbors possess the parts of the flower in fours. There are 4 sepals and 4 petals, whilst 6 stamens are developed, the pistil possessing only 2 parts. Here the law of symmetry would lead us to expect either 4 stamens or 8, the latter number being a multiple of 4. The clue to this modification is found in the arrangement of the stamens. We find that 4 of the wallflower stamens are long, whilst 2 are short. The 4 stamens form a regular inner series or circle, the 2 short stamens being placed in a somewhat solitary fashion outside the others. This condition of matters points probably to the suppression of 2 of an originally complete outer row of 4 stamens, and we receive a clue concerning the probability of this view by finding that in some other flowers of the wallflower group the stamens may be numerous. It is proper to mention that other explanations of the existence of 2 short outer stamens in cruciferi are known to botanists. That here given appears, however, to be equally acceptable with more elaborate theories of this condition. It is hardly within the scope of the present chapter to say anything regarding the causes of the conditions or of the agencies through which the modifications of plants are wrought out. Suffice it to remark that the law of use and disuse of organs explains the majority of such cases by asserting that organs become degraded when they are no longer found to be useful to the economy of their possessors. The degradation of a part is to be looked upon as subservient to the welfare of the animal or plant as a whole, and thus comes to be related to the great law of adaptation in nature, which practically ordains that whatever is right. The animal world presents us, however, with more obvious and better marked examples of rudimentary organs than are exhibited by the modifications of flowers, conspicuous as many of these latter instances undoubtedly are. Turning our attention first to lower life, we find amongst insects some notable and instructive illustrations of abortive organs, and also of the ways and means through which the rudimentary conditions have been attained. In the beetle order, the natural or common condition of the wings, which in insects typically number 4, is that whereby the first pair becomes converted into hardened wing cases, beneath which the hinder and useful wings are concealed when at rest. Now, in some species of beetles, we may meet with certain individuals with normally developed wings, whilst in other individuals of the species we find the wings to be represented by the merest rudiments, which lie concealed beneath wing cases, the latter being actually firmly and permanently united together. In such a case, the modification has been extreme, but there can be no doubt that the ancestors of the beetles with modified wings possessed fully developed appendages. Otherwise, we must regard the order of nature as being one long string of strange and incoherent paradoxes. Mr. Darwin has given us some instructive hints regarding the modification of beetles' wings and feet in his remarks on the effects of the use and disuse of parts in the animal economy. Kirby, the famous authority on entomology, long ago noted the fact that, in the males of many of the dung beetles, the front feet were habitually broken off. Mr. Darwin confirms the observation of Kirby, and further says that in one species, Anitis apellis, the feet are so habitually lost that the insect has been described as not having them. In the sacred beetle, Atuchus of the Egyptians, the tarsi are not developed at all. Mr. Darwin remarks that necessarily we cannot, as yet, lay overmuch stress upon the transmission of accidental mutilations from parent to progeny, although indeed there is nothing improbable in the supposition. And moreover, Brown-Séquard noted that, in the young of guinea pigs which had been operated upon, the mutilations were reproduced. Epilepsy, artificially produced in these latter animals, is inherited by their progeny. Hence, says Darwin, quote, "It will perhaps be safest to look at the entire absence of the anterior tarsi or feet in Atuchus, and their rudimentary condition in some other genera, not as cases of inherited mutilations, but as due to the effects of long-continued disuse. For, as many dung-feeding beetles are generally found with their tarsi lost, this must happen in early life. Therefore, the tarsi cannot be of much importance or be much used by these insects." Unquote. The beetles of Madeira present us with a remarkable state of matters, which very typically illustrates how rudimentary wings may have been produced in insects. 200 beetles out of over 500 species known to inhabit Madeira are so far deficient in wings that they cannot fly. Of 29 genera confined to the island, 23 genera include species wholly unable to wing their way through the air. Now, beetles are frequently observed to perish when blown out to sea, and the beetles of Madeira lie concealed until the storm ceases. The proportion of wingless beetles is said by Mr. Wollaston to be larger in the exposed desertas than in Madeira itself. Whilst most notable is the fact that several extensive groups of beetles, which are numerous elsewhere, which fly well, and which absolutely require the use of their wings, are almost entirely absent from Madeira. How may the absence of wings in the Madeiran beetles be accounted for? Let Mr. Darwin reply, quote, "Several considerations make me believe that the wingless condition of so many Madeira beetles is mainly due to the action of natural selection, combined probably with disuse. For during many successive generations each individual beetle which flew least, either from its wings having been ever so little less perfectly developed, or from indolent habit, will have had the best chance of surviving from not being blown out to sea, and, on the other hand, those beetles which most readily took to flight would oftenest have been blown to sea and thus destroyed." Unquote. An instinct of laziness, so to speak, alone, or aided by a shortness of wing, developed stay-at-home habits, and such habits would necessarily tend towards the survival and increase of wingless forms. Other Madeiran insects, such as butterflies, moths, and flower-feeding beetles, have well-developed wings, or possess wings relatively larger than they exhibit elsewhere. This observation, remarks Mr. Darwin, is quite in consistency with the theory of the law of natural selection which favors the survival of the fittest. Quote, "For when a new insect first arrived on the island, the tendency of natural selection to enlarge or reduce the wings would depend on whether a greater number of individuals were saved by successfully battling with the winds or by giving up the attempt, and rarely or never flying." Unquote. End of section 12. Chapter 5, The Evidence from Rudimentary Organs, Part 1. Section 13 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The Evidence from Rudimentary Organs, Part 2. Amongst animals of higher rank in the scale than insects, the presence of rudimentary organs is frequently to be demonstrated. What explanation, other than that of degradation and decay owing to disuse, can be offered of the case of the crabs from the Kentucky cave? Crabs possess compound eyes borne at the extremities of highly movable stalks, these stalks in the sentinel crab being extremely elongated. In some of the mammoth cave crabs, the stalk remains, but the eye has completely disappeared. As the eyes in such a case could in no sense disappear from any reason connected with injury to the animal, we are absolutely without any reason for their absence other than that of disuse. Professor Silliman captured a cave rat which, despite its blindness, had large, lustrous eyes. After an exposure for about a month to carefully regulated light, the animal began to exercise a feeble sense of sight. Here, the modification or darkness had simply affected the function of the eye. In due time, the effects of disuse would certainly alter and render abortive the entire organ of sight. The possession of flying powers is so notable a characteristic of the class of birds that any exception to this rule, and the want of aerial habits, may be rightly regarded as presenting us with a highly anomalous state of matters. Yet instances of rudimentary wings in birds are far from uncommon, and several groups are, in fact, more notable on account of the absence of powers of flight than for any other structural features. The ostrich, for instance, represents a bird the wings of which are mere apologies for organs of flight, and which are used, as everyone knows, simply as aerial paddles. The curious apteryx or kiwi of New Zealand, a near relative of the ostriches and running birds in general, represents a still more degraded condition of the organs of flight, for the wing is reduced in size to an extraordinary degree and exists in a highly abortive condition. Whilst only one complete finger is represented in the hand, other birds, as a rule, possessing 3 modified fingers. The logger-headed duck of South America has wings so reduced that it can but flap along the surface of the water, a condition of matters closely imitated amongst ourselves by the Aylesbury duck, although indeed the young ducks are able to fly. The wing of the penguin is a mere scaly appendage, utterly useless for flight, but useful as a veritable fin, enabling it to swim under water with great facility. And of the auk's wing, the same remark holds good. In the birds, then, there is ample evidence of deterioration of organs in the rudimentary nature of the wings of many species. How these conditions have been brought about is not difficult to explain in most instances. In New Zealand, where we find a singular absence of quadrupeds, wingless birds, many being extinct, of which the apteryx is a good example, take the place of the 4-footed population. In view of an immunity from the attack of other animals, the ground-feeding habits of these birds would become more and more strongly settled as their special way of life, and in the pursuit of such habits, the wings, seldom used for flight, would degenerate as time passed. The later advent of man, in turn, has exterminated certain races of the wingless birds, such as the dodo and solitaire in Mauritius and Rodrigues, whilst the wingless and giant Dinornis of New Zealand and its contemporaries have probably been hunted to the death of their species by their human cotenants of these strange lands. The ascent to the quadrupeds brings in review before us still more striking illustrations of the apparently incomplete rendering of the structures of animal life. No better instance of rudimentary organs of the naturalist can be found than in the group of the whales, and more especially in the species from which we obtain the commercial whalebone and oil, the Greenland or right whale. This whale possesses no teeth in its adult state, but before birth teeth are found in the gum. These teeth, however, are gradually absorbed and utterly disappear from the jaws, the adult whale possessing, as is well known, a great double fringe of whalebone plates depending from the palate. The same remark holds good of the unborn young of ruminants, or animals which chew the cud, these animals in their adult state possessing no front teeth in the upper jaw, but in their immature condition developing these organs, which, by the way, never cut the gum, only to lose them by a natural process of absorption. Now here there can be no question of use, and certainly no adequate explanation of their occurrence exists, save that which regards these fetal teeth as the remnants of structures once well developed in the ancestors of the whalebone whales and ruminants. To this supposition the evidence, avowedly incomplete, obtained from geology gives no contradiction, even if it does not by any means supply the missing links in an adequate fashion. We do know that amongst the oldest of the great leviathans of the past was the Zeuglodon of Tertiary rocks, which had teeth developed much in excess of anything we find represented in the dental arrangements of the whales of today. A creature this, of which, as regards its teeth at least, modern whales are but shadowy reproductions. Whilst under the shelter of great authority, we may declare this ancestor of the whale to have been intermediate in nature between the seals and whales, or between the whales and their neighbors, the manatees or sea cows and dugongs. In either case, the intermediate character of the animal argues in favor of its having been the likely parent of a race dentally degraded in these latter days. There is little need to specialize further instances of the occurrence of rudimentary organs in the higher animals, save to remark that not the least interesting feature of such cases is contained in the fact that the milk glands of male animals amongst quadrupeds, organs which exist in a rudimentary condition, have been known to become functionally active and to secrete milk, this peculiarity having been known to occur even in the human subject. Amongst the higher quadrupeds, however, there yet remains for extended notice one special instance of the occurrence of rudimentary organs, wherein not merely is the nature of the parts thoroughly determined, but the stages of their degradation can be clearly traced through the remarkable and fortunate discovery of the missing links. Moreover, the case in point, that of the horse, so clearly illustrates what is meant by progressive development or evolution of a species of animals that it is highly instructive, even if regarded from the latter point of view. When we look at the skeleton of a horse's forelimb, we are able, without much or any previous acquaintance with the facts of comparative anatomy, to see that it is modeled upon a type similar to that of the arm of man. Were we further to compare the forelimb of the bat and the foreleg of a lizard or frog with the equine limb, we should find the same fundamental type of structure to be represented in all. Thus we find in the arm of man, to select the most familiar example from the series just mentioned, a single bone, the humerus, forming the upper arm, 2 bones, radius and ulna, constituting the forearm, 8 small bones forming the wrist, carpus, 5 bones, 1 for each finger, forming the palm or metacarpus, and 5 fingers, each composed of 3 small bones named phalanges, with the exception of the thumb, in which by a mere inspection of that digit we may satisfy ourselves only 2 joints exist. In the wing of the bird we similarly find an upper arm bone or humerus, 2 bones, radius and ulna in the forearm, a wrist, a thumb, and 2 fingers. Now turning to the forelimb of a horse, the hind limb being essentially similar in its general conformation, and corresponding as close with man's lower limb, we find its conformation to correspond in a remarkable fashion to that of man's arm. First, there is the humerus, or bone of the horse's upper arm, concealed, however, beneath the skin and muscles, and being therefore inconspicuous in the living animal. The horse's forearm, like that of man, consists of 2 bones, radius and ulna, it is true, but the ulna has degenerated in a marked degree, and exists as a mere strip of bone which is tolerably distinct at its upper end, but unites with and merges into the other bone, the well-developed radius. The wrist of the horse naturally succeeds its forearm, but from the fact of the upper arm being concealed beneath the skin and muscles, the wrist is not usually recognized as such. Thus, when a horse chips its knee, it in reality suffers a contusion of its wrist. Man possesses 8 bones in his wrist, the horse has only 7, but the equine wrist is readily recognizable as corresponding with the similar region in man. The greatest difference between the human limb and that of the horse is found in the regions which succeed the wrist, and which constitute the palm and hand. Man has 5 palm bones, the horse has apparently but 1 long bone, the cannon bone, in place of the 5. Now to which of man's palm bones does this cannon bone correspond? The anatomist replies to that supporting the 3rd or middle finger, and attached to this single great palm bone the horse has 3 joints or phalanges, composing his 3rd finger. These joints are well known in ordinary life as the pastern, coronary, and coffin bones, and the last bears the greatly developed nail we call the hoof. Thus the horse walks upon a single finger or digit, the 3rd, and it behoves us to ask what has become of the remaining 4, 5 being the highest number of fingers and toes found in mammals or quadrupeds. We find that, with the exception of other 2, the 2nd and 4th fingers, the horse's digits have completely disappeared. The 2nd and 4th fingers have left mere traces, it is true, but it is exactly these rudimentary fingers which serve as the chief clues to the whole history of the equine race. On each side of the single palm bone of the horse's great finger we see 2 thin strips of bone, which veterinary surgeons familiarly term splint bones. But these splints bear no finger bones, and the condition of the horse's hand or forefoot is therefore seen to be of most noteworthy and curious conformation. It may indeed sometimes happen that 2 small pieces of gristle or cartilage may be found at the base of the splint bones, and comparative anatomists incline to regard these gristly pieces as the representatives of the 1st and 5th fingers. The ordinary condition of the horse's hand may be summed up by saying that the animal walks on 1 well-developed finger, the 3rd, and possesses the rudiments in the form of the splint bones of other two fingers, the second and fourth. These latter, it need hardly be added, are completely concealed beneath the skin and other tissues of the limb. In the hind limb of the horse, a similar modification is observed. The thigh bone and kneecap are readily observed. There is but one toe, the third, supported by a single cannon bone, and there are likewise two splint bones representing the rudiments of the second and fourth toes. The horse's heel, like his wrist, appears out of place, and is popularly named his hock. The shin bone is the chief bone of the leg, and has united to it the other bone succeeding the thigh, named the fibula, and which is seen in man's leg and in that of quadrupeds at large. To the eyes even of an unscientific observer who sees the skeleton of a horse placed in a museum, in contrast with the bony frames of other and nearly related animals, the equine type is admittedly a very peculiar and much modified one. In place of 5 toes, we find but one, and in the matter of its teeth, as well as in other features of its frame, the horse may be said to present us with an animal form which appears as a literal example of Salanio's remark that nature hath framed strange fellows in her time. A person of thoroughly skeptical turn of mind might possibly demand to know the exact reasons for the assumption that the splint bones of the horse are in reality the rudiments of the fingers we have represented them to be, and might further demand proof positive of their nature. Fortunately, geology and the science of fossils together come to our aid, with as brilliant a demonstration of the steps and stages of the degradation of the horse's fingers as the most sanguine evolutionist could hope to see. From Mother Earth, whose kindly shelter has sufficed to preserve for us the remains of so many of the forms of the past, we obtain the means for constructing a genealogical tree of the equine race, by methods of certain kind, and through the exhibition of fossils, each bearing an impress of its history, which, to use Cuvier's expression, is a surer mark than all those of Zadig. Our theoretical journey backwards into the ages begins with the recent or last formed deposits, those which lie nearest the outer surface of our earth. The recent or Quaternary period forms a division of the Tertiary period, that is to say, the latest of the 3 great epochs, into which, for purposes of classifying fossil forms by their relative ages, the geologist divides the rock formations. The Tertiary rocks commencing the list with the last formed or uppermost strata begin with the Quaternary or recent deposits. Next in order succeed the older Pliocene rocks, then come the Miocene formations, and lastly succeed the Eocene rocks. These last are the oldest of the Tertiary period, and lie in natural order upon the Cretaceous or chalk rocks, which themselves belong to an entirely different and anterior Mesozoic period in the history of our globe. The youngest or last deceased of the fossil horses we meet with are found in the Quaternary and Pliocene, or the last formed deposits of the Tertiary system. Between these earlier Pliocene horses and our own Equidae, there are no material differences, but near the beginning of the Pliocene formations of the Old World, and in the oldest of the Miocene rocks which lie below them, we find a member of the horse family which differs in certain important respects from the horses of the recent period and from those of today. The fossil horses alluded to are found not merely in Europe, but also in the Siwalik Hills in India, and they must therefore have possessed a very wide range of distribution. When first discovered, M. de Cristol called this species of horse Hipparion, a name which has been still retained for it, amidst that constant alteration in zoological nomenclature which is the labor of the foolish and the sadness of the wise amongst us. What are the chief peculiarities of Hipparion? Briefly stated, in the larger development of the splint bones, which, according to Owen, must have dangled by the side of the large and functional hoof, or third toe, like the pair of spurious hooves behind those forming the cloven foot in the ox. This conformation, continues Owen, would cause the foot of Hipparion to sink less deep into swampy soil and be more easily withdrawn than the more simplified horse's foot. Furthermore, the ulna or bone of the forearm, deficient in the horse of today, is tolerably well developed in Hipparion. Backwards in time, and in the older Miocene formations of Europe, another fossil horse was disentombed and was duly described under the name of Anchitherium. This latter horse possesses a completely developed ulna in the forearm and fibula in the leg, but its chief point of interest lies in the fact that each foot possessed 3 fully developed toes, which apparently must have touched the ground in walking. Already our splint bones are seen to better their condition as we pass backwards through the ages, and to appear as the natural supports of well-developed second and fourth toes. Here the geological history of the horse in the Old World may be said practically to end. Modern history assures us that the first horses which peopled the New World, and whose descendants roam over American prairies as the famed mustangs, were imported by the Spaniards at the period of the Mexican conquest. Geology has a more curious tale to relate of the New World horses and their history, and gives them an antiquity compared with which the events of man's primitive history in either world are but as yesterday. Recent researches amongst the rock formations of Western America in particular have shown us that it is to the New World we must look for a perfect pedigree of the horse. For beginning with the horse of today with its splint bones, we are carried gradually backwards in time to the Pliocene horse of the New World named Pliohippus, a form not differing materially from the living horse, but serving in a very gradual fashion to introduce us to the older Protohippus, the New World representative of our own fossil Hipparion, and in some respects a more typical 3-toed horse than the latter. Our own Anchitherium corresponds to the next specimen of the New World, Myohippus by name, and Myohippus evinces a still more important modification in that it possesses a rudiment of the 5th or little finger, in addition to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th digits with which the forefeet are provided. The American horses now continue the history of the race in time past without aid or representative from the Eastern Hemisphere, insofar at least as the latest research has shown. To Myohippus succeeds the Mesohippus from the American Miocene, which has 3 well-developed toes, and in addition shows the rudiment of the little finger of the forefeet, seen also in Myohippus, in an enlarged condition. Passing to the Eocene formations, the oldest series of the Tertiary rocks, we meet with the next step in the form of the Orohippus, in which the little finger appears as a veritable member of the hand, the hind feet still possessing 3 well-developed toes only, whilst, consistently with the development of the toes, the ulna of the forearm and fibula of the leg appear as bones of legitimate size, and present a striking contrast to their rudiments in the horse of today. The last discovered horse is from the oldest of the Eocene beds. It has been appropriately named Eohippus, and presents us with 4 complete fingers, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th on the forefeet, and a rudiment of the 1st finger as well, with a trace of the 5th toe of the hind feet, this last member being, as we have seen, unrepresented in any of the other forms. When the chalk rocks shall have yielded up their fossil horses, it is consistent with logic and reason to expect that the primitive stock of the horses will be discovered with its complete provision of 5 toes and its corresponding modifications of form. To what conclusions of reasonable kind do these stable facts regarding the pedigree of the horse naturally lead? The answer is towards a belief in the slow and progressive modification and evolution of the 1-toed modern horse from a 5-toed ancestor. This process of modification must, of course, have affected its entire frame, but it is sufficient for our present purpose to point out that in the structure of the foot alone we discern the evidence for evolution as clearly as in the entire organization of the animal. An increase of speed and obvious advantage over its enemies would be gained by the horse as its toes grew small by degrees and beautifully less, and the single-toed race has thus practically come to the front in the world of today as the plain and favorable result of the work of degradation amongst its digits. It may likewise be mentioned that the conclusions of evolution and geology are strengthened by the evidence of teratology, or the science of abnormalities. Occasionally horses are born with several toes, this fact being explicable only on the idea of reversion to a multiple-toed ancestry. Two bony shreds, or rudiments, thus lay the foundation of a grave conclusion regarding the horse and its manner of development, and exemplify the adage that great and unlooked-for results sometimes spring from beginnings of apparently the most trifling kind. The splint bones form, in fact, a clue which, when rightly pursued, leads not merely to a knowledge of the evolution of the horse, but to an understanding of the entire scheme of nature. For, if evolution is the law of the horse's history, it must logically follow that it represents the scheme of nature throughout. Since the uniformity of nature, in which we are bound to believe, and to which we are bound to appeal, would utterly negative the idea that evolution should hold good for the horse and be inapplicable to any other living thing. Because the missing links are not so completely supplied to us in other cases as in the horse, we are not on that account entitled to assume that the theory of development is invalid. We may not see an oak tree grow inch by inch, but we are as positive as our mental nature will admit that the oak was once an acorn, and that there has been a progressive growth and increase which might not be apparent to us were we to watch the tree for weeks together. Applying this reasoning to the case before us, it would be as illogical to deny that the order of nature was that of development as to insist that the oak was created as it stands. The extent of human knowledge and the duration of human existence are together inadequate to enable us to discern the progress of this world's order after the fashion whereby, from a lofty elevation, we may trace every winding of a stream. But the probabilities of the case are as overwhelmingly for progressive development as the direct evidence at hand, exemplified by the horse's pedigree, tells against special and independent creation having been the way of developmental law in the making of the world and its living things. End of Section 13, Chapter 5, Evidence from Rudimentary Organs, Part 2. Section 14 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Evidence from the Tails, Limbs, and Lungs of Animals. Part 1. The extreme respect occasionally paid by the scientific investigator to the merest rudiments of parts and structures in animals and plants, or to apparently insignificant phenomena in the physical universe around us, naturally presents a source of wonder and curiosity to the uninitiated mind. Circumstances which to the latter appear trifles light as air may in truth afford proofs of confirmation of the strongest character to the man of science. He has learned from the successes of the past the wisdom of seeing a possible clue to some of the deepest of nature's problems in the veriest byways and in the most unlikely paths into which his researches may lead. The connection of one fact with another may not at first sight be apparent, and the isolated truth may remain for years a detached fragment of knowledge, possessing no evident relationship with the arranged facts constituting the main body of the science. But the patience of science must be equal to its hope, and the experience of the past has taught us many a lesson regarding the real value of facts which seemingly were of little import as year by year they remained disconnected and solitary offshoots of the tree of knowledge. Thus, one of the first precepts of scientific inquiry is that which inculcates the wisdom of gathering up the fragments which deep research often leaves behind after its golden reaping is past and over. For a second harvest of veritable treasures may not unfrequently reward the patient searcher in science pastures, after the larger toil has apparently left no corner of the field of inquiry unexplored. The application of the foregoing commonplaceisms is nowhere better exemplified than in many facts supporting evolution which have been elicited from quarters of the most unlikely nature, and from natural history details which, in former years, might have been regarded as antagonistic to the first principles of the development theory. One of the most convincing circumstances of the general truth of evolution, indeed, consists in the amount of spontaneous support which has flowed towards this theory from all directions in biology, whilst in turn the theory of development has strengthened its own case by affording the only rational explanation of hitherto unexplained facts, and in no less degree by supplying the theoretical connection required to connect detached facts with the main body of scientific knowledge. A popular excursion into the domain of comparative anatomy will present us with several apt illustrations of these remarks, and will serve to prove the truth of the assertion regarding the import to science at large of the various odds and ends in natural history trifles. Of such ends, in one sense, the tales of fishes may be said to present us with examples of the most literal kind. The class of fishes unquestionably presents an interesting field of inquiry to zoology of the most popular nature. There might possibly exist, however, a shade of hesitation on the part of even enthusiastic students of fish lore in affirming the truth of the assertion that in the tale of fishes we may perchance find a study of more than usual interest. These structures are unquestionably elegant enough in their way, and whether as constituting the propelling agents or the steering gear of their possessors, claim a just share of zoological attention. But that on the caudal appendages of fishes we may presume to hang a tale of the probable origin and evolution of the race at large is an expectation by no means warranted on a brief review and consideration of the apparently trivial nature of the subject. In the history of scientific speculation, however, tales have played more than one prominent part. On more than one occasion, a theory of tales has been gravely discussed and hotly debated, and it is indeed difficult to assign a reason why the apparent insignificance of the subject should disguise and conceal its real importance. Possibly owing to the deterioration of the caudal region in the human subject, the importance of the tale in lower life acquires thus a tendency to become thoroughly overlooked. Were a spider monkey, however, capable of forming and expressing an adequate opinion on the value of his tail, consisting, as it does, of some 33 joints, our estimate of tails in general might undergo a complete revolution. Such an appendage constitutes a veritable fifth hand to that agile denizen of South American forests. Grasping the bough of a tree with its prehensile tip, he is enabled to swing himself hither and thither, with his hands and feet free and ready for action in any desired direction. He might be inclined to regard his higher neighbors, in which the tail is reduced to a mere rudiment, as degenerate and reduced creatures when compared with himself and his terminal organization. So much in thoughts and thinking, as we all know, depends upon one's special point of view. It is, of course, a patent fact to anyone who will take the trouble to compare the backbone of man with that of a spider monkey, or indeed with the spine of well nigh any other quadruped, that the 4 small bones forming the end of the human spine, and collectively named the coccyx, represent a rudimentary tail. These bones are seen to be degraded and deteriorated in structure when compared with the other joints of the spine or vertebrae, with the typical structure of which they undoubtedly correspond. As any tail is merely the hinder extension of the vertebrate spine, so the coccyx, representing in its feeble way the terminal part of man's spine, is certainly a veritable appendage of the kind in question. Man is, however, not the only animal in which degradation of the tail exists, and is propagated by descent as a natural condition of animal existence. The Manx cat has a truly rudimentary tail in this latter aspect. Certain higher monkeys, for example, orang, chimpanzee, and gorilla, possess the merest traces of this appendage, and tailless varieties of sheep are known, the latter being well exemplified by a Chinese breed in which, as Mr. Darwin, quoting from Pallas, tells us, the tail is reduced, quote, to a little button, suffocated in a manner by fat, unquote. It should also be remembered that, in lower life, tails of considerable length may dwindle and disappear, leaving their possessors as absolutely tailless as man. One has but to compare the young crab with the adult, or the fish-like tadpole with the frog, to witness a most typical case of the disappearance of a tail. And it is worth remembering that the frogs have the advantage of humanity in point of antiquity, since the advancement of the tailed tadpole race to become the tailless frogs of today must have taken place, according to geological evidence, long ages anterior to the advent of the imperial race of man. But if so much may be proved and said regarding the rudimentary nature of tails, it must also be borne in mind that the opposite case of a special development of the tail in man is by no means unknown. Occasionally in the human subject a short but free tail is found to be developed, this fact constituting at once a surgical abnormality and a physiological reversion to an ancient order of things. Let us consider for a moment what development teaches us concerning the exact place assumed by the end of the spine in higher animals. Primarily, we are struck by the close resemblance to each other presented by the embryos or young of vertebrate animals in their earlier stages of development. Even von Baer himself, an authority in matters relating to embryology, said of this likeness that, quote, the embryos of mammalia, of birds, lizards, and snakes, and probably also of chelonia, tortoises, and turtles, are in their earliest states exceedingly like one another, both as a whole and in the mode of development of these parts. So much so, in fact, that we can often distinguish the embryos only by their size. In my possession, he continues, are two little embryos in spirit, whose names I have omitted to attach, and at present I am quite unable to say to what class they belong. They may be lizards, or small birds, or very young mammalia, so complete is the similarity in the mode of formation of the head and trunk in these animals. The extremities, however, are still absent in these embryos. But even if they had existed in the earliest stage of their development, we should learn nothing, for the feet of lizards and mammals, the wings and feet of birds, no less than the hands and feet of man, all arise from the same fundamental form. The close likeness between vertebrates in their early stages of growth, so plainly described in von Baer's words, extends to the caudal or tail region amongst other parts and details of structure. It is not more surprising, in truth, to find that man in early life possesses an undeniable tail, than to discover that he is provided at the same period with a series of clefts and arches in the side of his neck, corresponding to the gill clefts and gill arches of fishes and other gill-possessing vertebrates. Like his gill clefts, man's caudal appendage gradually becomes abortive as development proceeds, but he retains the rudiment of his tail, whilst the gill clefts entirely disappear. Nor is this all. When the coccyx of man is examined in its ordinary and adult condition, it is found to be provided with the merest rudiments of muscles, one of which corresponds to a very large extensor muscle developed in the tail of many quadrupeds. Just indeed as man possesses a representative rudiment of the muscle by which the dog and horse shake their coats, as well as thoroughly useless rudiments of the muscles which move the ears of his lower neighbors. Thus man's coccyx furnishes important evidence of his origin, and the isolated facts of human anatomy regarding the tip of the human spine fall naturally into the service of the theory of development which relates man in the most intimate fashion to lower but no less wondrously formed creatures. With the opinions of that learned Scottish judge, Lord Monboddo, respecting the causes of disappearance of the human tail, most readers are well acquainted. In his day, Lord Monboddo was esteemed the shrewdest of men, and despite the fact that his theory of the disappearance of man's tail through the friction of pressure produced by the sitting posture has been a stock subject with those who can afford to treat such subjects in a flippant manner, one may be excused for suspecting that his lordship certainly meant what he wrote. It is extremely interesting, therefore, to find that Mr. Darwin, strengthening himself by observation on the manner in which certain apes dispose of their rudimentary tails, comes to the conclusion that the theory of the tail's disappearance through friction is not so ridiculous as it first appears. A certain monkey, a species of macaque, that possesses a short tail composed of 11 joints, whilst its tip is very flexible and sinewy. In the sitting posture, this tail may prove a decided inconvenience to the animal. It is frequently bent under the body, and a peculiar curve exhibited by the tail leads to the belief that the tail had originally been bent round by the will of the animal, and so disposed as to prevent being pressed into the ground. One result of this adaptation to the sitting posture is that the tail is rough and hard, and as we know from positive evidence that the mutilations and injuries of the parent may be inherited by the offspring, It is conceivable that the short tails of many monkeys indicate the results of degeneration from the effects of gradual and inherited mutilation. This idea is strengthened in a very material fashion by the consideration that in other species of macaques, the tail has actually become thoroughly abortive. It is difficult or impossible to explain, save on the theory of gradual modification affecting species in different ways and at different rates, why one species of monkey should have a fairly developed tail, whilst in another and nearly related species the tail has well nigh disappeared. This dissertation on the tail as represented in human existence may preface the brief dissertation on the tails of fishes, in consideration of which, in its own way, teaches us a lesson in evolution equally plain with that drawn from the confines of quadruped existence. The tails of fishes, as everyone knows, are set vertically, so that the flat surfaces of the tail fin correspond with the sides of the body. The fish in this respect differs materially from the whale or dolphin, in which the tail is placed horizontally or across the body. When a review of the tails of fishes is attempted, two very distinct forms of this appendage are discerned. In most fishes, the tail may be described as symmetrical when unforked, or as possessing its halves in equal size when forked. But in other fishes, and most notably in such fishes as the sturgeons, sharks, and dogfishes, the upper half of the tail is seen to be disproportionately developed when compared with the lower half. In such a fish as the fox shark or thresher, both names indeed being derived from the peculiarity in question, the upper lobe of the tail appears relatively enormous when compared with the lower half. Such are the external appearances of fishes' tails, and from their aspect when casually regarded, we might seem fully justified in saying that but two kinds of tails were developed in the fish class, namely equal and unequal tails. We must, however, inquire as to the verdict which comparative anatomy, with its deeper research into the structure and composition of parts, has to pronounce on the likenesses or differences which the superficial view discovers. The result of such an inquiry shows us that the tail of a fish, in Othello's words, may be said to beguile the thing I am by seeming otherwise. Since we shall find that the tail of equal shape and conformation is certainly not what it seems, and that, moreover, it possesses a singular relationship to its unequal neighbor. When the bony framework consisting of the end of the spine which supports the tail is duly examined in certain fishes, such as the polypterus of African rivers, the spine is seen to terminate in such a fashion that the rays of the tail fin are divided into two equal portions. In this case, the tail is both apparently and really symmetrical. But such a state of matters is comparatively rare. The salmon, as everyone knows, has to all intents and appearances a tail which is perfectly symmetrical and equal. Yet, when we inspect the skeleton of the salmon's tail, we find a very obvious want of symmetry. The extremity of the tail is bent upwards so as to give a greater preponderance of spine to the upper half, and the symmetry of the tail is preserved simply through the lower fin rays being more numerous and longer than the upper ones. In those fishes, on the other hand, in which the tail is of unequal conformation, even in external appearance, the upper half attains its greater development from the spine extending boldly upwards, and from the inferior and rudimentary development of the rays and elements of the lower half of the tail. Thus, summing up the knowledge regarding fishes' tails which comparative anatomy supplies, we find that only a few fishes possess really symmetrical tails, that is, tails in which the spine terminates in the middle line, and in which the fin rays are given off in symmetrical array. And we also discover that in most fishes with apparently equal tails, the spine is really unsymmetrical and projects into the upper half, a condition of affairs more visibly exemplified in certain fishes of which the sharks and dogfishes are the best known examples. The inferences and conclusions regarding the general development of the fish class which may be deducible from the brief consideration of the structure of the tail in these animals will be apparent if we venture to trace the development of the tail and to take a wide survey of the succession of the fishes in time, as represented in the records of the rocks. It is perfectly clear, to begin with, that the tails of all fishes are modeled upon one and the same type. Insofar as the prevalence of one modification of a type over another may be said to indicate the primary form of the type, we may hold that the fishtail begins as a straight appendage, to which must be assigned the place of honor, as probably the first, most primitive, and least modified form of the fishtail, whilst to this straight condition succeeds the unequal variety. And the story told by development very plainly endorses this statement. All fishtails, whatever their ultimate and adult form, exhibit the unequal type as their second well-defined condition. The equal appearance of the tail of the vast majority of fishes is thus proved beyond doubt to be a third and comparatively modern innovation, so to speak, in the matter of fish history. If we appeal to the researches of Alexander Agassiz on this point, we may learn much that is instructive and edifying on this curious question. In the development of the flounder, for instance, the soft rod, named the notochord, which at first does duty for the spine, is seen to possess a straight extremity, and the embryonic or first-formed tail fin is simply rounded in shape. Very soon the tail end of the notochord becomes bent upwards, and carries up with it in its progress the primitive tail fin. At this stage, the permanent tail fin becomes marked out and defined from the primitive fin, and in due course, and even before the spine itself has become developed, the young flounder possesses an unequal tail. In this stage, the young flounder indeed possesses a tail fin resembling the unequal tail seen permanently represented in the ganoid fishes of today, for example, sturgeon. The permanent tail fin appears almost like a second anal fin, the anal being the fin situated in the middle line of the fish. As the spine develops, it is formed behind around the bent-up end of the notochord, and as development is completed, the perfect and still unequal tail fin of the flounder appears under a symmetrical guise, from its encroaching upon and ultimately replacing the primitive fin. It is a noteworthy fact that certain of the stages exhibited by the tail of the flounder and of other fishes during development present, as already remarked, the closest possible likeness to the permanent condition of the tail in some of those fishes in which the tail is markedly unequal in form. After such revelations from the laboratory of the zoologist, we may be prepared to discuss the validity of the conclusions to which the evolutionist is led, namely, that the unequal tail fin is the primitive form of that appendage, and that this tail, in its turn, was preceded by a straight or rounded termination to the body, represented by the first stage of development in the flounder and in other fishes. The history of the individual fish and its tail, in other words, presents us with a short recapitulation of the evolution of the whole fish race and the tails thereof. Such a speculation seems perfectly consistent with the facts of the case, provided we admit that, as the scientific world is well agreed, the development of an animal presents us with a panorama of its descent. Regarded otherwise, the ever-varying and often inexplicable succession of stages in animal development simply appear before us as a collection of phenomena without any conceivable meaning or interpretation. But if in the record of fish development it may be accepted as true, firstly, that the unequal lobed tails belong to the oldest members of the class, and, secondly, that the great bulk of our modern fishes with even tails are to be regarded as being, quote, foremost in the files of time, unquote, and relatively newcomers on the stage of life, it may be further asked if any counterproof to these assertions is capable of being produced. Fortunately, in the science of fossils, we possess a means for verifying and substantiating our conclusions. Suppose we hark backwards in time and try to discover the exact succession and order in which the fishes have appeared, as indicated by their fossil history. Let us inquire, for instance, regarding the nature of the oldest fishes, and trace the Piscine race downwards to existing times as completely as the scattered pages of nature's records will admit. If we discover that the succession of fish tails in time corresponds with the order of their development today, we may then be certain that the history of the individual repeats the history of its race. End of section 14. Chapter 6. The Evidence from the Tails, Limbs, and Lungs of Animals, Part 1. Section 15 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Evidence from the Tails, Limbs, and Lungs of Animals. Part 2. Of the very lowest fishes, it must firstly be remarked, we possess no traces or record in a fossil state. These democrats of the fish class are represented by the existing lancelet, a tiny fish about 1.5 inches long, with a soft and perfectly transparent body, and by the lampreys and hagfishes, the latter found boring their way into the bodies of cod and other fishes by means of a single large tooth borne on the palate. The lancelet, lampreys, and hagfishes possess no hard parts which could have been preserved in a fossil condition, yet, from all considerations regarding their lowness of structure, we are forced to conclude that these fishes possess an immense antiquity, and probably represent the primitive founders of the entire fish class. The first rocks in which the fossil remains of fishes occur are the upper Silurian strata. These first traces at once of fish and vertebrate life consist of the fin spines, etc., of fishes evidently allied to our existing sharks, fishes which possess, as we have seen, the primitive type of the unequal tail. Throughout the succeeding ages of the Paleozoic period, a period including in its later epochs the Old Red Sandstone, Coal, and Permian formations, the type of fish tail remains practically unaltered, and presents us with the unequal form. Nowhere is the unequal tail more typically seen than in the famous fishes of the Old Red Sandstone, which, clad in a stout, shield-like armor of ganoid scales, like our living bony pike, Lepidosteus, and sturgeon, must have presented well-nigh impregnable fronts to their adversaries. As Owen remarks, the preponderance of heterocercal, unequal-tailed fishes in the seas of the geological epochs of our planet is very remarkable. The prolongation of the superior lobe, or upper half, characterizes every fossil fish of the strata anterior to and including the Magnesian limestone, Permian rocks. The homocercal, even-tailed fishes first appeared above that formation and gradually predominate until, as in the present period, the heterocercal, unequal-tailed bony fishes are almost limited to a single ganoid genus, Lepidosteus. Not until we pass far into the Mesozoic rocks and arrive at the chalk do we meet with fossil representatives of the familiar fishes, such as our herring, salmon, cod, etc., which swarm in the seas of today, and which, as we have seen, possess apparently equal tail fins. After the beginning of the Mesozoic period, we discover that the ganoid and other unequal-tailed fishes begin to decline in numbers, many groups becoming wholly extinct, whilst only a comparatively few representatives of these early fishes remain in our seas of today to represent, like the last of the Mohicans, their plentiful development in the oceans of the past. The geological evidence, then, reads very strongly in favor of the evolutionists' views concerning the great antiquity of the unequal-tailed fishes. We may see, theoretically, the first beginnings of the fish tail paralleled by the first of the modern flounder, and by the permanent condition of the living lancelet and lampreys, presenting us with a symmetrical end to the body, but with no very characteristic or definite tail. Next in order in point of time come the ganoid fishes, and the representatives of the sharks, skates, and rays, with tails of the truly unequal conformation, the spine bending upwards into the upper half of the tail, an era in the development of the fish group represented by the second stage of the flounder, when the extremity of the backbone is seen to undergo a similar alteration in growth. Ultimately we attain in the chalk to the modern order of things, and find therein the first appearances of fish tails of the modern and equal type, a conformation which, as we have seen, really retains, under the guise of an outward symmetry, the evidence of its connection with the unequal tail of long ago. Thus perfectly does the geological evidence harmonize with that of development, in showing us how modification and evolution have represented the laws of fish production. It is only needful, by way of close to such a history, to remark that the laws of evolution and of the production of fishes through descent and modification follow in their uncompromising application alike to higher and lower life, the boasted impartiality of the legal codes of man. The laws of life, like those of matter, indeed, are absolutely inflexible throughout, and the story of a fish tale and its development finds the closest parallel in that chronicle through which evolution traces the production and growth of the entire scheme of nature. From the nature and development of the tails of fishes and of other animals, we may pass, by an easy transition, to the subject of limbs and their modifications. In this latter study, we may perchance discover facts and inferences of no less interest than those evolved in our investigation into the history of fishes' tails. The limbs of animals appear before us as out-jutting portions or special outgrowths of the trunk or body proper. That there are limbs and limbs is a very evident fact to anyone who considers the wide variations which exist between the similarly named parts in an insect or a centipede, a fish, a bird, a whale, a dog, and a man. And even within the limited compass of our own frames, there would appear at first sight to be an essential difference betwixt the arm and leg, and an equally great distinction between the forelimbs or wings of a bird or bat and the hind limbs of these animals. A fish, too, might popularly be supposed to want limbs, but as the sequel will show, most fishes possess very distinct representatives of the bodily appendages seen in higher animals, and associated with the movements of the frame. Leaving the limbs of invertebrate animals out of sight for the nonce, we may find that, despite the apparent dissimilarity of form and functions, the limbs of vertebrates present an identity of structure which is literally amazing. A very slight examination of the limbs of a horse would convince us that, roughly regarded, the parts or segments of the forelimb correspond to those of the hind limb. There usually exists a degree of correspondence between fore and hind limbs which is easily observed, but which, on the other hand, in such animals as bats and birds, appears less easy of detection. But, laying aside external appearances as thoroughly unreliable, let us appeal once again to comparative anatomy, and inquire firstly into the likenesses and differences between limbs, and secondly, into the nature and manner of origin of these important appendages. In the arm of man we find an upper arm bone, 2 bones in the forearm, 8 bones in the wrist, 5 in the palm of the hand, and 3 in each of the fingers, save the thumb, which is composed of but 2 bones. Thus it would seem that in the arm of man there are some 3 chief segments, namely upper arm, forearm, and hand, and in the lower limb the same elementary divisions, corresponding to thigh, leg, and foot, may be discerned. Man has 5 fingers, which, reckoning from the thumb side, we may number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 respectively, the great toe being similarly the first digit of the foot. In the wing or arm of the bat, a type of structure exactly similar to that seen in man's arm is readily perceived. The upper arm, forearm, with one of its bones somewhat degraded in size, the wrist, the palm, and the fingers are fully represented in the bat, but the 4 fingers are greatly elongated to support the fold of skin forming the flying membrane, and the thumb is of small size. No doubt can exist, therefore, that the arm or forelimb of man is exactly similar to that in structure, or, in other words, is homologous with the arm or forelimb of the bat. In the paddle of the whale, shortened and modified as that limb may be, we perceive a type of structure exactly corresponding with that of man and the bat, the upper arm, forearm, wrist, palm, and fingers, being readily seen when the skeleton of the paddle is even cursorily examined. Of the wing of the bird, despite the modification of its wrist and fingers, the same opinion in favor of exact agreement with the human, bat, and whale type must be expressed. Upper arm and forearm are duly represented in the wing, and although but 2 wrist bones, 2 united second and third fingers, and a rudimentary thumb exist, there can be but one opinion as to the agreement of bird and man in respect to the identity of their forelimbs. In the horse, whilst the limb itself, down to and including the wrist, exactly resembles in all essential details the limbs already considered, we find the fingers reduced to 1, the third. Rudiments of the second and fourth fingers, however, also exist. and prove to us the essential similarity of the one-fingered hand of the horse with the five-fingered hands of its higher and lower neighbors. If we investigate the limbs of reptiles and those of the frogs and their kind, we should detect a like agreement in fundamental structure with the limbs of man and his nearest allies, the upper arm, forearm, wrist, palm, and fingers being duly represented. The fishes, as the lowest members of the vertebrate group, would, however, present us with grave difficulties in the way of reconciling the structure of their limbs with that of higher animals. Fishes possess two sets of fins. These consist of the first set or paired fins, the pectorals or breast fins, and ventrals. The second set, forming the unpaired fins, is placed in the middle line of the body, that is on the back and on the belly of the fish, whilst the tail fin also belongs to the unpaired series. It is evident that the paired fins must represent the limbs of other vertebrates, such limbs being invariably developed in pairs. The breast fins of the fish are in reality its arms, whilst the ventral fins represent its lower or hinder limbs. Comparative anatomists are not agreed as to the exact or detailed correspondence of fish limbs with those of other vertebrates, but that such a correspondence exists no one may doubt, since were any other proof wanting, the naturalist might point to the fact that the representatives of the limb girdles, shoulder bones and haunch bones of higher animals are developed in fishes for the support of their paired fins. The limbs of fishes, in short, belong to a very primitive type of limb, which from its early origin and special development in relation to the surroundings of fishes exhibits but little correspondence with limbs of later forms. But we may thus discover the important fact that the limbs of vertebrate animals are modeled on a common plan, and the task of discovering how such identity may be explained forms a legitimate subject of further inquiry. A primary remark of some importance in investigations like the present would insist on our recognizing that a series of deep-seated likenesses in internal structure, such as that presented to our notice in the limbs, is much more likely to be truly accounted for by some natural law of development than by any mere chance production, or by any spontaneous resemblance existing apart from natural affinity. If we assume for a moment the position of a holder of the special creation theory, we may form some idea of the difficulties which beset the reasonable imagination in accounting for likenesses of such well-marked character as the limbs of vertebrates exhibit. In each case, we should require to postulate a new and special creative act which had, according to no known or conceivable law, modeled these appendages on one and the same type, a system of creation given to the preservation of useless rudiments of once useful structures instead of simply giving to each animal the exact organs and parts it requires. True, such a method of creation may be conceivable, but nothing more, if we reflect once again upon the extraordinary likeness and on the evident common relationship of the limbs. But this creative theory entirely loses caste and status when placed in contrast with the more reasonable theory of descent. By means of this latter explanation, we account for limb likeness on the principle of natural inheritance, and on the relationship through descent of the animals which bear the related limbs. We thus see in limb likeness merely the natural result of descent from a common ancestor or ancestors, in which the fundamental limb type was developed. The law of likeness, whereby the offspring tend to resemble the parent, in fact, demands common limb likeness as the natural heritage of all vertebrate animals, and presents the theory of descent as the only natural solution of the query, why are limbs modeled on one and the same type? As Darwin himself remarks, what can be more curious than that the hand of a man formed for grasping, that of a mole for digging, the leg of the horse, the paddle of the porpoise, and the wing of the bat should all be constructed on the same pattern, and should include similar bones in the same relative positions. How curious it is to give a subordinate though striking instance that the hind feet of the kangaroo, which are so well fitted for bounding over the open plains, those of the climbing, leaf-eating koala, equally fitted for grasping the branches of trees, those of the ground-dwelling insect or root-eating bandicoots, and those of some other Australian marsupials, should all be constructed on the same extraordinary type. namely, with the bones of the second and third digits extremely slender and enveloped within the same skin, so that they appear like a single toe furnished with 2 claws. Notwithstanding this similarity of pattern, it is obvious that the hind feet of these several animals are used for as widely different purposes as it is possible to conceive. The case is rendered all the more striking by the American opossums, which follow nearly the same habits of life as some of their Australian relatives, having feet constructed on the ordinary plan. Professor Flower, from whom these statements are taken, remarks in conclusion, "We may call this conformity to type, without getting much nearer to an explanation of the phenomenon." And then he adds, "But is it not powerfully suggestive of true relationship, of inheritance from a common ancestor?" To say that things were simply created so, after a creative plan, may be a confession of faith. It is in no sense a scientific explanation with which the mind may grapple so as to arrive at its true significance. But the theory of descent goes still further. It also supplies an answer to the obvious question which awaits the naturalist. How are the variations seen in the limbs of vertebrates to be accounted for? Admit that the varied limbs of vertebrates are but so many modifications of a common type, and that as such they were derived from their ancestors. To what process do they owe their subsequent modification to the varied wants and ways of life of their predecessors? The agreement in fundamental structure, as we have seen, is the result of inheritance. To what law of life do we owe the variations in function the limbs exhibit? The answer to this query lies in a single word: adaptation. That is, the modification of the primitive type of limb for the special circumstances of each animal's life. The essential principle and strength of evolution consists in its ability to show, firstly, that alteration and modification of an animal's structure take place according to its requirements, and as determined by the surroundings of its life, and, secondly, that such variations as are favorable or profitable will be preserved. Such modifications as would fit a limb for swimming or for flight might take place without any violent or sweeping alteration of the limb type as a whole. We know as a fact that the skeletons of some domesticated and artificially bred animals, such as the pigeons, are liable to alteration and modification of structure without change of the type of bony framework, and so with the limbs, which, as mere appendages, are infinitely more susceptible of alteration and adaptation to new ways of life. Thus is illustrated the principle of natural selection, which constitutes the keynote of Darwinism, and which contends for the preservation of those variations and alterations in structure favorable to the preservation of the animal and its race, such favorable variations giving it an advantage in the struggle for existence. This principle satisfactorily enough accounts for the modification of limbs to suit the varying habits of life which from time to time were assumed by vertebrate animals, as the new races and groups sprang into existence by the modification of the older and more primitive stocks. In the presence of the varied scheme of the vertebrate life of today, the active bird, the crawling serpent, the lithe fish, the fleet steed, the aerial bat, and even the erect ruler of the universe himself, in this view, appears but as a testimony to the operation of a great law of nature, which decrees that the newer and stronger shall possess the earth, whilst the weak and primitive are at the same time prevented, and perhaps wisely, from cumbering the ground. End of section 15. Chapter 6. The Evidence from Tails, Limbs, and Lungs of Animals, Part 2. Section 16 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 16, Chapter 6, The Evidence from Tails, Limbs, and Lungs of Animals, Part 3. The subject of the origin of limbs, however, still awaits our brief study. At various periods in the history of comparative anatomy, the original nature of limbs has formed a subject regarding which very diverse opinions have been expressed. Owen long ago regarded limbs as corresponding to processes or appendages of ribs, Maclise represented them a little later as modified ribs, and other authorities have propounded theories in which the limbs are regarded as corresponding to outgrowths from a peculiarly modified gill arch, the latter structure forming the supporting girdle of the limbs, or in the case of the forelimb, the shoulder. Recent researches into the development of the fins of fishes, to which we naturally turn for the most primitive form of limb extant, appear to lead to the declaration that there is no real difference in nature to be perceived between the paired and unpaired fins. The paired fins of the dogfishes and sharks are known to arise as special developments of a single long and continuous fold existing in each side of the young fish, and the unpaired fins arise from folds of like nature. Thus, if the history of the individual may again be held to explain the evolution of the race, then we may conceive of the first limbs having been developed as a pair of long and unbroken side fins, which ultimately became detached or broken up to form the paired fins as we see these organs in the fishes of today. When the simplest types of limbs in fishes are examined, as for example in the Ceratodus or the barramundi of Australian rivers, the native salmon of the colonists, the primitive nature of such fins appears to accord well with the idea of their origin and formation as above described. In Ceratodus, the skeleton of the limbs appears as a simple many-jointed rod of gristle, to the sides of which the equally simple fin rays are attached. It is equally interesting to find that the lowest and presumably the oldest and most primitive fishes, the lancelet and the lamprey tribe, are absolutely destitute of paired fins or limbs. These latter fishes may thus be regarded as presenting us with a representation of those early stages in Piscine existence, before the limbs became specialized, and when the unpaired and median fins alone represented the organs of motion. That both pairs of limbs were probably developed from one and the same structure is rendered more than probable when we discover that in some fishes the pectoral and ventral fins exactly resemble each other, such a likeness being well seen in the somewhat remarkable fish, allied to the sharks, etc., and known as the chimera, or king of the herrings. The development and growth of the paired fins or limbs became localized, and thus brought about the separation of the limbs and their distinction from the continuous side folds which gave them birth, whilst the growth of the unpaired fins, on the other hand, continued throughout the entire length of the fold, and resulted in the production of the back, tail, and anal fins as we find them today. Amidst much speculation and not a few theoretical considerations regarding the nature of the limb girdles or supports, which it must be left to future research to substantiate or nullify, there still remains to us a large share of true and exact philosophy in what is definitely known regarding the genesis of limbs. In such a study, we discern a new phase of the ever-recurring watchwords of the evolutionist: modification and descent. And we are led also to note that in the past history of even the most familiar structures of animals may be contained a veritable romance of science. For certainly no more startling or unlikely supposition than that of the common nature of the arm, the wing, the fin, the paddle, and the limb could well be broached. Yet, as the context may have shown, the facts of life bear out the romance with which even a technical but interesting study may be shown to be invested, and the truths of comparative anatomy are thus shown to be stranger indeed than the creative fictions of former years. If the tails of fishes may be literally deemed ends in the most literal sense, there yet remain one or two cases of odd structures in fishes and in other animals, the investigation of which may serve to strengthen those conclusions respecting the validity of the development theory at which we have already arrived. One of the most peculiar structures found in fishes is the air bladder, swimming bladder, or sound, as it is variously called. From the walls of the swimming bladder of the sturgeons, the well-known isinglass is prepared. The air bladder exhibits exceedingly diverse forms in the class of fishes, and in truth presents the upholders of the special creation theory with one of the most unsatisfactory of subjects in respect of the eccentricity of its nature and distribution in the fish class. Thus, no traces of an air bladder are discernible in the lowest fishes, the lancelets and lampreys before alluded to. It is well represented in many common fishes, but certain of the latter, as for example the flounders and other flatfishes, want it altogether, whilst the sharks, rays, and dogfishes possess the merest rudiment of this organ. The special creation theory affords no explanation of the anomaly of one fish possessing an air bladder, whilst in certain of its near neighbors this structure is entirely absent. But the difficulty of the one theory of creation is, as we shall presently see, the triumph of the other. Even amongst ordinary fishes, the air bladder varies very much in form. In the cod and perch, for instance, the air bladder is simply a closed sac or bag filled with gas. In the carp, on the other hand, this organ communicates with the throat by means of a duct or tube, and in this fish, as well as in the roach, the air bladder lies in curious relation to the internal ear and probably serves some important function, such as that of increasing the resonance of sound. In the herring, the air bladder appears to be placed in communication with the stomach, and in other fishes, Corvina and Jonius, this structure is of complicated form and is divided into a large number of ramifications and processes. It is interesting to note that whatever may be the nature of the air bladder in the adult fish, all air bladders are provided with a duct in the young state. The duct becomes obliterated in such fishes as the cod and perch, leaving the air bladder a closed sac, whilst it persists in the herring, carp, etc., as already noted. In all ordinary fishes, the air bladder has one settled function. It acts as a hydrostatic apparatus. By compressing or expanding this structure with its included gas, the fish is enabled to preserve a due relation between its own specific gravity and that of the water, and is thus enabled to rise or sink at will. It is interesting, moreover, to note that so far as the history of both lungs and air bladder can be constructed by the light of development, both structures appear to be modifications of one and the same primitive organ. The first use of both structures was probably that seen in the ordinary air bladder today, namely, to form a receptacle for gas, this gas becoming used for breathing when the functions of the gills were interrupted. In this way, the functions of lungs were foreshadowed, and as the sequel will show, there is ample evidence at hand of such a modification having actually taken place. But the story of the swim bladder ends not thus. The mere knowledge of its functions and use in no wise aids us towards the understanding of what it is or of its origin. Yet we may trace this organ, from its form and nature in our common fishes, to the ancient ganoid group of fishes now sparsely represented in our seas by the sturgeons, by the bony pikes of North American lakes, by the polyptery of the Nile and other African rivers, and by the still more curious lepidosirens or mudfishes of the Gambia and Amazon, and the Ceratodus or barramundi of Australian fresh waters. In the ganoid fishes, the air bladder presents us with varying forms. In all, it communicates with the throat or stomach by a tube or duct, as in the familiar carp, which, however, is not a ganoid fish. It may be single or paired in the ganoid group, and we must note a more special feature of the swim bladder of these fishes in that it frequently presents a cellular or divided structure internally. In the polyptery of African rivers, the swimming bladder is thus not only double, but divided internally into cells or small compartments, whilst it also opens into the throat by a distinct aperture. In the bony pike, Lepidosteus, it is quite as complicated in structure, and in Ceratodus, the air bladder, whilst a single organ, exhibits a lung-like structure internally, and opens into the throat by a distinct opening or glottis. But in the mudfishes, or lepidosirens, which spend half the year amidst dry mud and the other half in their native waters, the air bladder obtains its highest development. Here it is not merely double, but it is also cellular internally and communicates with the throat by means of a tube or duct. It is, moreover, provided at the extremity of this tube with an organ resembling the structure which guards the windpipe of higher animals. The nostrils, which in other fishes are simply closed pockets, open backwards in Lepidosiren into the throat, and thus place the air bladder in communication with the atmosphere without. More noteworthy still, we find that part of the impure blood circulating through the body of the mudfish is sent to this curious air bladder and circulates through its blood vessels. From the air bladder, it is returned in a pure condition to the heart and is thus fitted for recirculation through the body. What is the meaning of this curious alteration in the function and use of the air bladder? The answer is plain. The air bladder in the mudfish has attained its highest development. It appears as an organ receiving impure blood, which is purified in its cells. It receives air from the outer atmosphere for the purpose of purifying this blood. In one word, the air bladder of the fish has become a lung. Thus we discover that the air bladder of the fish in reality represents the lungs of higher animals. Evolution would proceed still further and ask us to recognize in the air bladder the structures from which the lungs have been developed in the past, and a full consideration of the details just presented strengthens this latter opinion. We noted that in the most primitive fishes, for example, lancelet and lampreys, no swimming bladder was represented. Its development, therefore, took place at a stage subsequent to the appearance of the ancestors of our existing lancelets and lampreys. Gradually, as the Piscine type advanced, the air bladder appeared. The forerunners of the sharks and their allies, which are as ancient as the ganoids, may have possessed an air bladder, since we find rudiments of this organ in these latter fishes. But in free-swimming and surface-living fishes, like the sharks and dogfishes, or groundlings like the skates and rays, the necessity for a hydrostatic apparatus is obviated, as it is also obviated in the flatfishes, which spend their lives on the sand. To the ganoids we must, therefore, look for the true history of the air bladder. Equally ancient with the sharks and their allies, the ganoids, from their habits and ways of life, became provided with an air bladder, which, as time passed, became still better specialized through the effects of use, aided by natural selection, as the propagating principles of a structure useful and advantageous to the race. As offshoots from a more ancient type of fishes, the first representatives of our common fishes probably developed an air bladder which, once again, owing probably to variations in habit, has become well developed in some, such as the carps, herrings, perch, and the like, but obliterated in others, such as the flounders and their neighbors, most probably from disuse. The ganoid race has declined in numbers since the days of Devonian oceans, but its living members represent within their select circle the stages in the modification of the swim bladder. In the sturgeons, the type of the organ is of primitive kind. In the polyptery, the air bladder has become double, but in the bony pike, Lepidosteus, it is not merely double, but exhibits a cellular or lung-like structure internally, and it is equally lung-like in Amia, another well-known type of ganoid fishes. Still more lung-like does the organ become in the Ceratodus or barramundi, where it is placed in relation with the blood system. When, however, we reach the mudfishes or lepidosirens, we pass the definite boundary which separates the swim bladder from the lung, and discover an organ not merely lung-like in structure, but which performs all the functions of a lung in purifying venous blood and in returning such purified blood to the heart. The lungs of the mudfishes, formed thus by the gradual modification of an air bladder, present us with the true origin of the breathing organs of all higher vertebrates. It is interesting to note that in the climbing perches and Ophiocephali, both characteristic Indian fishes, we find examples of fishes which appear actually to breathe air directly from the atmosphere, in addition to the air respired from the water by their gills. The former fishes appear to breathe out of water chiefly through a supply of moisture being retained in certain curiously twisted bones of the head. The latter fishes possess large cavities in the throat, air being admitted to these receptacles by the mouth. Impure blood circulating in the blood vessels of these cavities is probably purified by the oxygen of the inhaled air, and the essential functions of a lung are thus discharged by the receptacles in question. Experiments on these fishes reveal the interesting fact that unless they are occasionally permitted to gain free access to the atmosphere for the purpose of inhaling air, they die suffocated. The climbing perch, indeed, is known to make overland journeys, ambling along on its spiny fins in search of water, and presents thus a striking exception to the truth of the universally accepted apothegm regarding the discomfort of a fish out of water. We thus discover that the process of modification in the fish class in the direction of air-breathing habits may be illustrated in other ways than by development of the swimming bladder, although it must be borne in mind that the latter organ is the true representative and ancestor, as illustrated by Lepidosiren, of the lungs. The lungs of true air breathers, as seen in members of the frog class, may indeed, as in the Proteus and its neighbors, be actually inferior in structure to those of the mudfishes. When we consider that, like the mudfishes, the frogs and their neighbors breathe invariably by gills in early life, in their tadpole stage, and afterwards, as represented by the frogs, discard their gills for lungs, we may discern in such a series of changes in the breathing apparatus the further stages through which the progenitors of the higher vertebrata passed from the fish-like type and assumed that of the higher atmospheric breathers. For, as has been remarked by authority in matters biological, the tadpole is at first a fish, and then a tailed amphibian, provided both with gills and lungs, before it becomes a frog, because the frog was the last term in a series of modifications whereby some ancient fish became a urodele, or tailed amphibian, and the urodele amphibian became an anurous or tailless frog. In fact, the development of the embryo is a recapitulation of the ancestral history of the species. Mr. Darwin, too, remarks that morphology plainly tells us that our lungs consist of a modified swim bladder which once served as a float. And again, according to this view, it may be inferred that all vertebrate animals with true lungs are descended by ordinary generation from an ancient and unknown prototype, which was furnished with a floating apparatus or swim bladder. The discussion of biological odds and ends has thus brought us face to face with that great problem of nature, the origin of species, which admits of a fair and rational solution only on the hypothesis that change, alteration, and modification in living beings, perpetuated by descent, and favored or annulled by the action of natural selection, constitute the factors which are responsible for the existing order of things. The most abstruse phenomena of nature and the most diverse facts of life are brought by this theory into definite relationship, and made to serve as pathways towards the knowledge of still hidden laws. Under the old regime, in which the operation of a special creative force, alike erratic in its action and spasmodic in its work, was made to do duty as the originative method of this world and its belongings. The universe itself was simply a connection of paradoxes and insoluble enigmas. The naturalist of bygone days had need for a full cultivation of unreasoning faith in this unknown creative method, since of its apparent vagaries he was unable to give any rational account. Now, with the theory of evolution at hand, the disconnected facts of natural history fall into an harmonious and unbroken sequence of finger-posts and guides, pointing the way of creation as having passed through the pathways of descent, with modification as its henchman, and adaptation to new ways of life as its guide, counselor, and friend. End of Section 16. Chapter 6. The Evidence from Tails, Limbs, and Lungs of Animals, Part 3. Section 17 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Evidence Furnished by the Science of Likenesses, Part 1. In the preceding chapter it was shown, incidentally to the subject of limbs and their nature, that science makes it a duty of the highest importance to discover and trace the resemblances which frequently exist between apparently diverse and unlike structures. Such likenesses were illustrated by a reference to the similarity which could readily be found to exist between such outwardly unlike organs as the arm of man, the wing of the bird, the foreleg of the horse, the paddle of the whale or dolphin, and the wing of the bat. In a minor degree also, but still provable from the same standpoint, the paired fins of fishes could be shown to agree with the limbs of other animals to which they present no obvious affinities. Beneath the diverse appearances of limbs, one and the same type thus appears to exist. An examination of the hard parts or skeletons of these appendages readily reveals the likeness which adaptation to diverse conditions of life has produced. In connection with the limb likenesses in question, certain important considerations connected with the meaning of such similarities were briefly noted. How or why a common type or plan should be discernible beneath well-nigh endless variety of outward form and function was a question which naturally obtruded itself upon the notice of the scientific observer. Such a query, it was remarked, presented, like so many other matters of scientific interest, but two methods of solution. In the one case, the reply might take the form of the unquestioning and tacit assumption that such things were so formed from the beginning according to some ideal plan or type, for the construction of which type, however, no reason can be assigned. Conformity to a type is an expression which merely restates what everybody admits, and what the examination of the limbs on any hypothesis plainly shows. To say that things were created so presents a complete parallel to the famous woman's reason in The Two Gentlemen of Verona, or to Tom Brown's equally renowned explanation of the dislike to Dr. Fell, a parody, by the way, on Marshall. Non amote sabiti nec possum dicere quare, hoc tantum possum dicere non emote. Turning to the other side of the question, all that is mysterious and inexplicable on the special creation hypothesis becomes clear enough on that of development and modification. By the idea of development is implied the derivation of the similar forms or parts from some common type, through natural laws of heritage and descent. By modification or adaptation, we mean to indicate that potent power or factor which, seizing the common type, molds the structure, limb or body, to the special way of life in which the being ultimately comes to walk. If the latter idea be correct or feasible, we can readily assign a reason why limbs or any other series of structures in a given set of animals should present such a close likeness. Conformity to type is no meaningless expression when used by the evolutionist. By his theory, he views this conformity as a proof of the blood relationship, far or near, as the case may be, of the animals which exhibit the likeness in question. Such similarity is a proof of affinity, which can only be accounted for in all its bearings on the supposition that the beings exhibiting it are really kith and kin, but of varying degrees of relationship. It can readily be understood how important in the eyes of the modern naturalist this study of likenesses has become, since the facts it reveals largely assist him in constructing the true pedigree of the living world. There are many other considerations which serve to show the important nature of such a branch of inquiry, an importance equaled only by the interest which its pursuit is certain to evoke. When, for instance, it can be found that two organs so utterly unlike as the air bladder of a fish and the lungs of a man are in reality closely connected in their nature, the information which the study of likenesses places at our disposal is seen to be of a kind which tends very materially to extend the knowledge that Bacon declared aided the relief of man's estate. And the task of seeking and finding resemblances has had its due effect in solving not a few of the puzzles of biology. Only from the considerations it brings to view, and through the influence of the new way in which it compels us to regard forms and organs, has the mystery of such a subject as that of rudimentary organs been dispelled. The splint bones of a horse, when examined by the light of this study, guide us, as we have seen, to the history of the equine race, and the transformations of animals and plants teem with new interest when investigated on the principles which the science of likenesses brings to view. It is to the details of such a subject that we now invite attention. our illustrations will be culled from both worlds of life, and in our search after the likenesses whereon hangs the past history of the living being, we may perchance light upon considerations not far removed from the wider questions that border the origin of man himself. The science of likenesses is known to specialists as homology, and it may further our ready appreciation of the details to be presently treated in these pages if we make mention likewise of the term analogy and its meaning. The latter word is, as a rule, very loosely used in ordinary life. Scientifically employed, its meaning is clear enough. In a dictionary, we find it explained as meaning correspondence or likenesses in some ways, proportions, or effects. Obviously, the term is used in a general sense to mean any degree of likeness, resemblance, or relationship between objects. In science, the word analogy has but one distinct meaning. It implies identity or correspondence in function or use, and nothing more. When two things are used for the same purpose, they are analogous, and no further resemblances or likenesses are required in science to justify the use of the term. Everyone knows that a bird's wing is a very different structure from that of a fly or butterfly. The one is really a forelimb, the other being merely an expansion of the skin of the body. But despite their wide difference in structure, they are truly analogous, being used for one and the same purpose, that of flight. In this sense alone can any two objects be truly termed analogous. Now, turning to homology, we discover a deeper relationship between organs and parts than that indicated by analogy. That two things may be truly named homologous, it is not necessary to think of their use in any sense. The all-important consideration on which the science of likenesses hangs is the fact of identity or correspondence in fundamental structure or in origin. Such a correspondence is illustrated by the subject of limbs already referred to. The arm of man, the foreleg of a horse, and the wing of a bird are used each for a different purpose. They are not analogous, but they are undoubtedly homologous, because beneath the diversity of form and function, we can readily perceive the striking similarity of fundamental structure or type. Thus, things may not be what they seem when viewed by homology, for the wings of bird and butterfly, alike in the popular sense, are utterly unlike, and regarded in the same light, many things are what they do not seem. The seeming unlikenesses of arm, wing, and foreleg are thus merely superficial, and serve to hide the deeper realities that link them firmly together as the same in type, and presumably the same in origin. It may happen, lastly, that two organs may be analogous and homologous, but the presence of both degrees of likenesses is at the best accidental, or induced by like conditions of life which do not affect the deeper considerations which homology brings before us. The wing of the bird and that of the bat are formed each from a forelimb, although in diverse ways, and each subserves the purpose of flight. Analogy and homology seem to run in parallel lines in this instance. But the conditions in virtue of which a quadruped like the bat has acquired its powers of flight may have been, and probably were, different in nature, as they certainly were in time, from those under which the bird learned to soar in the air. This latter point, however, is foreign to the main issue before us. Sufficient for our present purpose are the thoughts that homology and analogy are two distinct things, that homology indicates the deeper and real likenesses between organs and parts, and that these two forms of likeness are not necessarily connected or coexistent. So much by way of introduction to the subject of the science of likenesses. It requires but little guidance to enable the mind to follow up the line of thought already mentioned in the preceding remarks, which shows the function of this branch of inquiry in detecting the hidden relationships and bonds which connect one living being with another, or one class of organisms with a neighboring class. Such relationships, as everyone knows, are indicated by the systems of classification and arrangement which form an important part of every science, and, one may add, of many matters connected with everyday existence as well. Thus, the classification of the objects under his study or care is equally important for the botanist and librarian, and in either case, the aim of the system of arrangement is to bring together things that are like, and to separate those that are unlike. It matters not how this procedure is effected. Classifications vary with well nigh each person who undertakes their formation, and the needless multiplication of systems of arrangement, equally with the persistent invention of new cognomens for already well-named species, constitute the two chief sorrows of the well-regulated scientific mind. The best classification is, of course, the natural, but it so happens that this particular arrangement is not always easy of construction, a fact chiefly explicable on the ground that the natural relationships of living beings are often hard to seek and difficult to find. When the popular classification of the fish with the whale, one, it may be added, not characteristic of primitive minds alone, is replaced by the union of the whale with the quadrupeds, seeing that it has warm blood, brings forth its young alive, and nourishes them by means of milk, a grossly artificial system of arrangement is superseded by a true and natural one. That a whale need not be a fish because it swims, or is fish-like, is thus evident, and the correctness of our arrangement of whales and fishes, and of the whole animal and plant worlds, must of necessity depend on the completeness of our knowledge of the objects we intend to classify. Now it is exactly the difficulties which stand in the way of forming a natural arrangement of animals and plants which are lightened by the study of homology as the science of likenesses. From the mere arrangement and classification of living beings, it may be readily seen how we advance through the study of scientific resemblances to questions of deeper import, connected in these latter days with the problem of the very beginnings and origin of all living things. Before the days of evolution, at least as represented in its typical phases of modern times, speculative philosophy was hard at work, trying to discover the archetype underlying the familiar types and varied plans of animal and plant structure. Goethe and Oken, for instance, by the most remarkable of coincidences, ventilated an idea concerning the ideal plan of the skull, which had been independently suggested to each philosopher by a casual glance at the bleached skull of a sheep in the one case and of a deer in the other. This idea was expressed in the theory worked out with patience and care amongst ourselves by Professor Owen, and known as the vertebral theory of the skull. Briefly stated, it was held that the skull in reality consisted of a modified vertebrae, or joints of the backbone, and that so far from being a something different from the other parts of the skeleton, the skull was really modeled on the type of the spine. Owen recognized 4 such vertebrae in the skull, and it need hardly be remarked that the views of Owen, as expressions of philosophical anatomy, were far in advance of those of Oken and Goethe, the former of whom went so far in the matter of speculation pure and simple as to assert that in the skull the whole body was represented in miniature. The head, according to Oken, was a kind of multum in parvo of the bodily structures. Therein his subjective philosophy actually found fingers and toes in the shape of the teeth. But the history of zoology includes the recital of a hot and strong controversy over the ideas emanating from Oken and Goethe, and emended and improved by Owen. Soon Owen's views were denied and combated, amongst others, by Huxley in 1858, who held them to be disproved by the study of the skull's development. The skull from its earliest phases was maintained to exhibit a very marked difference from the spine, and if 2 structures thus differed in their earliest phases, and when their type should have been most apparent, how, it was asked, could their identity be insisted upon? A long and elaborate series of researches has, since the time we speak of, been undertaken with reference to the homology of the skull, and with what result, it may be asked, to the idea of real likeness or unlikeness between skull and spine. The answer to this question would vary with the scientific predilections of the person who replied, but it is not too much to assert that the impetus which was first given to the search after a likeness has been increased by the light which evolution and the science of likenesses have together thrown on the reason why not merely skull and spine should resemble each other, but why likenesses and differences, due to multifarious and varying conditions of life and development, should also exist between these structures. The old view of Goethe in its general acceptation may be held to be strengthened by later research. The recent view of Owen has been modified in some quarters to the effect that no less than 20 segments or vertebrae compose the skulls of higher animals. But the fundamental conception of the newer view seeks to recognize in the vertebrae of the skull not so much an exact correspondence with the fully developed vertebra as with the primitive type of the latter structure. Professor W.K. Parker, whose labors in this field are so well known, for example, declares that there exists no definite evidence of segmentation in the history of the highly perfected gristle skull of such a primitive and ancient stock of fishes as the sharks, dogfishes, and rays. And he further remarks that we do not conceive of the skull as being composed of a number of coalesced vertebrae, not having perceived any indications of any process of coalescence in the embryo, and being unaware of any evidence of the past occurrence of such a transformation in ancient times. It need not be added that the likeness of the skull segments of modern anatomists to the complicated vertebrae of which the earlier workers conceived the skull to be composed is by no means included as a part of the views of later research. The segments of the skull, in other words, are not necessarily the elaborate vertebrae we now behold in the spine. Indeed, Professor Parker is very exact in insisting upon the fact that in fishes and amphibians, by which latter name we designate the frogs and their relations, there is but one well-defined bony segment to be described. And, adds this author, in these forms there are no good grounds for assigning to the cranial bones special names indicating a correspondence to particular parts of vertebrae. In the skull of quadrupeds there are but 3 well-defined segments, according to Professor Parker, but it does not follow that they constitute 3 cranial or skull vertebrae, and very decisive are his succeeding words. We cannot admit that our investigations give any reason for describing the skull as constructed by the modification of a series of vertebrae, still less for viewing it as directly made up of a number of cranial vertebrae. But our author does not leave us in doubt as to the difference which his views entail between former ideas of the composition of the skull and the results of recent research. We find, says Mr. Parker, that every form of skull that has been investigated, every stage in development, contributes to one idea which becomes simpler and more intelligible, more harmonious, by the pursuit of a right process of investigation. There is a unity of structure in the skeleton of the head, a fundamental formal unity which may always be perceived, and an adaptability to the most varied conditions of life in water, on land, in air, which becomes more and not less astonishing as knowledge slowly and surely increases. End of section 17. Chapter 7, The Evidence Furnished by the Science of Likenesses, Part 1. Section 18 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, The Evidence Furnished by Science of Likenesses, Part 2. Thus, the correctness of the theory that the skull is formed of modified vertebrae in reality depends on the special standpoint from which we regard the name vertebra. Viewed as to its development, and compared with the development of vertebrae, the segments which every anatomist recognizes in the skull assuredly present no resemblance to the joints of the backbone. But if we enlarge the definition of a vertebra to include the idea of a segment of the skeleton forming the axis of the body and protecting the nervous and blood centers, then the segments of the skull may correspond to such description. Here, however, we construct a definition of the vertebra without reference to its development, the latter source of information being the most trustworthy in reference to the nature of the things and belongings of life. As Huxley has remarked concerning skull and spine, quote, though they are identical in general plan of construction, the two begin to diverge as soon as the one puts on the special character of a skull, and the other that of a vertebral column. The skull is no more a modified vertebral column than the vertebral column is a modified skull." Unquote. This view exactly accords with the requirements of the theory of evolution, which would impress that, in the course of descent from the primitive spinal and skull-less stage of organization, the skull has been specialized from the general vertebrate type, just as the vertebrae themselves have risen from their first rude outlines to their present and modified condition. Thus have grown the ideas which the casual study of a broken sheep's skull first generated. And thus do we find an illustration of the method in which a study of homology leads us towards an understanding of the true nature of an organ or part in living beings. But for this science of likeness, but for the results of long, careful, and laborious research into the comparisons which might be legitimately drawn between the formation of the skull in one animal and in another, the answer to the question, "What is a skull?" might have been left in the position of a riddle propounded by the Sphinx itself. Thus much has resulted from the study of likenesses, namely, a clear gain of much knowledge concerning the true nature of an intricate portion of the animal frame. It yet remains to be shown how the progress of evolution has helped and aided the true understanding of the modifications which the skull has undergone in its progress from the unspecialized type of primitive vertebrate life, and conversely, how the existence of such modifications aids, confirms, and supports the basis on which the development theory may be said to rest. Says Professor Parker, quote, "We are necessarily led to see that this unity of structure, this relationship, includes extinct creatures as well as those now living, and the student cannot but seek for some further light than is involved in the establishment of the fact that there is a unity in the structure of all vertebrate skeletons. An explanation is required. We want to comprehend how this unity in diversity has come about. Morphology, the science of structure, studied in the history of embryos, reveals to us an evolution by which the skull passes through one grade of structure after another, becoming advanced and changed by almost imperceptible gradations until the adult type is attained in a certain number of days and weeks. This evolution is continually going on within our experience, and we little think of its marvels. And yet many find it inconceivable that the same process of evolution can have taken place in past ages, so as to produce from small beginnings the varied fauna of the globe. The natural forces which in a few days, concludes Mr. Parker, make a chick out of a little protoplasm and a few teaspoonfuls of yolk, are pronounced incompetent to give rise to a slowly changing, gradually developing series of creatures under changed conditions of life. Yet to our minds the one is as great a marvel as the other. In fact, both are but the different phases of one history of organic creation." Unquote. The old idea of the archetype is thus seen to become resolved into and to be replaced in time and through the progress of scientific research by the primitive form from which all the varied structures of the same kind have arisen by a natural process of evolution. The science of likeness and the theory of development mutually support and confirm each other. No longer do we search for an archetype skull or for a typical vertebra. The creative idea in this or in any other department of natural science is not contained in some perfectly formed structure, with all its complexities and intricacies of form already apparent. The true object of our search is for the primitive type, and the way of our seeking lies through the modifications and paths by which, from that simple type, the abstruse and the complex have been evolved. The present is perhaps the most appropriate stage of our inquiries at which to point out that, whilst the broad features of likeness in a series of animals or plants, such as those exemplified by the limbs of higher animals, are only susceptible of explanation on the theory of evolution, or, in other words, of inheritance from a common ancestor, there are other features which demand a somewhat different method of treatment. When the subject of homologies is regarded in a broader aspect, we become aware that it is not only possible but necessary to regard likenesses from 2 points of view. The broad homologies of limbs are to be explained, as just remarked, by the theory of descent from a common ancestor. Such structures, the direct product of blood relationship, are to be called homogeneous, and illustrate the purest examples of the likenesses we are discussing. But it has been already remarked that a law of adaptation forms, along with descent, a factor of no slight importance in modifying the structures of living beings. Every living thing is subject to the perpetual and continuous action of its environments or surroundings. Such outward influences may favor or retard the evolution and growth of new parts and organs, and will unquestionably induce now, as in the past, alterations in the structure and form of the living being. Of the exact influence and extent of the external causes of variation, we know very little, but of the existence of such causes, no one entertains a doubt. The question, however, presents itself as to the nature of the likenesses and differences which such outside influences may produce. All likenesses or homologies which cannot be accounted for on the theory of descent from a common ancestor are named homoplastic, according to Mr. Ray Lancaster's terminology. As an example of both kinds of likeness, it may suffice to cite the limbs and heart of higher vertebrata and the swimming bladder of fishes as illustrative of homogeneous parts, or those which are the products of inheritance. The heart of a bird and a quadruped are homogeneous organs, but the cavities or compartments are homoplastic, or, in other words, have been developed independently of each other, as in all probability have the feathers of the one and the hairs of the other. It is well, therefore, to take into account this false or incomplete likeness, which expresses no blood relationship, and which in its production involves much that is obscure. We can explain the likeness between limbs on the theory of descent from a common type. The likeness between a worm and a lobster in respect of their jointed bodies becomes clear on this theory, but we cannot so account for the close likeness between the individual joints of a worm or between those of a lobster, or, for that, between the feelers, jaws, and feet of the latter animal on the principle of inheritance. Mr. Darwin says the formation of such structures may be attributed in part to distinct organisms, or to distinct parts of the same organism having varied in an analogous manner, and in part to similar modifications having been preserved for the same general purpose or function. Leaving as still under the shadow of unapprehended causes the variation of parts from outward forces operating upon the living being and its structure, let us turn to some clear examples of plain, though at first sight unapparent, likenesses which may be drawn from both animal and plant kingdoms. Our examples may comprise a wide range of subjects, but this facility of illustration is in itself a proof of the universal application of the science of likeness to explain the modifications of common types through which the forms of life have come to exhibit that diversity which is at once the wonder and the charm of living nature. No better starting point can well be found than within the region of flowers and fruits, whereof many familiar objects may be shown to teem with the lessons of highest philosophy. Once again, Goethe's name comes to the front as the chief originator and expounder of those likenesses between very diverse organs, the true import of which relationship the great poet-philosopher himself did not fully comprehend. In his work Versuch die Metamorphosen der Pflanzen zu erklären, bearing date 1790, Goethe, following hard upon Caspar Friedrich Wolff, enunciated his thoughts concerning the metamorphoses of plants. It is necessary, first of all, to clearly understand the significance of this phrase, metamorphosis, and its applications to the study of likenesses. With Goethe, the phrase implied what we now term abnormal development. It meant the chronicle of the changes which might take place in the usual plan or type in which a plant was built up. The production of a double flower was to Goethe, as it is to us today, an example of metamorphosis, of the alteration of parts from their normal type. What may be said, however, to be the bearing of these discoveries on the elucidations of the problems of animal and plant forms and existence? The reply is clear to us today, although to the believer in freaks of nature, the question would have been impossible of solution. To the latter, a monstrous development, or a departure from the ordinary type of things, was an evidence that nature was given occasionally to play strange pranks without reason or meaning. The very phrase, sports of nature, applied to the monstrosities or abnormalities thus produced, indicates with sufficient clearness the opinion respecting the frivolity of madre natura which the old naturalists entertained. A double flower and a two-headed nightingale were equally good illustrations of the freaks in which nature was wont to indulge. The idea that possibly the production of a monstrosity in animals and plants was as directly due to the operation of law as the birth of natural progeny was never entertained, until the genius of Goethe and his successors pointed out that in the so-called abnormalities of life we might find a clue to the primitive forms of living things. In the production of her freaks, nature was showing her hand, so to speak, and lifting a corner of the veil in which her ways of development were so thickly enshrouded. The transformations and metamorphoses of animals and plants, viewed in this light, are but the occasional return of nature to primitive ways and methods of working. On the idea that living things have not always existed as they now appear, we behold in deviations from the normal type a clue to the stages and states of long ago. On the theory that creation has been from the first a stable and unaltering collection of living forms, the metamorphoses and variations of animals and plants are simply grounds for the exhibition of wonderment and vain surprise. Amongst the most important of the generalizations which Goethe deduced from his study of the variations of plant structure and life was that which held that the leaf is the type of the whole plant. Not merely can it be shown that every appendage of the stem is a leaf of one kind or another, but it may also be proved that the plant itself arises from a seed, which is in its essential nature merely a peculiarly modified bud. Strange indeed is it to think that between the gorgeous beauty of the blossom, or the complex nature of the flower and its parts, and the simple leaf, there should exist such close and intimate connection. But the likenesses or homologies which underlie the varied forms of plants may be readily illustrated by a brief reference to familiar facts of flower structure. Flower buds spring from the protective base of leaves, called bracts. Now these leaves exhibit every transition and gradation from the ordinary leaf of the plant to the more characteristic leaf we see protecting the flower bud. Next in order, the botanist asks us to note that bracts themselves may insensibly pass by easy ways and gradual stages to correspond with the outer parts of the flower. There are 4 parts in a perfect flower, arranged as circles or whorls of leaves, placed in an alternating fashion as to the individual leaves, one whorl within the other. Beginning at the outside of the flower, we find the calyx, composed as a rule of green leaves called sepals. Next comes the brightly colored part, without which, in popular acceptation, a flower would not merit the name. The corolla, composed of leaves called petals, which alternate within the sepals. These 2 outer whorls are the floral envelopes. Within the corolla, we find the stamens, each consisting of a stalk and a head, in which latter is developed the yellow dust called pollen, by which the ovules are fertilized and converted into their fertile seeds. Last of all, and in the center of the flower, the pistil is to be noted. This part consists of 1 or more carpels, in each of which we note a lower part called the ovary, wherein the ovules, which become the seeds after fertilization with the pollen, are contained. Thus, much by way of a brief lesson in elementary botany. Now, when we study the bracts, we find that insensibly these have a tendency in many flowers to become like the green sepals of the calyx. Look at the camellia in bud. You will see the numerous bracts and also the 5 sepals, and you will further gain a good idea from this familiar example of the absolute identity which may exist between bracts and sepals. In the 100-leaved rose, you will find illustrated, in an equally plain and perfect manner, the likeness of sepals to the green leaves of the rose plants, and in the geranium the same phenomenon is occasionally seen. From the green calyx with its sepals to the colored corolla with its petals, the transition is just as readily made. In Camellia japonica, we behold such an interesting and gradual transition from sepals to petals. In some plants, for example Indian cress and fuchsia, the calyx, instead of being green, may be colored, this fact indicating a transition from calyx to corolla in one way. On the other side, we find the petals may be developed as ordinary leaves, and thus we learn that petals, like sepals, are simply modified leaves. The case for the apparent substantiation of Goethe's maxim grows stronger when we approach stamens and pistil. If the stamen be in reality a leaf, it is also certain that it resembles a leaf much less closely than the sepal or the petal. The stamen is a stalked organ, as we have seen, and bears in its head or anther the yellow pollen. This head seems to represent the folded blade of the staminal leaf, but have we any proof that our conjecture is probable or correct? Let the facts of botany reply. Here is a petunia, for instance, in which the stamens are replaced by stalked leaves, and here is a leaf degrading to become a mere scale. There a white water lily and a double rose, in both of which cases we may observe the transition stage whereby the stamen becomes a petal, whilst the petal in the rose may become in its turn a sepal. So too in the common tulip, the 3 parts of the pistil and the 6 stamens may all be transformed into petals. Nor does the central organ of all, the seed-producing pistil, escape these metamorphic changes. The double-flowering cherry shows its carpel in the shape of a green leaf. The willow flowers show us gradations from the leaf-like carpel to the altered stamen, and thence to the ordinary leaf. And we may, lastly, find in some plants, as in the monstrous specimens of Dutch clover, that every part of the flower becomes a leaf. Goethe's own words regarding the pistil succinctly express the true state of matters regarding its abnormal history. Quote, "If we keep in view the observations which have now been made, we shall not fail to recognize the leaf in all seed vessels, notwithstanding their manifold forms, their variable structure, and different combinations." Unquote. Thus Goethe's generalization finds its best proof in the facts of vegetable monstrosities, and the science of likenesses, tracing nature in her bypaths of development, discovers that, whatever may be said of the first beginnings of plant life on the globe, the latter development which has given us the flowering plants has apparently been directed wholly or in greater part towards the elaboration of the leaf. To the evolution of the leaf, as the science of likeness proves, we owe the wondrous beauty of the flowers which, like the stars of the poet, brighten earth's otherwise dull firmament. It is both interesting and important to note that some botanists hold the view that the original organs of the flower consisted simply of stamens and pistil, these organs being alone necessary for the production of seeds. The petals are to be viewed as flags, serving to attract insects for fertilization, as will hereafter be explained. The petals are thus regarded as modified stamens, and yellow is considered to be the original color of flowers. Unquestionably, the most simple and least modified flowers are yellow, and we know that stamens are extremely apt to develop into petals, or at least into leaf-like structures. But such considerations do not affect the general axiom of Goethe that the leaf is the type of the whole plant. For before stamens and pistils were developed at all, there must have existed leaf-like organs adapted for nourishment, and as we see in lower plants, exercising reproductive functions as well. Stamens and petals, in other words, are secondary developments. The leaf remains, as before, the type of the whole plant kingdom. End of Section 18. Chapter 7, The Evidence Furnished by Science of Likenesses, Part 2. Section 19 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, The Evidence Furnished by Science of Likenesses, Part 3. The flower, however, is not the only part of the plant which has received abundant elucidation at the hands of the science of likenesses. The ingenuity of nature and the prolific nature of the expedients by which she has developed structures to serve her varied ends formed of old 2 of the stereotyped sources of wonder by the recital of which philosophers were wont to regale their auditors. This fertility of device in using simple means to effect important ends receives a new reading from the study of homology. We now perceive that the modifications effected by nature represent the utilization of like parts in diverse ways. Just as essentially similar limbs may be employed in the animal world for very different purposes, so the variations of similar parts in plants may illustrate what is meant by homoplastic organs, that is, the adaptation to new and varied ways of life of the common belongings of the plant world. Our comprehension of this truth may be firstly assisted by an example culled from the animal world. The idea that nature, in framing her strange fellows, and in developing the unusual and unwanted, should effect her purpose by the creation of new structures and fresh parts, is an idea for which there apparently exists the warrant of common sense. But let us see if the way of nature in such a case is not rather by the elaboration and modification of already existing parts. Take as an illustrative case the tortoise and its structure. No single animal form stands apparently more aloof from its neighbors of the reptile class than the sluggish chelonian. Enclosed in a bony box, its structure seems to be unique, and its relations to the serpent, lizard, or crocodile extremely unapparent. But what has comparative anatomy to say respecting the building of the chelonian house? Look at the roof formed by the greatly expanded ribs and solid spine. Regard its sides formed by the cartilages or ends of the ribs, and its floor formed by certain skin bones comparable roughly in their nature to the large scales of the crocodile's undersurface, and in any case presenting us with no structures unusual or foreign to the reptile class. The box-like body of the animal is, in short, formed by so much of its skeleton, and by so many of its scales, altered and modified to suit the animal's way of life. It presents us, thus, with no new thing in the way of structure, but with an elaboration of the common elements of the reptile body. More interesting, perhaps, because more complex in their relations, are the changes which occur in the lower jaw and ear as we ascend from the fishes as the lowest vertebrates to man and quadrupeds as the highest. We could not find a better example of the manner in which nature molds the same elements into widely different forms than the latter subject. Homology teaches us clearly enough that in the elaboration of the skull, as in the modification of the tortoise skeleton as a whole, new parts and new organs are evolved simply and for the most part by the alteration and higher development of the original type. When we examine the lower jaw and its connections with the skull in any vertebrate animal below the rank of the quadruped, we find that the jaw is attached to the skull by the intervention of a special bone called the quadrate bone. The manner in which lower jaw and skull are connected in man and quadrupeds is very different from the latter arrangement. In man, as everyone knows, the lower jaw works upon the skull directly and of itself, and the quadrate bone, which one sees so distinctly in the reptile, bird, frog, or fish, is apparently wanting in higher vertebrate life. Is the skull of the quadruped, then, modeled, as regards its lower jaw and articulations thereof, on a different type from that seen in the lower vertebrate? Comparative anatomy supplies the answer in a highly interesting fashion. Attend for a moment to the disposition of the parts of the internal ear, which in quadrupeds we find to exist within the skull and just above the lower jaw. We find 3 small bones to connect the drum of the ear with the internal hearing apparatus. Of these 3 bones, one, shaped somewhat like a hammer, is named the malleus, and to this bone our attention must be specially directed. For when we trace this bone downwards through the reptiles and birds towards the fishes, we discover that it alters its relations to the ear and assumes new ones with the lower jaw. In reptiles and birds, for example, we find the malleus to be of large size, and to be divided so that one part becomes transformed into the quadrate bone and another into the upper part of the lower jaw itself. In the fish, a third bone may actually appear in connection with the lower jaw, and as the result of the division of the part representing the malleus of man and quadrupeds. So that, divesting the subject of all technicality, we may say that, as we first enter the vertebrate subkingdom, we find the malleus to be represented in the fishes by no less than 3 bones, which are connected with the upper part of the lower jaw and lie outside the ear altogether. Next, in the reptile and bird, we find a modification of this arrangement to hold good. Here the malleus is divided into 2 portions only, these parts, however, being still concerned in the articulation of the lower jaw. But in man and his neighbor quadrupeds, these outside bones become pushed upwards in the course of development, and are finally enclosed within the skull. They thus appear as the malleus of the ear, having no connection with the jaw, and being concerned in the higher function of conveying impressions of sound to the inner ear. The upper part of the lower jaw of the lower vertebrate is in fact taken into the interior of the skull and ear when we reach the quadruped class. The two companion bones of the malleus in the ear likewise represent separate parts of the skull, which in higher life become modified for the hearing function. And a glance at the accompanying diagram will serve to show how the other bones, incus and stapes, of the quadruped ear are represented wholly or in part in lower life, and how they attain their higher place and function simply as the result of modification, and of the evolution of a new structure from the materials of an already existing type. Such modification is simply part of the wider process we see everywhere illustrated in animal life at large, whereby complication and diversity of structure and form are the results of no new creations, but of the development, the splitting up, and differentiation of already existing parts. So it is also with plants in some of their most unusual aspects. The strange features in animals and plants are in reality but the altered commonplace of nature. By way of illustration, the subject of the thread-like tendrils of plants presents itself in a prominent manner. It would be hard to discover any organs of plants which are better known than these. Poetic allegory itself has ever found in the simile of the tendrils the best guise under which the affections of mankind might be shadowed forth, and that weak-stemmed plants climb by the aid of these organs is not a matter requiring even a primer of botany for its verification. Now plants of very varied nature possess these organs, and the question arises, are these tendrils new and special organs in such plants as possess them, or are they but modifications, like the home of the tortoise, of familiar structures? Let the science of likenesses reply by directing our attention to the general form of the leaf. Every ordinary leaf consists, as we know, of a stalk or petiole and a blade or lamina, and when we look at the apple leaf or at a rose leaf, we may see at the point where the leaf stalk leaves the stem two little wing-like appendages called stipules, and which are probably to be regarded as normal parts and appendages of the leaf. These stipules are large in the pansy tribe and are also prominent in the beans and peas, whilst in one of the vetches, Lathrius aphica, the yellow vetch, the stipules, as we shall see, may actually represent the leaves. In many other plants, on the contrary, no stipules occur. Now let us examine the leaf of the common pea. It is a compound leaf, and we notice that the tendrils seem to grow out at the sides and at the end of the leaf stalk. The tendrils here are at once seen to exist in the place of some of the leaflets, and are formed by the end of the leaf stalk also. We find a very simple modification to be thus represented. Certain parts of a leaf, in other words, become altered to enable the plant to climb. Tendrils here are homologous with leaflets and leaf stalk. In the lentil, it is the leaf stalk itself which is long drawn out to form the climbing thread. The vine or passion flower may be selected as our next example. Here the tendrils appear to be formed in a very different fashion from that seen in the pea. Apparently the tendril in the vine and passion flower is a modified branch, such an opinion being arrived at from a study of the relations of the tendril to the stem and normal branches of the plant. The Virginia creeper likewise climbs by means of its altered tendril-like branches. Once again we meet with a similar end, that of forming a climbing support, served by a different means, when we turn to the smilax, which in southern Europe replaces the bryony of our English hedgerows. The leaves of smilax are heart-shaped, and when we look at the points at which the leaves spring from the stem, we detect two tendrils which pass to the surrounding plants, there to entwine themselves in complex fashion. Now what are the tendrils of smilax? Our knowledge of the leaf and our observation of the position of our tendrils enable us to answer the question. What organs arise from the base of the leaf stalk? The reply is stipules, and stipules are paired organs. Therefore, we conclude that the tendrils of smilax are simply altered stipules. The yellow vetch, which adorns our cornfields, reverses the conditions of smilax. The stipules remain in the vetch to represent the leaves, whilst the leaf stalk itself and its leaflets become altered as in the pea, and to enable Lathyrus to indulge its climbing propensities. Thus does a study of tendrils illustrate in apt fashion the bearings of homology. But for this science of likenesses, we should not be enabled to unravel some of the complexities which beset the study of how a plant climbs. And we again note how modification and adaptation, as distinguished from new creations, form the way of the world of life. No less interesting in certain of its aspects is the study of the thorns and prickles which set the rosebud or give to the hawthorn its characteristic name and feature. The popular botany of everyday life is content to consider prickles and thorns to represent one and the same kind of structure. But the science of likenesses is careful to ask us to make a very decided distinction between their nature as between the tendrils themselves. Examine the sloe, for instance, or the hawthorn, and you will readily determine the nature of the thorns which these plants bear. You will note that from the thorns leaves spring, and in this observation lies the key to the understanding of their relationship with the other parts of the plant. Leaves are only borne on the stem itself, or on the appendages of the stem we familiarly call branches. Therefore, the presence of leaves on the thorns plainly tells us that these appendages of sloe and hawthorn are in reality stunted branches. Nor are we left in the slightest doubt as to the nature of these objects, for many of the plants which in a wild state possess thorns alone produce full-grown branches under cultivation. Spinosi ebores cultura sapius deponent spinus in hortus, said Linnaeus, and the sloe itself illustrates the remark. But the prickles of the rose, which might readily be deemed thorns in miniature, now demand attention. The prickle has no intimate connection with the stem. On the contrary, it is merely a hardened appendage of the skin of the stem or leaf, as the case may be. A prickle causes no trouble in its detachment from the stem, and the botanist would inform us that these appendages, in their true nature, correspond to hardened hairs. Lastly, we may meet with double prickles, or spines, which spring from the axils of leaves and from the base of the leaf stalk. In the acacias and the American prickly ash, Echinopanax, we may see spines, the origin of which is not hard to trace, and which spring from the bases of the leaves. Just as the tendrils of the smilax were formed from stipules, so we perceive in the acacias how these latter organs may be altered to form the spines or prickles of these plants. Passing from leaves and flowers to fruits, we enter a new but equally interesting field of speculation with the last. Let us firstly inquire what is the nature of the structure to which the botanist gives the name of fruit. It is perfectly evident from the common knowledge of nature's processes which ordinary observation affords that the fruit is merely part of the flower. The buds of springtime and the blossoms of summer must precede the fruit of the autumn, and the promise of a golden reaping is heralded by the early growth of the vernal season. Without the flower, then, the fruit would be non-existent, and considering that within the vast majority of fruits we find the seeds, we can readily construct a definition of the botanical fruit by defining it as the ripe pistil. Such is the invariable nature of the fruit in the mind of the botanist. Popularly, however, fruits are only to be so called when they are edible. The mental and scientific concept of the man of science vanishes before the practical matter-of-fact definition of a fruit as that which is good to eat. And perhaps each definition meets in its own way the exigencies and circumstances which called it forth. But the study of fruits from the botanical side presents us with a highly interesting illustration of the value of homology, as showing us how the modification of simple and well-known parts of the flower may become transformed so as to be well-nigh unrecognizable in the fruit. No better illustration of the latter fact can be found than in the strawberries, which secured the full admiration of Dr. Boteler, who declared that doubtless God could have made a better berry, but doubtless God never did, a remark the correctness of which will probably be viewed proportionately by the individual minds and tastes which may consider the saying. Glancing at the strawberry flower, we see no promise therein of the toothsome fruit which the summer brings, and we may well be puzzled to discover the true nature of our berry, even after a close examination of its substance. The apple cut across is seen to contain seeds, therefore we may reasonably enough imagine that, whatever growth has produced the fleshy fruit from the apple blossom, we find the seed-producing pistil of the flower to be represented in its interior. But no seeds are to be found in the interior of Dr. Boteler's berry. Where then is the true fruit, the ripened pistil of the strawberry, and what is the nature of the succulent mass we eat? the science of likenesses answers the question by a reference to the growth of the strawberry itself. In the flower, the pistil is seen to be composed of a great many little parts, called carpels, equally well seen in the pistil of a buttercup. As the flower fades and the pistil ripens, the end of the flower stalk, called in botany the receptacle, begins to swell out and to exceed the rest of the flower in its growth. Soon it becomes red and succulent, and the little green carpels of the pistil, each containing a single seed, come in due time to be separated from each other, and to be embedded in the juicy mass on which, when it was the simple end of the flower stalk, it was set. Thus, to offer a friend the botanical fruit of the strawberry would be a proceeding tantamount to invite him to a Barmecide's feast, since to fulfill the promise we should simply require to pick out from the surface of the berry the little green carpels which represent the ripe pistil of the flower, the popular fruit, as we have seen, being merely the enlarged end of the flower stalk. In such a case, one might well be excused for preferring the common construction of the term fruit to the scientific, and for neglecting the intellectual aspect of the berry in favor of the exercise of practical aesthetics as applied to the end of the flower stalk. The strawberry does not stand alone in its illustration of the curious facts concerning the transformation of flowers which the study of homologies elicits. What, for example, is to be said of the rose fruit itself, save that the familiar red hip of our hedgerows is formed by the enlarged and hollowed flower stalk, along with the calyx or outer and green part of the flower, or, according to some botanists, by the calyx alone, whose green leaves become thickened, red, and glistening as the summer passes into the autumn, and come to enclose the true fruit in the form of the little carpels similar in nature to those on the outside of the strawberry. So that the difference, in one botanical theory at least, between the hip of the rose and the strawberry simply consists in the fact that the rose flower stalk is hollow and has the fruits inside, whilst the end of the strawberry flower stalk is solid and has its fruits outside. The apple and pear likewise exhibit much the same arrangement as the rose and strawberry in respect of their fruits. If we suppose the hip of the rose to have its walls extremely thickened and fleshy, we should convert it into a form of fruit resembling the apple or pear. No less interesting is the nature of the fig, which, to be properly understood, should be examined as it grows in the hothouse. Slice your fig longwise, and you will see in its interior not seeds, but flowers, some with stamens alone, others with pistils alone. The fig appears before us as another example of the hollowing of the flower stalk, with this important difference, that not merely the fruits, but the flowers are contained in its interior. It only remains for us to sum up the results and general conclusions to which our brief study of the science of likenesses may be said legitimately to lead us. Turning firstly to the features we have just been discussing, we have noted, for instance, that the leaf was the type of the whole plant, and that as the leaf became modified to form the flower, so that flower and its parts, still representing leaves, became further altered to form the fruit, under all its varied aspects and forms. From a simple structure, the leaf, we thus discover by the aid of the science of likenesses, complex and elaborate organs and parts to be developed. What lessons do such examples teach us concerning the order of nature at large? Do these lessons argue in favor of evolution or against that theory of nature? The answer is not for a single moment doubtful. If, as our inquiry shows, it is the way of nature to produce many and varied structures by the modification of one simple organ or part, surely there is no greater wonder involved in the idea that by the same process of development she has woven from simple forms the whole complex warp and woof of the living world. When we see nature in her abnormal methods of development revealing to us, under the guise of her sports and freaks amidst the flowers, the true composition of the pistil and stamens, or altering the same structure to form the varied fruits, when we discover that the complex skull has apparently been built up through slow and gradual modifications from skulls of simpler type, which vanish away in the lowest confines of the vertebrate animals, and disappear in the barely defined scullless cord of the lowest fish, we may not esteem it an impossibility that all organic forms have been evolved under like conditions of development. Nor must we omit to think of another important point involved in the study of homologies. If nature is, as we have shown, liable to modify and alter continually the work of her hands, can such a practice be held to favor the origin of new species by the way which evolution points out? When the flower returns to the leaf type, or when it exhibits variations from its usual form and structure, is nature going back or reverting to former conditions? Or is she initiating paths which lead to new species? The answer to both these queries may be given in the affirmative. When the flower grows into its leaves, that is a reversion, a stepping backward to the primitive and simple type. When, on the other hand, the plant shows a tendency towards complexity instead of simplicity, to alter in favor of increased development, then is seen the tendency to progression and elaboration of the type. Both tendencies hold sway in nature, and the one is as inexplicable as the other, save on the theory of evolution. From the monstrosity of the flower a new variety springs, and in time the variety becomes a race, and the race, in turn, a new species. Thus, whilst the course of nature before our eyes runs not smoothly, but in an apparent irregularity, the deeper faith in a law-governed universe, not as yet fully comprehended or known, convinces us that with the higher knowledge of tomorrow, the irregularities of today will resolve themselves into parts of an ordered system. It is not without good reason for believing in the reality of the convictions which nature studies inspire respecting the government of this world's order that we find Professor Parker maintaining that, quote, the study of animal morphology leads to continually grander and more reverential views of creation and of a creator. Each fresh advance shows us further fields for conquest, and at the same time deepens the conviction that while results and secondary operations may be discoverable by human intelligence, no man can find out the work that God maketh from the beginning to the end. We live as in a twilight of knowledge, charged with revelations of order and beauty. We steadfastly look for a perfect light which shall reveal perfect order and beauty. Unquote. End of section 19. Chapter 7. The Evidence Furnished by Science of Likenesses, Part 3. Section 20 of Chapters on Evolution by Andrew Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Evidence from Missing Links, Part 1. When the Darwinian theory of the origin of living species and other theories of evolution were yet in their infancy, the subject matters of the present paper had attained notoriety, if not fame. The early critics of the hypotheses of evolution were not slow to fix upon missing links and their nature, their assumed absence, and the impossibility of supplying them, as weapons of satisfactory kind and lasting strength against such ideas of the order in which the living universe had been formed. Especially has the phrase found favor in the eyes of critics of an unscientific cast of mind, those old ladies of both sexes, to use Huxley's words, who consider The Origin of Species a decidedly dangerous book, and who regard most contributions to the literature of evolution as works of darkness in the most literal sense of the term. Persons who would have been puzzled had they been asked to mention a single example of a case where missing links were required, nevertheless were found ready, with much unction, to declare that Mr. Darwin could never be expected to fill the gaps in question, and the argument as against evolution, in the early days of which we are speaking, was frequently supposed to be clenched with the triumphant query, where are the missing links? A feature of Darwinism and evolution, not to speak of natural history at large, so apparently familiar as the subject before us, deserves some detailed examination. It is not too much to say that even with the lapse of years and with the better understanding by cultured persons at large of evolution, its weaknesses and its strength, the nature of missing links is often imperfectly understood. Apart from the necessity for some clear understanding of what is demanded by the opponents of evolution and of what evolutionists and naturalists are able to present in reply to these demands, the present topic may be said to have grown in importance with the most recent discoveries in geological science. Its true nature and its attitude to the existing phases of evolution are therefore matters for careful inquiry, since their investigation may powerfully aid the solution of the great problem which evolution endeavors in one phase to solve, the how and why of living nature and her ways. The widespread recognition, even in the popular mind, of the importance of the discovery of missing links between existing species of animals, insofar as the welfare of evolution theories is concerned, is not difficult to trace or account for. Taking for granted the very reasonable and obvious admission that any theory of evolution must rest upon the idea of the production of new species by the modification of the old, it follows that in our examination of living nature we should expect to find evidence of the connection between the varied forms of life in existence. From the monad up to man, the evolutionist postulates an unbroken series, not indeed, as many suppose, in one straight, undeviating line, but rather after the idea of a great tree with countless branches, offshoots, and diverging twigs, which, however, unite in their lower limits in a common stem. Now, is it possible, when we look around at the varied forms of animal and plant life, to trace this unbroken sequence, this continuity of structure, and this connected relationship? The common observance of nature, not to speak of even an elementary acquaintance with popular zoology, forbids the idea, and at once negatives the supposition. The forms of life, animals and plants, fall into groups and divisions of varying extent and different rank in the scale of creation. In each large group we include a number of lesser divisions, the members of which are united by certain common characters. But even in the smallest of our classes or orders, the gaps betwixt the included forms are many and wide, and nature, as we observe her processes, does not appear to supply the missing links, in the existing order of affairs at least. In that great subkingdom of the animal world which zoologists have parceled out as the vertebrata, or the territory wherein man and quadrupeds reign as the aristocrats, birds and reptiles as the middle classes, with their varied estates and ranks, and frogs, toads, and fishes as the lower orders and substrata of vertebrate society, the gaps existing between the various classes are very patent and clear to the merest tyro in natural history. Not even the proverbial old lady, with a marked partiality to a belief in the marvelous in natural history, or towards a literal interpretation of the compound zoological character of certain wondrous beasts mentioned in ancient fables, could be brought to entertain seriously the idea of the existence of an animal half reptile, half bird. Still less easy is it for the popular mind to conceive the existence of a creature midway as to structure between the bird and the quadruped, whilst certain small jokers, a race happily becoming, as regards scientific matters, well nigh extinct, might be perfectly safe in challenging zoologists at large to produce the missing links between man and his nearest animal relations, or to show on Lord Monboddo's hypothesis the various stages in the decline of man's caudal appendage, upon the disappearance of which that witty savant is presumed to have founded a large part of man's physical and moral supremacy. Amongst lower forms of life, the gaps are equally apparent, and the continued distinctness of each species would seem to argue powerfully at once in favor of the special creation of the varied kinds of animals and plants, and against the evolution of new species from the old, and against the hereditary connection of species one with another. The argument derived from the visible gaps between even nearly related kinds of animals was therefore too apparent to be overlooked by popular critics of evolution, and it was also too important to be made light of by evolutionists themselves. Distinct now, distinct always, was the opinion which was duly expressed regarding the nature of species in the early days of the historical controversy concerning their origin. We may not be surprised, therefore, to find Mr. Darwin, in speaking of this subject, saying that one objection to his theory, namely the distinctness of specific forms and their not being blended together by innumerable transitional links, is a very obvious difficulty, and again, why is not all nature in confusion instead of the species being, as we see them, well defined? Alike grave, then, to evolutionists and their opponents is the question of missing links. Let us endeavor to examine this question in the light of recent research, with the view of determining to which side the balance of evidence, duly weighed, will lead us. Amongst the procedures commonly witnessed in our courts of law, there is one which I believe is styled, in legal parlance, taking an objection to the relevancy of the record or indictment. The essential feature of that procedure consists in one of the interested parties showing that certain parts of the statement of facts made by the opposing side involve items which may be absolutely untrue or incorrect, and which therefore require to be expunged from the list of matters involving litigation. In this way, the details of a lawsuit become simplified, and the chariot wheels of justice are enabled to roll easily onwards in that glorious ease and uncertainty of movement which is one of the most ancient, if also unsatisfactory, characteristics of legal science and practice. The contention before us at present, in one respect, admits of its issues being amended through an objection to their relevancy. The chief points for discussion are those concerning the need for missing links, according to the theory of evolution, and the ability or inability of the evolutionist to supply them. Let us suppose, however, that counsel for the evolutionist moves the relevancy of these points. The following will be his argument. Quote, "It is demanded that we produce the missing links, or transitional forms between existing species. Unquestionably, the demand is a just one, and in furnishing its reply, it is clear we must point out such links either in the existing world or in the fossils found in rock formations as representing the life systems of the past. We shall be able presently to demonstrate that whatever evidence geology has to show is all in our favor, and that where a want of evidence exists, such deficiency is no fault of ours, but depends on the imperfection of the geological record. But there exists an equally important consideration for our opponents in the fact that the very circumstances under which new species are produced may frequently obviate the necessity for the existence of missing links and transitional forms. This latter contention can be supported by the plainest evidence, and on this preliminary point, namely, the reason for the justifiable and natural absence of transitional forms, we may firstly lead evidence." Unquote. It is necessary, then, that we should, by the laws of and in the very nature of the origin of species, by evolution, or by Mr. Darwin's principle of natural selection, always expect to find transitional forms connecting existing species? Mr. Darwin's reply to this question is a negative. The new varieties or species which appear will tend, by the very conditions of evolution, to present improvements on the species which preceded them, and on the principle that the weakest go to the wall, the ancestors of existing species will in many cases have become exterminated by their successors being better adapted than themselves to survive in the struggle for existence. The parent species will fail in the competition involved in the struggle with its offspring. Viewing each species as usually the product of an improved constitution, we may naturally expect the parent form and the transitional links to have become exterminated, as Mr. Darwin remarks, by the very process of the formation and perfection of the new form. But extinct animals are liable to be preserved as fossils in the rocks composing the crust of the earth, and yet missing links are not discoverable in any adequate proportions. This latter fact has already been mentioned, and the reason assigned in the fragmentary condition of nature's great geological museum. Neglecting the geological evidence for the nonce, it might still be contended that living species as noted by us today should be more closely connected than they are, were their creation by evolution and descent a probable theory. Now, the pith of the evolutionist's reply consists in showing that such connecting species or forms are by no means to be expected as a matter of course, and that their absence is, in fact, actually favorable to his views and opinions. Consider a well-known and proved case of the origin of very different varieties from a common stock, that of the pigeons. The various breeds or races of pigeons, of which the four best known are the pouters, fantails, carriers, and tumblers, may be certainly regarded as having descended from the rock pigeon, Columbia livia. Between the various breeds of pigeons, the differences are so marked as to be of specific character. Their variations are so plain and distinct that had these birds been met with in a wild state and been examined by ornithologists, they would have been assuredly classified as distinct species and not as mere varieties of one species. So apparent are the differences in size and color, in feather arrangement, and even in the skeleton. Such an instance stands, therefore, as a most typical case of the origin of new races or of new species by the modification of the old. And its consideration will show us the futility of the demand that the original stock should resemble the descendants to which it has given origin. There exists no necessity that the rock pigeon should be intermediate between any two of the four breeds just mentioned, or that any two of these races, say the fantails and pouters, should in turn evince combinations of the characters of each other. Mr. Darwin remarks of the pigeons and their history that, quote, "If we could collect all the pigeons which have ever lived, from before the time of the Romans to the present day, we should be able to group them in several lines, diverging from the parent rock pigeon. Each line would consist of almost insensible steps, occasionally broken by some slightly greater variation or sport, and each would culminate in one of our present highly modified forms. Of the many former connecting links, some would be found to have become absolutely extinct, without having left any issue, whilst others, though extinct, would be seen to be the progenitors of the existing races. I have heard it remarked as a strange circumstance," he continues, "that we occasionally hear of the local or complete extinction of domestic races, whilst we hear nothing of their origin. How, it has been asked, can these losses be compensated, and more than compensated? For we know that with almost all domesticated animals, the races have largely increased in number since the time of the Romans. But on the view here given, we can understand this apparent contradiction. The extinction of a race within historical times is an event likely to be noticed, but its gradual and scarcely sensible modification through unconscious selection, and its subsequent divergence, either in the same or more commonly in distant countries, into two or more strains, and their gradual conversion into subbreeds, and these into well-marked breeds, are events which would rarely be noticed. The death of a tree that has attained gigantic dimensions is recorded. The slow growth of smaller trees and their increase in number excite no attention." Unquote. The true view of the matter really consists in our recognizing that the likeness and relation of new species or races to their parent stock depend on the circumstances of human observation, and on the exact lines along which the variation has proceeded. Occasionally each likeness is apparent. At other times, by the very manner of development of the new species, it is non-existent. Nor must we forget one all-important consideration, which, according to Professor Huxley, Mr. Darwin himself somewhat overlooked. It is a frequent fact, hereafter to be noted, that despite the Linnaean aphorism, natura non facit saltum, nature may and sometimes does not take merely a jump, but a running leap from one species to another. What would be thought of the history of the Ancon or otter sheep, which about the close of last century was born of an ordinary ewe as the progeny of an equally commonplace male parent, both, along with 14 other ewes, having been the property of a certain Seth Wright, a Massachusetts farmer? This Ancon sheep differed most materially from its parents and from the ovine race at large in possessing a large body and proportionally short legs. For sundry reasons, connected with the over-lively habits of his long-legged sheep in leaping over their fences, Wright from this one Ancon sheep, in due time, bred a whole flock of pure otter sheep, the breed being allowed to die out on the introduction of the merino sheep. Presuming that, in ignorance of its true and sudden origin, the history of the Ancon breed had been made the subject of biological speculation, how would the demand for missing links, and the evolutionist's inability to reply to the demand, have been construed? Simply as against the transmutation of the sheep species or race, and as against the origin of the Ancon by the variation and modification of the ordinary sheep. And yet the Ancon race had certainly its beginning in the sudden modification of an existing race, such as utterly precluded the possibility of any connecting links having been developed or required. Such considerations, we may submit, will tend to weaken the relevancy of the demand for missing links and transitional forms. But it may be worth our while to hear a little further testimony on the same point. Taking Mr. Darwin's own examples, we find him citing the instance of a journey from north to south over a great continent, in the course of which we meet with closely related or representative species, which represent each other in their respective regions or habitats. Such species are found to meet and interlock, and thereafter, as our journey proceeds, one species is found to become less frequent until it is completely replaced by the other. Even in the common or middle region where these two species intermingle, the members of the one group are as absolutely distinct from the other, as if specimens had been selected for comparison from the headquarters of each species. Yet, says Mr. Darwin, quote, "By my theory, these altered species are descended from a common parent," unquote, each in the process of descent having exterminated the parent species and also the transitional forms. Once again, leaving the extinct and fossil species out of consideration for the present, the question crops up, why do the species not intermingle in the middle region with intermediate conditions of life? Here, geology steps in to reconcile the discrepancy. Because your continent is continuous from north to south today, it is not lawful to infer that this continuity of land surface always existed. Changes of land and the separation of even our great continents into detached portions of territory are not theories but facts of geology. And admitting the existence of separate islands or disconnected portions of land surface, the distinction of species by such separation and the absence of intermediate forms would be fully accounted for. Nor must it be lost sight of that the neutral territory or no man's land common to two species is usually small and ill-defined as compared with the wider territory or area of the distribution of each group. And again, the range and extension of a species and its power of commingling with other species will be materially affected by the range of distribution of other and already well-defined groups. The species will be preyed upon by these latter groups, and the tendency to mix and unite with its nearest allies is thus lessened and limited, whilst the fact has been already noted that the narrow and limited character of the common area is by no means favorable to a blending of the characters of the nearly related groups. Conversely, in a larger area with less risk of destructive competition from other species, we find the representative group attaining the maximum of its development, and even in point of greater numbers alone, attaining a marked and characteristic personality, as do the representative species alluded to in the north and south of a large land surface, each species thus fighting for its own hand, and either aided or on the other hand weakened by surrounding conditions, improves or decays without mixing with neighboring groups. End of Section 20. Chapter 8, The Evidence from Missing Links, Part 1.